pressure looks good.
Following up.
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, depending on where you're at. This is a live view brought to you courtesy of Mary, Boca Chica gal, from Boca Chica, Texas. And we are waiting on a potential Starship SN4 fifth static fire. Today, I'm joined by Michael Baylor, as usual. Michael, what's up?
How's it going, everyone? Sorry for the bit of a delayed start here this afternoon. There were some bad thunderstorms moving through the area this morning in Boca Chica, Texas, so we think that set their timeline back a bit, and then they cleared the pad and then went back to the pad, which means that there was probably some sort of issue they were working on. But teams have now cleared the pad for the second time, so hopefully that issue is fixed, but we're still waiting to see signs of venting. So again, apologies for the delay. I know we had about several thousand people waiting, but we didn't want to just be live on air for a while because we've been live streaming a lot for the past several days. So we're giving the team some rest, but we're going to give it a shot right now and hopefully see some venting.
Yeah, and the good thing is that rain and weather that came through, I mean, you can see there's so much less heat haze today. Everything looks nice and crisp, and that's just we got a nice view for any kind of action that occurs today. Yeah. So I'm also joined by John Doss Galloway as usual, but he's here, not here, I suspect, given that some storms are in his area, and he's currently without power, but able to still exist, I guess, in a quantum state like he likes to. Doss, are you able to pipe in for a moment?
I'm here. You should be able to hear me now, right?
Yep.
Yeah, cool. So I'm on all emergency backup stuff. It looks like the power may be flickering back on, but we're not going to rely on me for now because I have had no power for a couple hours here in Charlotte, North Carolina. So y'all take it away.
Deal. Yeah, you keep things safe, do anything you need to do, batten down the hatches and all that. We're glad you're all right.
Will do. Thanks, Jack.
And finally, of course, we have Mary, and we're getting intermittent good audio and just drops with Mary. So let's see if Mary, what's up? Or how's it out there today? Can you hear us? All right, so maybe not right now, but we are getting a good connection at times, so I'm sure she'll be able to pipe in here and there. So in the chat, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask those questions. It helps if you at NASASpaceflight. And I think we already even have a super chat just to do a little housekeeping here. David England, before we went live, said, "Does it help to give money?" and gave us $2. Thanks, David. Even though it's, I know it was a little bit frustrating to wait for us to start there. We just got all our ducks in a row, and we're live now, and your support means the world to us. So thanks. So again, if you're just joining us, we are waiting on a prospective static fire test today. This will be the fifth static fire for Starship SN4 and the third static fire attached to the Starship for Raptor SN20. Let's see, do they do a static fire with higher pressures today? Sean in chat, we don't know, but could be. That for sure, a reason they're testing multiple static fires with the same engine, the same vehicle, is that they could be doing different things. The other day they did a static fire from the header tanks, and they did a static fire from the regular tanks. I'm not sure what yesterday's test was, but surely they are doing different types of static fires, which is interesting.
Yep, and if you have not been following the schedule, we do expect more static fire testing today, as Jack was mentioning, but they are also planning to do the 150-meter hop early next week. So on Monday and Tuesday, there are now flight restrictions to enable that 150-meter hop. So no hop today, but in the very near future, if this testing this afternoon goes well, in the near future, we could see that hop to 150 meters, which is, of course, going to be super exciting, and we're all looking forward to that. But again, no hop today. I know people always are hoping for the hop, but probably at least 2 or 3 more full days between now and the hop.
It does make sense, though. We've seen a significant number of static fires with this same vehicle. And while there was a similar run-up with Starhopper, there wasn't, 5 static fires with Starhopper before it did its hops. I mean, it had the 20-meter hop and then the 150-meter hop. I don't even think there was a static fire between the two. Correct me if I'm wrong. I very well could be. So yeah, it makes sense that everyone is sort of like, is this the hop? Is this the hop? Because we haven't seen this many static fires over and over and over again. It's quite interesting that they're doing that. And of course now, if you haven't noticed, I'm not sure how, but you can see on top of Starship SN4 there, it's got a very heavy hat, and that is a mass simulator. We suspect, or no, I don't know if we know that yet. Do we know that yet, Michael?
Well, it's definitely a lot of mass. It's too. I can actually show a picture because nothing's happening right now. So
Yeah, go
I'll
for it.
show a picture of what it looks like. This is when it was on the ground. You can see there's 2 rolls. Those are rolls of the steel, the same steel rolls that they used to assemble the starships. They just welded them together and added some framing around the outside. And I can show another picture of what it looks like after it was installed on the vehicle. These are all from Mary, who is our wonderful photographer down there. But as you can see, it's clearly a heavy object, and they were basically using the largest crane that they have on site to lift that on top. So definitely very heavy. So it makes sense that they're intentionally adding mass based on how that object was designed. It's basically a super heavy object. So it doesn't really make sense. Like if that was a normal part of the vehicle, that would not be something you would want to have if you were trying to reduce weight, which is mostly what you're trying to do when you're designing a spacecraft. But for this prototype, there's no nose cone on it, so we don't know the exact reason of the mass simulator, but it could be trying to replicate the mass that would be there if there was a nose cone on top or something like that.
That
We
makes
don't know the
sense.
exact reason.
So yeah, they just welded 2 rolls of steel together, put a box around it, and just threw it on top there. That makes sense. Looking in chat for some more questions here. Let's see what we got.
Oh, and one thing we can do is we have this new feature that's pretty cool. If I click this button, you're now looking at the weather radar over the past hour in Boca Chica, Texas. So we had some bad storms this morning, but if you look in the center of your screen, just a small red dot, that's the approximate location of Boca Chica. And right now, there's no rain, and just to the north of that, you see some scattered showers, but it looks like they're dissipating. It's at least a lot better than it was over the past couple of hours. So it doesn't look like weather is going to be a big problem this afternoon. There might be a small shower passing through here in a bit, but definitely a lot better than what we were seeing earlier today, where there was some heavy rain and thunderstorms coming through the area. But we'll keep an eye on that. If stuff changes, we'll keep you up to date. And it's really cool to have this new weather feature that we can look at, as weather can play a role in tests. This is, of course, a static fire, so it's only going to make a huge thunderstorm or something that would likely cause them to scrub. Wind is not going to be too much of a concern, but for the hop test next week, of course, weather in that case would be a much bigger concern, as the vehicle is going to be flying, and they're going to want to make sure it's not too windy and whatnot. So we'll keep using those weather tools to help keep you up to date on what's going on in South Texas.
Yeah, that's a nifty little improvement. I'm stoked that we have that on there.
And some people are saying no FAA permit for hop. That is no longer true. They actually got a license, not a permit. A license is, so I guess technically there is no permit, but they don't need a permit because they got a license instead, is what I'm trying to say. So they're now licensed by the FAA to conduct suborbital test flights from Boca Chica, and there was no a license to not go into detail as to what the restrictions are on the types of testing that they can conduct. It just referenced the proposal that SpaceX submitted, but we didn't see that proposal. So I'm not quite sure if there's any limits on altitude or whatnot, but it definitely seems like SpaceX now has some good flexibility to do a bunch of flight testing down here. So it does not appear that the FAA is going to be a problem, but one of the requirements in the license is that SpaceX notifies the FAA about the testing that they're going to be doing 3 days in advance. So it's obviously possible that the FAA could be told something that they don't think is safe or needs further analysis. So there's still a chance the FAA could get involved. But as of now, it looks like SpaceX is going to have the permission to conduct the 150-meter test flight next week. So that is super good news. That license first appeared yesterday afternoon, right as we were finishing up our stream from yesterday's Static Fire. So lots of action in Boca Chica.
Hef Williams, thank you for the super chat. And Hef asks, when SN4 does the hop, any idea if it's 100% automated, or is there some element of manual control override to steer it to the pad? That's hilarious. Like, not a bad question. That's just hilarious to imagine someone with manual control of SN4. I picture somebody playing Kerbal, but actually with a real life rocket and just sitting there like WAS WAAAAAD, and then it just hits the ground and explodes. Like, if you don't know, that's the keys you would be using to control a vehicle in Kerbal. I don't think so. To answer your actual question and stop goofing around, no, I don't think anyone would have manual control and steer to the pad. My gut is that it's automated, but I don't know that. Michael?
Yeah, the only manual controls that they have are during the pre-count or during the countdown before the hop. They can like stop the countdown. They can probably make adjustments on the fly if there's problems and you have to troubleshoot. But once the vehicle lifts off, it's entirely autonomous. The one exception to that might be they probably have a manual termination system that they can use if the vehicle starts to do something bad. They may have a button they can press to terminate the vehicle, but other than that, it's going to be an autonomous test flight.
I see Hector Sanchez in chat says, how will the hop happen with no landing legs? It's got landing legs. How well will those legs work is up for debate.
I can actually show a picture of the legs. The landing legs are inside of the vehicle, and I can find you a picture in a second. Elon tweeted a good photo of the inside of the vehicle where the engine is located. So I'll put that on screen in a second. I'm just queuing it up right now. But there are 6 landing legs inside the bottom skirt where the engine is. So that's a recent design change they've made. If you saw the Mark 1 vehicle that SpaceX unveiled last September, they put the landing legs on the outside. But now they're in the inside, which might be the source of the confusion about where those legs are right now. So that answers that, but I'll get you a picture in a minute.
While you're doing that, Owen Sparks asked, excess methane is burned off on the flare stack, but we also see venting from the ship. Is that venting just inert gas used to pressurize the tank, or is it methane? Thanks. It's inert gas to pressurize the tank, I suspect, but I don't know that. But if it was methane, I believe the law it's honestly a law that they have to burn that off. You can't just vent methane into the atmosphere due to it being a significant greenhouse gas. I think it's something like 3 times as bad a greenhouse gas in terms of contributing to warming as standard carbon monoxide. I always get monoxide and dioxide mixed up. Forgive me. Let's see. Looking for some other questions.
I got the picture. So
okay, bam.
There is the bottom of what Starship looks like. If you look around the outside, there are some small little things that look like rods. They're kind of hard to see, but there are landing legs. And how they work is they basically fall down and lock into place. So they kind of rotate around a hinge. But there's 6 things, if you count them. There's 1 almost directly centered on the bottom, and then there's 2 kind of up around the outside, and a 6th one at the very top of your screen, or 2 on each side. So 4 total in the middle, and 1 on the bottom and one on the top, one on the bottom and 1 on the top, if I can speak correctly. And then of course you have that Raptor engine mounted slightly off center. That's because there is space for 3 Raptor engines. So they're only using 1 engine on SN4, which means it ends up being slightly off center in that triangle configuration that they're using. But that's not a big deal. The engine can just gimbal during the hop and correct for that off center thrust.
Gabby, thank you for upgrading your membership to Red Team. That's awesome. We really appreciate it.
And the next thing we're looking for right now, I should say, is for the tank farm to start venting. That's usually what happens before they begin, or when they prepare to start loading propellant. We're not seeing that yet, and it has been a while since the pad cleared, so I wouldn't say that's great news, but as long as we don't see vehicles returning to the pad and the road remains closed, it does appear that they are still hoping to test today. I'm just checking when I posted the message to our team that the pad had been cleared again. It looks like at 9:30 my time, which would be 10 or 11:30, excuse me, Boca time. So it's been over an hour since the pad cleared. So we're still waiting for that venting to pick up, but hopefully we'll see something happen soon. And again, what we don't want to see is vehicles returning to the pad, because that means there is another issue.
Yeah, and our excellent team member, Ben Craddock, did a little analysis on yesterday's events. And, excuse me, the middle GSE flowing vapor started around T-minus 50 minutes to 40 minutes. So that would be the next thing that we're looking for, like you said, is some sort of tanking or condensation around the tank farm to indicate activity there. And nominally, at least based on one data point, which, you know, isn't much, but if it goes the same as it went yesterday, that will be around T-minus 50 to 40 minutes ahead of a potential static fire. So that's what we're looking for next, is some activity from the tank farm. Let me poke around and see if I can find some more questions in chat. There was one I was going to ask. Let me see if I can find it.
A quick one from Google's asking if we have an unlimited data plan now. Yes, I believe that's been fixed. If DOS is listening, he can maybe correct me, but I believe we have unlimited data plans on all modems now.
Yeah, which is awesome, and we would not be able to do without everybody's support. So thank you everyone tuning in and watching, and thank you everyone that's super chatted and given us money to help us with all this gear and fees that come with streaming this much data constantly. And thank you everyone's a member. Like, I need to come up, like, write a list with my notes of all the stuff that the members get, but you get emojis in chat, you get access to the member Discord, you get daily video updates that are exclusive to members, and then some other goodies too. I'm not sure what else. I should really read all that down.
If you click the join button, it will tell you the list of perks for each different tier. The perks vary. There's, I think, 5 different tiers, and they all have different perks available to them.
Yeah, and if for all of our members, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it so much. And yeah, just wanted to say thanks, and couldn't do it without you guys. Somebody asked,
so
what
DOS
is the
always
window?
listening.
Yep, always.
Yeah, all 4 modems are unlimited now. She's got 2 Verizon and 2 AT&T unlimited modems from Unlimited IRL, which is like an IRL stream modem provider. So they're straight up unlimited. Like, we can sit here and stream for as long as we have food to eat, I guess.
Awesome. Well, thank you for helping us
can
get
stand
that
the
all
heat
set
is
up
the bigger
and tucked
limitation.
away.
Me, not you. Welcome to the Pad Rat.
Thank you so much. Royal Clark says, "Sure wish I could donate." You know what, Royal Clark? You don't have to. That's the beauty of it, is it's a team effort and everybody's contributing. Even if you can't and that we understand. We don't ask that everybody contributes. We know how it works. Tough times out there, so don't ever feel bad for not contributing. We just appreciate your eyeballs. So thanks so much for tuning in.
I mean, just subscribing is supporting the channel, so.
Yeah, hitting the like button, subscribing, all of that is huge. It really makes a difference. We live in a world dominated by algorithms, and telling the algorithm that you like us is a good thing.
Someone's asking who's commentating. So the voice you're hearing right now is Michael Baylor. And the voice that you were just hearing is Jack Bayer. So Jack, if you want to say something.
Hi, my name is Jack Bayer.
There you go. And we also just had Doss talking for a bit. He is our host who's definitely not here right now, but occasionally chimes in. And then we also have Mary on the line. I don't know if she can hear us right now.
I can hear you right now.
There we go. We have connection with Mary.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
How's the weather out there this morning, Mary? Is it muggy?
Well, it's humid, but we're having a little rain right now. Not real
Oh, no
heavy
kidding.
though. Yeah.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
know what's that's not too bad, I guess, compared to searing heat. I'll take a little bit of rain.
Right,
Well,
exactly.
if only we could check the radar to see what's going on. So let's do that. And as you can see, over the last hour, the rain, it looks like light rain, but it has spread out and it is now covering most of the Boca Chica area. So we'll have to see how that trends. But it doesn't look like there's any strong rain in the area. It looks mostly just some light sprinkling. Is that what you're saying, Mary?
Right. Yeah. No
Yep.
thunder, no lightning, so that's good.
So
Excellent.
that doesn't sound like it would be something that should hopefully interfere with the testing then.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so we've got a bunch of new members. Modern, welcome to PadRat. Ken Canvey, welcome to PadRat. Thank you so much, everybody. Wow. We've got a super chat from Miss Hut. Much love to the, oh gosh, I need coffee. Much love to the whole NSF team these days. Yeah, wow. And then David Englund, thank you. Welcome to PadRat. Everyone, the chat is also blowing up. Everyone is super excited to hear Mary, and everyone's saying, hi, Mary. Zeke, welcome to PadRat. Super cool way to spell Zeke, by the way, with an X. That's the coolest letter in the alphabet. Fun fact. Don't at me. Someone in chat saying, stream is a bit broken. YouTube is having issues, I think. Is anyone having frame drops and quality issues?
It looks like when I switched to the new radar trick, I'm seeing the remote server we're using. It looks like it starts melting. So for now, until we can figure out why that's happening, we will just stay on this screen. And the stream seems stable right now. So sorry about that.
Jonathan
I did
City,
notice
thank
that.
you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. And Daniel Guisinger, hopefully I said your name right. Welcome to PadRat. Thank you, everybody. Seriously, thanks everyone so much. It makes such a huge difference. And for Nick, you guys are just trying to test me now.
Whoa! I just looked. Sorry, I just looked away from the list of new super chats and members coming in for about 10 seconds while I was trying to figure out why the stream dropped momentarily, and there's like 15 people. So thank you guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with all of them. It's quite a chore, which is the best chore possibly to have, because it only means that we can improve what we're doing here. I'm going to try and say this name because it looks like a fun name to try and say. Ferenc Pashir. I hope I said that right. Ferenc, if I said that right, please tell me. Thank you so much for the €2.29. And John Mon, $5 for a cup of coffee for Jack. Thank you. I'll actually, I'm going to step away for a minute, Michael, and actually fire up my French press really quick. Stand by.
Jim, welcome to the Pad Rat. I'm not sure we've ever got this many new members before. This is all like happening in a 5-minute span. So it's kind of crazy. Thank you guys. I'm looking for questions here. Tom, I see your question about the dark mark just above the mount. That is from the 2 static fires ago. There was the thrust of the Raptor actually took out a ground support equipment line that had some fuel in it. So a small fire broke out, and those scorch marks on that part of the vehicle are from the leak that ensued from the Raptor's thrust taking out a ground support equipment line. On the other side of the vehicle, there's also some additional scorch marks because part of the launch mount actually lit on fire because for some reason there were some flammable materials on the launch mount. They've since fixed that. So as of yesterday, the static fire went much better. So it seems like they fixed that problem. But there was some fire damage from a previous static fire, and that's those marks you're seeing on the vehicle. Just some battle wounds from Starship's testing.
All right, so Ference, it's Ference. He's kindly super chatted more money, so I would know how to say his name. Ference Pashir. Hopefully, I'm saying the last name correctly too. That's a cool name.
So if we botch the pronunciations, we get another super chat. That doesn't seem like how it should work. David.
Vladimir Basta, welcome to Pad Rat. Thank you so much. Everybody, this is an insane amount of support, and we really, really appreciate it. And of course, we're only going to use this to improve what we do.
Aces too. I think you're regular. Thank you for that. We really appreciate that.
VB says, wait, they're doing another one after yesterday? I think that's kind of all of our reactions is, yes, they're doing another one. And Matt Mahan says, what time is it supposed to be happening? We don't know. I wish we did. That would make our lives a little bit easier, but that would also kind of make it a little bit less exciting, right? Speedy Baja says, is it going to fly right now? No, it's going to static fire.
Hey, y'all, Das here. I'm going to switch to the weather page while I watch some stats on the server real quick. So you'll see some changes while I check to see if I can figure out why it stuttered a little bit.
Okay. And just
All
if
right,
you're
we won't break
watching,
anything.
yeah, if the stream stutters again, that's because we're testing. There's not
Das
anything
is fair.
happening that's important right now. So we're trying to learn and see if we can make sure everything's working smoothly so that when there is stuff, ooh, the flare's going.
Yeah,
Look at
flare's
that.
back.
That's a good sign.
All right, I
Hey.
won't test anything then.
Look at that. The second
That's usually
DOS
the
is
thing
about
that
to-
happens. Oh, go ahead, Jack. Sorry.
No, I was just going to joke until the second DOS starts to touch things. Of course, we get some action. Look at that flare. Go ahead.
I was gonna say we usually see the flare stack get a bit bigger before the tank farm starts venting. So this is a really good sign we're seeing right now. And also, I don't know what to say. I look away and there's 3 new members again. And a super chat. Alan, Lucas, Sean, and Michael. Thank you all for the support. We really appreciate it. And it helps us continue to improve the stream and keep spending more money on equipment that we send down to Mary to make things easier for her and improve the production quality. So we really appreciate the support.
Yeah, this is insane, you guys. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. It's wow. I Michael's right. I don't think we've gotten this many members in one stream before. Royal Clark just now. Thank you. Finally, this window opened up. Now I can donate. Thank you for fighting the technical issues to give us money. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks to Ian and Matt K. Matt K says stream fail fix. Stream fail fix. Yeah, that is exactly right. This stream is very similar to SpaceX development.
This is why we stream. Stream is hard.
So, Vince, welcome to Capcom.
Philip Whitehouse says, camera quality much better than yesterday. Is that just the lower heat? That's exactly what it is, Philip. You may notice if you go like on a hike or something on a day where there's some rain in the morning versus on a day that's super hot, everything just looks nice and clear and crisp. And so, yep, we've got some rain, then some weather that moved through this morning. And so we don't have nearly as high temperatures and nearly as much heat haze. So with the same exact setup as yesterday, just nature is being much nicer to us today. And that's just physics. Sometimes when you have that much air between you and what you're trying to shoot and it gets all wavy, I mean, we don't have crazy adaptive optics or anything like a telescope might. So that we just have to deal with it.
David, Monty, Peter, and Sergey, thank you all for the support. Monte
Vince,
was
welcome to
asking,
Capcom. Thank you so much for being Capcom.
Monte was asking, will they do the hop with the mass simulator installed? I'm not sure. That's a great question. I'm guessing they will, given they're doing all this static fire testing with it on. One theory we did have, this is not confirmed, it's just a theory, is that they may want to do the static fire with less propellant to help reduce the risk if something goes wrong. And in that case, that additional mass on top could be to basically substitute the weight that's being lost from the reduced propellant loads. But that's just one theory that people have thrown out there. We have no official confirmation from Elon or SpaceX, so who knows? But I would guess, at least based on the fact that they're doing all this static fire testing with the mass simulator, that they also will do the hop with it, because they're going to want to do their final testing before the hop in the same configuration that they would flight. At least that's what you would think. So that's my theory, at least. I don't know what Jack thinks.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. That would, in theory, enable you to put the minimum amount of propellant in the vehicle necessary for a hop, and thus, make it a little bit safer or just less propellant. You guys are going ham with the super chats and memberships right now. I know I keep saying it, but it doesn't. You're not stopping, so I have to. I'm not trying to be annoying. I'm sorry, but wow, nowhere cam, no one. SOS Sharky, Antonio Cesar Hansen, Monte Pagado. I swear you guys are messing with me with the names now. Ron Gum, Maple Tree Studios. Boom says, boom, shake the room. Ron Gum says, I'm so excited. I'm not even reading what people are saying. Ron Gum says, so the topper on it gave me the idea to make myself a thermos out of stainless with the equipment on the surface. That would be cool. That would be a cool thermos, honestly. I would probably buy that.
Ooh, sorry, I'm interrupting, Jack. It looks like we have some venting from the grass location and in
fantastic
run of Star Hopper, maybe. So stuff's happening, at least.
Yeah.
So we're probably, based on yesterday anyways, we're potentially 50 to 40 minutes from a first attempt. I'm trying to keep track of all the times and stuff today. I've got a little notepad open. In theory, with enough data points, and once their flow starts to get solidified a little bit more, because of course they could be testing different things and different schemes, hopefully all of these data points that we're collecting will enable us to say with a more definitive sense what's going on when. But right now we have, so go for it.
Oh, look at that venting, sorry.
That looks really cool.
It looks like this is hopefully trending in the static fire propellant loading operations direction, so this looks good. Dragos, Doug, and Nick, thank you all for the support. Nick was asking, I've missed a few streams. Which static fire number? So far they've done 4 total static fires with Starship SN4. 2 of those happened with Raptor SN18, and 2 of those happened with Raptor SN20. So this will be the 3rd total static fire test with Raptor SN20, and the 5th total static fire test with Starship SN4 if it happens today as planned. And Samuel, thank you for the new membership. Fuba is asking, or just saying, thank you for allowing us to follow this epic progress. I agree. Tom Davey, thank you for the $20. We really appreciate the support. And
yeah, $20. That's not messing around. Thank you so much.
I was about to say I still cannot believe how fast the support is coming in, but I know we sound like a broken record at this point. But seriously, we really appreciate that everyone understands how much effort and time and money it takes to pull these high quality views off from a remote location, and it really does mean a lot that people appreciate the work we're doing. But most importantly, everybody should be thanking Mary, because she's out there every day in this hot environment. Jack and I are just at home in the air conditioning. So Mary's really the one to thank.
Yeah, Mary, thank you so much for being out there.
No problem. I'd be out here every day anyway. I really
Yeah, it's
would.
literally your backyard. How could
Yeah.
you not be?
Right. And to share it with everyone. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I know we said this before, but it's really unprecedented to see development of a new rocket of this scale and with this much potential being built in front of the public view. Usually when companies build something like this, they do it in a pretty remote location, and the public cannot just like see what's happening from across the road. But I mean, even Boca Chica though is kind of remote. It's at the very southern tip of Texas, and it's about 40 minutes from Brownsville. Is that correct, Mary? 40 minutes from Brownsville?
Oh, no, it's probably about 20
20
minutes. Yeah, 20,
20?
25. Yeah.
How
I
fast
don't
do you
think
drive in that?
minutes.
55.
Well, I guess a lot of people tell me I drive slow, so I guess for me it's more like 40.
Well,
No.
I mean, your water has to be trucked in, right? So it's not like there's like a huge town right next to you.
No.
Yeah. So
No.
we really appreciate Mary, as you've been saying, and this coverage that Mary provides us is really unprecedented. And I think in 20 years, when hopefully we'll look back on this as a vehicle that successfully reached the moon and Mars again, and Mary will be the one that has an archive of footage that just allows people 20 years from now to look back and see how this all came together. So that's going to be super cool. Mary is documenting history in the making.
Yeah, it's crazy too. I like to bring this up. It's such a great point, and so forgive me if everyone or anyone on the stream has heard this one already too. But I think Chris Bergen said that there's something like 40 photos, official photos of the space shuttle being built at Palmdale Plant 42. That makes my heart hurt. We should have hundreds of photos of the shuttle being built, not 40. So that's the sort of thing that's why we constantly thank Mary, because it's just not just that she's doing this for us right now in this moment, but it's a part of history, and there's aspects of this that we'll be very glad, surely, to look back on and have a record of, because otherwise we wouldn't. And there's plenty of very fascinating things throughout history that we just don't have a record of, and that's unfortunate. But this is not one of them.
Will Clark, thank you for the membership.
Rick, welcome to Capcom.
Yep, Rodex, if I'm pronouncing that right. Finally contributed with something. We appreciate the support. Frenex says, go Mary. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing these right. I'm doing my best. Fuba says, thank you, Mary. DB says, thanks, team. Keep up the good work. Special thanks to Mary. Rick, thank you for the membership. Walter, thank you for the membership. Or the super chat, excuse me.
It's like impossible to keep up.
I know. A boring fan says, any benefit for NSF L2 members? Yes, there is some overlap with the way, if you're asking about how the YouTube memberships work, the same videos, the same early access to videos is also given to NSF L2 members just inside of L2. So if you don't know what NSF L2 is, NSF L2 is an exclusive area on NASASpaceflight forums that allows you to get some exclusive access into latest developments and lots of historical archives of photos of whatnot from like the space shuttle and Soyuz and all these different rockets that have been flying for a while now. And then also Boca Chica updates and whatnot. So that's what L2 is. If you're interested, go to nasaspaceflight.com/L2 to learn more information. And then if you are a lifetime L2 member, you get access to the same Discord server that the YouTube members get. So there is some overlap, and then there are some unique perks between the two.
Christian, $50. Wow. And he says that keep up the fantastic coverage, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. David Eglin again. Oh, of course, my chat scrolls. Mary, do you stay with the camera the whole time? Are you the only operator? Do you have a sun umbrella? Thanks for your great vids and pictures. Do we have you right now, Mary? All right, not right now. But yeah, she stays with the camera pretty much the whole time. She's the only operator. I think sometimes she does have a sun umbrella. Sometimes she's in a vehicle. So, but she definitely stays safe and stays as comfortable as possible out there. Jim Aldridge, longtime lurker and L2 member, first-time contributor. Great coverage as always, guys. Awesome video from Mary. Props. Thank you so much, Jim. It means the world to us. Pyra, 2626. I wonder if that's interesting. 2 26s. For all the regular content during these difficult times. Thanks, Mary and NSF. Well, thank you, Pyra. That's very sweet of you. Sergey upgraded to Capcom. Thank you so much, Sergey. And Larry Mador upgraded to membership. Upgraded to Red Team. Wow, I'm so far behind. Stuart, thank you for the super chat. Eric, thank you for the super chat. Cliff, thank you for the super chat. Mark Davidson, $20. Thank you. Aces upgraded to launch director. Urban SpaceX man that says thanks for awesome content. All right, I'm gonna take a break on the super chats and whatnot for a little bit. I will get to you if you do one, but I'll give everyone's ears a break and we can talk about the vehicle. If you have some questions about what's going on today, if you wonder what we're looking at, if you wonder what that little box is on top, it's a mass simulator. Feel free to throw a question in chat at NASASpaceflight.
771 was asking, can we have a super expensive membership tier where we can attend launches with you guys? Unfortunately, we are not allowed to bring visitors onto the media press areas during launches. That is against the rules. So that would be cool, but it's not something we are able to offer at this time. But I mean, I think there's also I'm not positive about this, but I think there might also be a rule in the YouTube membership program against having individual meetings or gatherings with members. I think for some reason, probably for safety reasons, they don't want people spending money to meet with people who they may not know very well. So I don't think that may even be allowed with the YouTube membership program, but I'm not positive. But again, just from the media rules, we're not allowed to do that. But that would be cool.
Moldy Space Industry says, donating because I love NSF, love Star Hatter, and love Overwhelming Michael. Thanks, Moldy Space. I know you're a regular around here.
Star Hatter is a great name. I like that.
Star Hatter is great. Yeah, Nose Cube and Star Hatter are both fantastic things to come out of the last 2 days. I'm loving the weird names, everybody.
Charles, thank you for the membership. Welcome to Padrat. Michael says thanks to all making this possible, and Polymath says thanks as well. Again, we appreciate the support.
Hey, Das here. I'm gonna do a weather check again real quick since the venting has sort of calmed down a little bit.
Yep,
Y'all mind?
You're good.
All right.
So it looks like those scattered showers have kind of developed into more sustained storm system, but still no heavy rain. So that does not seem like something that would be a problem for testing today. Just some light rain passing through the area right now. And for the hop test, they might want better weather than this, but just for the static fire, I don't think there should be a problem. I mean, if you look in the top right-hand corner of your screen, the picture-in-picture view, you can also see some venting continuing to pick up, so lots of activity coming from that tank farm. The next thing we'll be looking for is to see the vehicle start venting. So that's usually how the flow goes. The tank farms pick up, and then the vehicle starts venting.
Yeah.
What do you say, Das?
Oh, sorry. I'm back, and I think that that looked like it was stable the entire time we switched to weather.
Yeah, I
So the
didn't
only
see a
thing I can,
hiccup.
yeah, the only thing I can think of is I don't know if RDP on iOS is less efficient than RDP on Windows, perhaps. So it pushing the RDP session to you may cause the server more work. I don't know that that makes any sense, and somebody smarter than me in chat can probably comment on that.
I was on Mac OS.
But
I'm not sure. Yeah.
yeah, oh, yeah, sorry, iOS, Mac OS,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah. That's the only difference between us right now because I was able to RDP in and switch the scenes, and it looked like it was good to go with the preview off. So
I mean, I can
I'm gonna
also.
back out and let you manage it now, okay?
Yeah. Well, I can just switch the scenes through the web interface too. So.
Yeah, you could. I mean, if we want to shut down RDP and just try that for a while, see how that works.
Yeah, that'll save some resources. So.
All right, good deal.
But yeah, that tank farm is really going crazy right now. So that's good. It's interesting how every other test, it feels like the wind direction completely changes direction. Yesterday, it was blowing from right to left. Yeah, I'm taking a peek. Interesting. Is audio back now? Can you hear us? Everybody's saying it's back. So DOS, if you're listening, I logged into RDP and everything looked perfect. I didn't touch a thing other than log in, and now everybody's saying it's fixed.
Yeah, everyone's saying it's back.
Yeah, we'll keep looking at it. The server was still logged into the call, but I don't know why it would have dropped the call there because I could still see the server receiving audio.
Yes,
So we'll keep looking at that. That's why we're
Yep.
testing this stuff.
If you just sent a super chat, we were acknowledging them when we lost audio. So I will go through them one more time. Crazy Dave, thank you for joining Red Team. Mr. Showtime, thanks for all the hard work. We appreciate that. I can never get this name right, but Ferenik, thank you.
He said it was like Terrence. It's like
Oh,
Terrence
that was the one?
Burnett.
Okay, sorry. I'm not paying attention. Thank you, Terrence.
No, you're good.
And Rolexa, Mary, what equipment do you carry to do this? If you can hear us, Mary. I don't think Mary has audio connection right now, but Mary is using a Nikon D7500 DSLR to provide the images, and then she's using a LiveView Solo broadcasting unit to transmit the signal over the cellular network. So that's how we get this video from Boca Chica, Texas. But yes, as I was saying before we lost audio connection, I don't think anybody actually heard me say this, but we did see a small vent from the top of the vehicle. So I'm going to move the timeline to propellant loading operations. If you look kind of 2 rings down, there's a black dot, and that's the area where we just saw some venting. You may have not noticed it unless you were looking for it because it's a very small puff and it's coming straight at us, so you cannot get the scale of how far out it's shooting since it's coming right at the camera, but there was a white dot and that was some venting. So this vehicle is definitely being fueled now ahead of a static fire. So that's exciting. Gareth, thank you for the super chat. The crazy Ivan should be the Hail Mary. Sorry, I was just writing a tweet to let everybody know that venting is starting, propellant loading's underway. If you are not joining us yet, I wanted to make sure that we got the word out so that people who are not watching right now tune in, because we should be within maybe 20 or 30 minutes of a static fire based on the previous timelines that we've seen. If you have not watched one of these static fires before, the Boca Chica, the police department or the sheriff will turn on a siren 10 minutes before the test is about to occur to warn the residents. So that siren is the major indicator that will tell us that the static fire is going to occur in the near future. And if you continue to watch the top of the vehicle, I'm seeing more venting going on and off. It's not happening right now, but if you watch that about maybe a ring and a half, 2 rings down, there's that small black dot right in the center of the top of the top of the vehicle. That is where you'll see a puff of venting every now and then as the teams in Boca Chica begin to fuel this or propellant load this vehicle.
It's exciting. It's so exciting. All right, let's see. Taking a look at chat. John F., welcome to Red Team. Bogey hole troll. That's the name. Do you know or have an educated guess what the inclination of the first orbital Starship flight will be? 26 degrees? I don't know, and I don't have a guess.
John, thank you for the membership, and
Thanks again, Ference.
thank you for that, Jack. I keep forgetting. Ference, like Terrence. Got it.
Oh, and Gareth, I do see you say that the crazy Ivan should be the Hail Mary. I like that suggestion. Something tells me that they're not going to do that maneuver with crew on the vehicle, but I could be completely wrong. Did you guys I know in our Discord, Michael, we talked about the Aviation Week podcast episode with Elon. Did you know there was one with Gwen as well?
Yeah, I listened to that last night. I actually thought the Gwen interview was better than the Elon interview.
I agree. And I haven't finished the Gwen one yet, but I've gotten through a chunk of it. And her saying that how much she hates parachutes and how much she's really excited for Starship because it gives you a propulsive landing for a crewed vehicle. That was a very, very interesting line of thinking from her that I don't know that I didn't expect it, but it was very interesting to hear her talk about that. I see somebody saying in chat that I'm getting some feedback. Do I sound okay?
Yeah. I don't. It's coming through. I'm testing. Might be coming through Mary. Yeah, it's coming through Mary.
Do we have any SpaceX employees gathering yet? I don't know if you can hear us right now, Mary. Let us know in our chat or.
No, there's
Mark
no
Foss?
SpaceX employees gathering.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Mark Foster, welcome to Launch Director. Thank you so much. And Dougal, cool name. SN7 getting the news 304 L steel. Keep up the work. I don't know. What SN7, what type of steel it's getting.
I think Elon said 300 was the next one they were going to switch to.
Okay.
And Simon and Jonathan, I don't know if Jack already got those, but thank you for the support.
No, I think I might have missed them.
Do you have 2 monitors, Jack, or you only have 1 monitor?
I have 2. Oh, I think I was behind.
No, because I have a web. If you have like a full screen, spare screen, I can send you a link. And I have
To
a web interface with a checklist, and we can like click it together to keep track. But
yeah, go for it.
okay, I actually have to create you an account really quick, but that can be done.
No sweat, I can stall for time. This is me stalling for time. I am stalling. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. There's 4,600 something people watching right now. Thank you, everybody. That's kind of wild to me that we have such interest in this, and it makes me happy because it should be interesting to people because it's the future. And who doesn't want an awesome space future? I know I do. Let's see. Where can I find the podcast with Gwen S? Prodigy asks. Okay, so any podcast app that you use, I recommend Overcast, but you can use any, including the stock podcast apps built into whatever device that you are using of choice. It's the Aviation Week podcast. In fact, let me see. I'll try and find the link and post it into the chat there. Stand by. Okay, I've got it. Just a second. Oh my God, universal paste on Mac OS and iOS is so nice. I copy it here and it's suddenly over there.
What, you can do that?
Oh yeah, thanks, Steve. It's not a Steve thing, but I'm a dork.
How did I never know that?
It's also one of those things that works like 97% of the time. So it's not always something that you can come to rely on. Like right now, I'm trying to do it, and it's not, of course, fighting me.
Sounds like
But-
airdrop.
Okay, airdrop is like flawless now, but you're completely correct. In the beginning of airdrop, it was the same. There, I've just posted a link in the chat to the Gwen Aviation Week podcast interview. It's great. Highly recommend to listen.
And I just messaged you on Discord, Jack.
Cool.
So if that login works, let me know. The left-hand panel will be a list of super chats when they come in, and you just click to check mark if it's appropriate and whatnot, and then it will go to screen. And yeah, that's how you can keep track. But I do recommend reading it before you click the check mark.
Oh, this is awesome.
So you see Steve just came in. Did that work?
Yeah, Steve Ehrman, new member.
So click
No
the check
message.
mark, and it should work.
It worked.
There you go.
Hey,
So now it says Steve on screen.
I really do wish I was better at coding and all that. I feel like you're just a wizard, and if you want something, you can just make it happen. That's really cool.
Yeah. I will say the clicking is sometimes glitchy. I have to fix that. If it doesn't go through the first time, just click it again.
No worries. So does me clicking it make it show up on the screen?
If you click a green check mark, it shows up on screen. If you click the yellow icons on the chat list, that'll move it to the queue if you want to answer a question later. And then if you click the green button in the queue, it will send it to screen.
Super cool. This is the kind of stuff your guys' support enables. Is we've got this whole infrastructure now so that we don't miss it when you send us a message or whatnot. So that's pretty nifty.
And
Thanks
the super chats will stay on screen for about 10 seconds. The questions will stay on screen until you clear it. So there'll be a red X that you can, if you put a chat message on the screen, it's a red X when you're done talking about it. But the super chats just automatically go away after a while.
So we got Oliver, new member. Welcome to PadRat, Oliver. And I click the check mark, and it shows up on screen. That is so cool.
The only problem we're having right now is that there's a API limit on how many times you can use it, or you can ping to YouTube API. So I was like, hey, YouTube, we need more quota. There's an application process. And YouTube was like, hey, Michael, here's 40,000 more quota like you requested. And I'm like, thanks, YouTube. And then I go and check my account. And is there a total of 40,000 API calls in my account? No, there's still 10,000. So YouTube approved my request and then they give it to me. So now I have sent them a follow-up email and have they responded no. And it's been a week. So that's the current problem.
Well, at least they gave it to you and they didn't say no, but now it's a matter of getting it from them, I guess.
Yeah. But I mean, the problem with that is that I either have to make it so the panel does not fetch the chat messages very often, or it will run out during a long stream like this one because it's a lot of queries to keep constantly getting the latest chat messages. But anyways, I know we're all here for Starship. Sorry about that tangent. I was just getting Jack set up with some stuff that will help us keep track. But it looks like we're still waiting to see the venting from the liquid oxygen tank. That's usually the next step. If you look on the left-hand side of the vehicle, there is no venting right now. On the bottom, maybe third of the vehicle, there's a venting area for the liquid oxygen tank on the left-hand side of your view. And that'll be the next sign that we're getting really close to the static fire. I'm looking at...
that'll be about a 20 or 15 minute indicator based on yesterday, correct?
Yep, you got it. And Mary now says it has stopped raining. So if we take a look at the weather, yeah, it did. Look at that. The rain has completely moved out.
Hooray!
That's good news.
I'm loving this weather overlay. Somebody says, is that a ship moving in the background? By the
Yes, that is
stack?
a ship. Yep.
That's cool. I don't think we've seen that before. They're like, hey, y'all gonna static fire?
Oh, you can actually see some condensation build up at the bottom of the vehicle right now.
Oh, no kidding. That is a chilled down Raptor. Look at that. Good thing we don't have a range safety violation with the boat.
Kaz Masters, thank you for the $50. That is extremely generous. And we really appreciate your support. That'll help us continue to reinvest in new equipment.
Yeah, seriously. That was huge. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it.
And Sean, welcome to Pad Rat.
Sean Swistak. That's a cool last name, Sean. Oh man, I'm so excited that we're seeing the condensation around the Raptor. I mean, now it's kind of hard with the billowing clouds in front of it, but that's a really, really fantastic sign. We have a chilled down engine, and we have many good indicators that we are rapidly progressing towards a static fire.
Someone's asking if we can put the weather in the top right-hand corner. I think that's a good idea. We can definitely make a scene that does that. Right now, the weather looks like it's cleared out of the area, so I don't think it's necessary. But for testing, when it becomes a factor, that's a good idea. So we can definitely set up a screen or a scene that enables us to have the weather up in the right-hand corner on occasion.
Yeah, that's super easy to do. That's just
but
super easy.
I think for right now, we don't need that because weather is no longer... It seems like weather is moving out of the area, and it might just be a bit distracting to have that constantly moving. But looks like a lot of venting right now, at least in the tank farm.
Tons of venting. I wish we had the rights for Monster Mash. I would just start playing Monster Mash. It's like a very Halloween-y sort of atmosphere right now with the grayness and the condensation. We need to throw like a bat on screen or something. I'm ready for October. Can you tell?
Yeah. Someone's asking if the locks moving over the flare stack could set off a huge fire. I think most of, or pretty much all of the methane is getting burned off by the flare stack already. So I don't think right now that's really a problem. But we have seen in the past when the flare stack has to quickly, when it has a high pressure load of methane coming through it, like yesterday we saw a bit where not all of it seems to be getting burned off. So maybe in that case, having some extra oxygen in the air could be a problem, but it would technically be gaseous oxygen by that point. But maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, so you can see now, look under the vehicle in that launch stand area, and you can just see billowing condensation coming from underneath there. If you imagine, it's like sort of like an upside down cup, and the middle of the cup is the Raptor engine. And so all of the cool air and condensation from that chilled down Raptor is accumulating in that region and then sort of spilling over out into the outside air. So
Look at that.
that is great.
There's like some venting from the bottom part, but it's coming out of the right-hand side, just above the thrust section, it looks like. I have not seen that type of venting before. It's probably just a wind direction.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm wondering if that was if that's the same vent, because it sort of looks like it's coming from the left there. It's just getting blown to the right, and we can't see it because it's going behind the vehicle.
Yeah, I think that must be the liquid oxygen vent. It's just that the liquid oxygen tank vent is just that the wind direction is blowing it out, so it's coming out the right, not the left. That's probably a good point, Jack.
That's another really, really great sign if it is indeed the same vent, because that's another 15 to 20-minute indicator right there. So we are heading into, I'm going to call it now around 1:50 p.m. local time static fire. Probably between 1:50 and 2 p.m. is a safer bet. I just like being fancy, and I'm going to guess precisely 1:50.
Yeah, and there's definitely some frost on the top part. Tango is pointing that out in chat. Looks like that methane tank is getting frosty. It's a methane tank on about the top third. The liquid oxygen tank is the middle third, and the bottom third is approximately the thrust section where the Raptor and the landing legs are stored.
Sebastian, new member. Thank you so much, Sebastian. It'd be cool if the memberships got to say like a blurb as well. It's kind of weird that the super chats get to say something and the members don't when they do their thing.
I 100% agree.
That's a YouTube thing though, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, YouTube. People are saying bigger flame in chat. I haven't been, let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
Really
look
big.
bigger. Birds.
This weather is actually really playing in our favor because the haze, I mean, you can still see a little bit of heat distortion, but it's so much better than it would be on a clear summer day at 1:33 p.m.
Yeah, it would just be all wiggles, and there's nothing you can do about it. And you can see it's starting to heat up a little bit, and we're getting some of that, but nowhere near the same as we had yesterday.
Yeah, it seems like that rain going away has brought in a little bit of heat distortion, but like we were saying, still way better than yesterday.
Oh, look at that ground vent down there, bottom right side below the launch stand. You see that? I don't know if we've seen that before. That's interesting.
That must just be the wind direction again, I guess.
Yeah, that would make sense. How far away is the camera? Camera is about 1.5, 1.6 miles away. Good question. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to @ NASASpaceflight in chat. That helps us see them.
We have a siren. Mary is reporting a 10-minute siren.
Siren. Oh my goodness.
I might have missed that message by a few minutes too, so we might actually be closer to 10 minutes. Mary,
boy.
can you hear us? I don't think you can, but I'm going to try anyways.
Wee woo, wee woo.
Oh my god, was that the siren, Jack?
Yeah, dude, I think we heard it. I think we just heard it. Okay, yeah, look, you can see that it is the vent on the left side there that is causing that condensation. It isn't just kicked up a whole bunch.
Yeah, I must admit, I didn't want to say anything. When I first saw that tiny trickle, I was like, is that leaking? But no, it's definitely that normal vent we've seen on the left-hand side, basically every test now.
This is great. So,
go ahead. Mary, what were you saying?
Well, I don't know if you saw my message,
Yes.
but the 10-minute siren went off.
Was it like... How many minutes ago?
Oh, just a minute or two.
Okay, so about 1:34, 1:33. So that's amazing news.
Yeah, I'm showing 8 minutes on my timer since I started it. So.
Okay.
SpaceX employees out there, Mary? Do you see anyone hanging out?
There's just one pickup parked right now.
Alrighty. Maybe they're just like, this is old stuff now. We've seen it. We got to get back to work. Wow, engine is going ham. Look at that. Or is that all still venting from the same left side port?
Hard to tell.
Looks super, super cool. Yeah, a lot of people in chat saying engine venting. So yeah, we're all going to be blasting out tweets and stuff saying that a test is imminent, because it does look like that. So if you're just joining us, we are expecting a static fire of Starship SN4 with Raptor SN20 on there. This will be the 5th static fire for SN4 and the 3rd static fire for Raptor SN20 attached to this vehicle. This will also be the 2nd static fire with that mass simulator up top. If you're wondering what that is, that's just basically 2 big rolls of the steel that they use welded together and with a box around it. And they put it up top, and we're calling it the nose cube. Don't at me. Somebody, Christopher Woolno in the chat says that top box weighs 22 short tons. I don't know what a short ton is, and I don't know if that's accurate, but I'm gonna say that out loud, and I just did. You were there. Let's see. Drone in the air? I don't think we've seen the drone. Mary, if you're able to hear us and respond, drone?
Doesn't sound like she can hear us. But
Yeah, no
that's
worries.
okay.
Sometimes I
We
like
have
to give her a little bit of an
I can hear
opportunity to
you right now.
respond.
I just, yeah.
There we go. Cool.
Jack, you were right. I apologize.
Yeah, generally whenever I call on Mary, I try and wait a little bit. And I know we try to avoid dead air, but I just figured we're going up into space and across fiber and who knows what else. So I'd try and give her at least like 30 seconds or something to respond. But I know we try not to have dead air or whatever. It's a balancing act, everybody. So thanks for watching along with us. Somebody says a short ton equals 2,000 tons or 2,000 pounds. A long ton is 1,000 kilograms. What? Why did you switch between pounds and kilograms? A long ton is 2,200 pounds and is very close to a metric ton. All right, y'all, I'm sorry. One short ton, 2,000 pounds. Got it. Okay. So it's 22 short tons, which is 22 times 2,000, which would be 44,000. Why am I trying to do math on the air? I'm a photographer, not a math onomer. Muting.
And if you're just joining us, I see our viewer count is going up a bit as we are now about 5 minutes away from an expected static fire with Starship SN4. I am Michael Baylor from NASASpaceflight.com, and we are now waiting for the 5th total static fire with Starship SN4, the 3rd with the current Raptor engine, which is Raptor SN20. And if all goes well, we'll see a couple of seconds of fire and dust getting kicked up as the Raptor ignites. And then hopefully everything will be fine after that. 2 static fires ago, we did see a little bit of some fire and a ground support equipment line get knocked off during the test, and that caused that scorch mark you see at the bottom of the vehicle right now. So hopefully they will have a smooth static fire operation like they had yesterday, and Raptor will not wreak any havoc on the surrounding infrastructure. But we're standing by to see what happens. We are now about 3 or 4 minutes away from the 10-minute mark since the 10-minute siren. So the siren is not to the second accurate, but we should be seeing a static fire hopefully within the next few minutes, assuming they do not run into any issues and all the parameters on the vehicle are nominal and what they want to see. They have aborted a few attempts over the past couple of days, so we'll have to see what happens, but fingers crossed that we will see some action. We've been waiting several hours now, so hopefully our patience will pay off, and we thank everybody who has been sticking with us since we first published this live stream several hours ago. We know it's been a long wait, but this is how testing works. it does take a while and a lot of patience sometimes.
Yeah,
Hey, Michael,
according to
it's
my
Doc. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Go
can't
for it.
hear you, Das.
Okay, I'm on a different microphone now. Is that a massive amount of venting coming from the bottom of the vehicle? What is that?
that's what it looks like. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I think it might just be I don't know for sure, but I think it might be the liquid oxygen vent just getting blown around in a different direction.
Like around the
Because
back side instead of the front side because the wind
Yeah.
direction?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you look at one of the support structures for the launch mount, you can see that the venting is passing behind it, not in front of it. So that to me says it's coming from the liquid oxygen vent and not the engine.
Right.
Yeah, that's a really good observation. It's going behind it, not in front of it. It's not obscuring the launch mount, which would indicate that it's coming from the underside of the vehicle.
The backside, yeah.
Yeah, because
Gotcha.
even if you look like between the poles, like a pole in the farther back, it doesn't look like it looks like most of it's going behind, but maybe some of it is passing in front. But I'm guessing that's just mostly from the liquid oxygen
It
vent.
does look like a large amount. It's a significant amount of venting. I
It
don't know
is.
that we've seen that much coming out of that port. Either way, it does look different a little bit than what we've seen before, whether that's wind
Yeah.
direction or volume or both.
Weather conditions too, possibly.
Yeah,
So
I
my
know the
stopwatch-
prevailing winds are different.
My stopwatch, I'm showing 1 minute 42 seconds, roughly. Obviously, that's a guide. It probably won't go right at 1 minute 42, but we're coming in on the home stretch here. We should see static fire sometime in the next 5-10 minutes.
I hope that venting goes away before the test, because right now we can't see much. But usually that tank venting does calm down right before the static fire.
Hey, it might look extra cool. You never know.
Yeah, the static fire makes a
Always-
big old dust cloud anyways, so.
Yeah.
I always love seeing those shots from people's remote cameras when just the straight up sound and all the pressure from the rocket engine causes the shock waves in the vapor that's coming off of the launch pad from the sound suppression. Those sorts of photos that just show the raw power of launch. That stuff's so cool. So, I'm not complaining, is what I'm saying. It would be nice to see more. It's nice to see when the Raptor starts like barfing, for lack of a better word, material there right before it fires. Whatever that startup process is pretty cool to see.
So if you're just joining us, we are waiting now to see. Usually the next sign is that flare stack will get quite big right before the static fire. We're about a minute or two away from when that siren went off, and hopefully
We got top venting.
Yeah, just a little bit though, so that's probably normal. And we'll see if that flare stack starts getting bigger in the near future. And that should hopefully be followed by a static fire.
As one of our merch ideas, we should have someone just shrugging on a t-shirt, and it just says "probably normal." All right, so my timer just went off, so we're into 10 minutes or so since the siren. So any moment now, we could be seeing a static fire of Starship SN4 and Raptor SN20.
Flare
We're
still
looking
does
right
not.
now. Yeah, we're looking now for an increase in flare activity.
But you never know. Maybe they change the procedures for this test and it won't go like the last test. But basically, every single spin prime, pre-burner, and static fire we've seen in Starship SN4 have all had a large flare about a minute or so before they did the static fire.
Timo says that box makes it look like a toothpaste tube. Yeah, a little bit. To me, it looks more like a thermos. Somebody said earlier it looks like a thermos, which I wish I was good at making things. I would just make a Starship thermos with the hardware on the outside like that. It'd be so satisfying. Ferenc, thank you so much. Again, you're all over it today. Thank you for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Everyone in chat is going ham over different different unit conversions. 40,000 short bananas. Birds,
It's
lots of birds. Lots of birds. Get out of there, birds.
Yeah, that's a lot of birds going in the background there.
It is a wildlife preserve, like in all directions, the land that's not owned by SpaceX. Thank you again, Ferenc. Is it Ferenc or Ferenc? Like, where should I put the emphasis? What syllable?
So it's definitely taking longer for them to get to the big flare than we've seen in the past. But
I was
again, we
just
do
about to ask
believe
if
they
you thought
have
the flare is
built-in.
bigger.
You do?
It does kind of look bigger. I don't know. Hang on.
I don't
Let me rewind a couple minutes. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I was also going to say we do think they have built-in hold points if they have to use them in the final few minutes. We at least saw that with Star Hopper. So it could take more than 10 minutes, and they're just working towards getting everything right for the test. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
That's a big
There we
flare
go.
right
Big
there.
flare.
Oh,
That's
there it
a big
is. Okay, that is definitely the big flare.
Yeah.
So now we stand by for static fire in about a minute or two.
Yep. In the next minute
Maybe
or so,
less.
we should be seeing Raptor engine fire up. Oh,
Oh, it's
and
okay.
we're back. Everything's fine.
Everything's
Don't
fine.
panic.
Is this mic okay, y'all? I'm not in the studio right now.
Yep, you're good, Doss.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
fine.
Vent from the top.
A little bit of venting from the top. We've got a gigantic, positively massive flare. Just look at that thing go. All right, 30 seconds from big flare. Potentially just 30 seconds to go before the 5th static fire for Starship SN4. That'll be the 3rd static fire for Raptor engine SN20. And potentially a different test sequence, maybe firing from the header tanks.
Oh,
maybe
the
firing
water's
from
on,
the
I
main
think.
tank.
I think
The
there's
water
water
is on. Yeah.
Yep.
The water's on.
blue system's on.
Deluge system active. So any second now, potentially 5, 4, 3,
You and your counts.
2,
Jack.
1. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Static fire.
Okay. It looks good. I think.
He almost got it right.
It looked like
Looks
I did
great.
see something from the ground go flying, but that's okay. Just some debris.
That's fine. There's a little debris. It's still fine.
And
It's
there
still
is
fine.
definitely no fire that I can tell. You never know
Yeah.
for sure, but that looks pretty good to me.
Yep. So
That
again,
is
how do we know that's a?
fantastic-
Go ahead, Jack.
That looks like a fantastic static fire. And if you're about to ask, how do we know that's a static fire? Well, you, a very smart person, you told me yesterday that it kicks up debris off of the ground, which is indicative of a static fire. Is that correct?
Yeah, the engine actually makes thrust, and so it creates force that hits the dust down below the launch pad, and you get that big dust cloud, as opposed to a pre-burner test, which is just a fireball, right?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Fireball versus something that's actually producing force in a downwards motion.
Yep, that's exactly what that was. And so they're really short. This isn't like a full duration. It's not like they're running it for 30 seconds or anything like that. It's just light the engine, make sure it goes, and then they turn it off.
Yeah, and then they'll check all the data and make sure it went in exactly the way that they wanted to. And I mean, this is really cool that they did a static fire 2 days in a row like this. I mean, it's not even 2 p.m. local. They have already, managed to get a test done. I'm really excited for all the data that they've been able to glean from these tests with Raptor in a vertical position, which I know Elon has said on Twitter is a more representative of flight loads, allows them to simplify Raptor a little bit. So more data is more better. And it's only going to mean that we're progressing towards a hop. And oh, wow, look at that.
That's new.
That is very new.
I don't think we've seen that before.
Yeah, I don't know how nominal that is.
Wow.
I wonder if maybe a hose popped out or something and we're just seeing an uncontrolled vent.
I don't know, but that does
speculation.
seem to be oxygen, right?
Yes. I believe it. I mean, if it was methane, it'd be igniting in the flare, correct?
I don't want that to be. Whoa! Whoa!
Rest in peace, SN4.
That was not nominal. It's gone.
Mary, let us know you're okay as soon as possible.
Mary, are you okay?
Please let us know you're okay as soon as possible.
We are going to temporarily cut stream audio. Sorry, people, we need to check with Mary first, but she was quite far away. So we'll be right back.
That's bad too.
Yeah, they have lost the flare stack. We are now back. Wh-
Are our marks back? The
yes,
flare
we're now
stack
back.
looks like it's offline.
Yep, flare stack's offline. This is not good. This is not a good situation, obviously. This is not what we wanted to see happen, unfortunately. But teams are going to get this under control as quickly as possible. Wow, that's a
Yeah.
really unfortunate failure.
Mary's typing in chat right now. We don't have
Okay.
audio from her, but she's typing. She says, "I am
Okay.
okay." She
Mary
confirmed.
is
Okay, she's okay.
okay. Again,
Yeah.
Mary is okay. So everything is fine. Mary was a safe distance away and she's fine. I'm sure that was a loud noise, but it is very good news to hear that Mary is okay. That's obviously our number one concern based on what has happened. But unfortunately, it looks like they have some significant damage at the pad. But this is SpaceX. They test and fix and then test again very rapidly. So I'm sure it will not be long before they are back at the test stand with the next Starship and making progress. And this was the fifth static fire that this vehicle completed. It completed far more testing than any Starship before it. This was the only Starship that actually passed cryogenic proof testing. So this was already a tremendous amount of progress in the right direction. Obviously, they still have work to do, and this vehicle will not be flying on Monday or Tuesday. But,
There it is. Look, it looks like it fell away from the camera. I was trying to find debris from SN4, and if I had to guess, it looks like it fell away from the camera. You see that?
Yeah, from our perspective, it just looked like it obliterated itself instantly, but it had to go somewhere, at least parts of it. You said it went
Yeah.
left?
I mean, it looks like there's a lot of debris on the ground around it. You can see the dirt area has debris, and if I'm not mistaken, it looks like SN4 fell away from the camera from this perspective.
Holy cow, what a
Ah,
shame.
the test stand is just gone.
It's mangled. Good thing they were already working on another one, and good thing SN5 is ready to go practically, but this is undoubtedly a setback. That's really a shame.
I don't know if that's a water leak. Do you see the water next to the
yeah,
black
I was
tank?
looking at that too. That's a water leak, it looks like. I think that
It
tank
looks
got
like,
punctured.
Yeah,
yeah,
it
I think
doesn't
you're
look
right.
like a controlled water spray trying to put it out, right? It just looks like
Yeah.
something leaking over there.
The
Yeah, I
good
think that
news
tank took a
is,
hit.
I was going to say, the good news is, I can't say for certain, but I'm looking at the other large like fuel tanks, liquid oxygen tanks, and I'm not seeing anything that looks to be off nominal from them.
Right.
So we definitely do not want the ground support tanks with fuel oxidizer leaking. That could be quite bad. So it looks
Yeah.
like most of the pad infrastructure is under control. A water leak is like whatever. So
Yeah,
that's not a
but there is a
problem.
massive problem right now, Michael. That flare stack is offline. That's just methane coming
Well,
out the
yeah.
top of that flare stack. You see that?
What I was about to say, the good news is that the methane is blowing away from the pad. So it's not good for the environment and whatnot, but at least it's going away from the pad and not back towards that fire.
Yeah, that's
And
yeah.
we have seen that before. That happened 3 static fires ago, maybe. The Raptor thrust took out the methane flare, and it's not supposed to happen. It's not good. It's not particularly safe, but it did not cause a significant problem on that day. But now we have fire at the pad, so it's definitely good that methane is going
It's not
away
going,
from the pad, because if it
yeah,
was
in
going
that
back
direction.
towards the pad, it would be causing additional ignition.
Yeah. Is that? It looks like
Do
there
we
may
think
be a water spray that's attempting to get the base of the fire there.
Yeah, I think that water deluge system is still activated.
Yeah.
that's one of those robotic fire hoses? There's a couple over there behind that berm. Wow, what a shame. I mean, oh, wow.
That's more venting, it looks like.
Yep,
Yeah,
they're
more
probably
venting.
trying to get the stuff at the pad. They might be trying to just depressurize as much as they can as fast as possible, but I don't know for
Yeah.
sure.
I'm wondering if I was wrong, right? We saw that link at the base. We saw something coming out, and I said, well, that should be oxygen, right? Because it was coming out of the bottom. But if that was
Yeah,
coming out of one of the ground support feed lines, it looked like that entire cloud of vapor ignited. And maybe I was wrong about that. Maybe that was methane that got ignited
you
by
think
the
that was
flare stack.
methane?
I don't
Because
know.
yeah, I want to go back and look at it because if it could. Oh man, my heart is racing right now.
Yeah.
If that was liquid oxygen, you would think it was from like the thrust puck area potentially, or maybe a GSE disconnection like we were talking about.
Yeah,
But
right
yeah,
there is where all the GSE comes into SN4, came into SN4 at this
wow,
point.
that explosion created such a shockwave. That is just insane to see.
God.
I wonder if Mary's usually recording locally, which means we'll have a video up shortly with the audio, and that I can do a slow motion with. So we'll have that up as soon as possible, as soon as we can.
Okay.
You know.
And I am currently I'm working on, if you're just joining us and want to see what happened, rewind the video and you can find the part where it happened. We're going to leave this live shot on because this is still an active situation and we don't want to miss anything. But I will also work on getting those timestamps for the static fire and the anomaly up on screen to help you rewind. There's a clock on the top left of your screen, and that'll tell you what time it is locally, and you can use that as a reference point.
Yeah.
But
I'm also talking with Mary on text right now and making sure she's okay, making sure she didn't need to move to a different location or anything. So we're going to continue communicating with Mary here as well.
And Mary just confirmed that 1, it was loud, and 2, she had her camera with audio recording. So as soon as Mary gets home, we will get the raw footage from Mary up onto YouTube for you all to watch. I mean, obviously, Mary, I'm sure she was scared from what happened, but she is completely safe and fine. So that is great news.
I'm rewatching the explosion right now.
What time was it at, Jack?
1:49.
And the static fire, if you can find that.
Stand by.
Thank
Wow,
you.
what a shame.
I mean, like I was saying, it's definitely a shame, but it's SpaceX, so I would be surprised if they weren't testing again in a month or two.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll recover from this quickly, but it's just not something we wanted to see.
I already had the static fire. The static fire was at 1:47 p.m. and the anomaly you said was at
1:49.
Okay, so 2
Holy
minutes,
cow.
about 2 minutes between the static fire and the anomaly. So clearly the static fire caused some sort of damage to the vehicle that caused a rapid unplanned disassembly about 2 minutes later.
Yeah, I would say that's accurate. I'm looking at the replay now, trying to see if perhaps that was methane that got ignited by the flare, but I think the cloud was near enough the flare for long enough that I don't think that it was methane. I feel like it would have ignited sooner if it had been methane. So I'm gonna just say that was liquid oxygen, and perhaps the forces from the static fire caused a leak in the thrust puck area. That's what it looked like. Maybe it was just GSE popping off, but
if we go through it in slow motion, Jack, maybe if we step through it at like quarter speed, I'd be interested. Did the flare move from the stack towards SN4, or did the flame originate at SN4 and move away from it? Like, can you see the ignition point?
Stand by. Ignition point is at the vehicle. The ignition point is 100% at the vehicle.
Gotcha.
Oh, 100%. It looks like it's right near Raptor, actually.
All right, I'm gonna work to see if I can bring up that replay on the stream. So I'm gonna move back to the studio here.
Yeah, I'm gonna just gut, and this is speculation here, and obviously this is mere moments after the event, so raw hot take speculation warning. But it sure seems like that static fire caused an issue and a leak, which then led to a catastrophic failure of the vehicle.
Yeah,
I think we know that they're already going to be redesigning the geometry and welds on the thrust puck area, which is potentially where this was. And I don't know that SN4 had those redesigns implemented. So potentially this isn't as big a setback as it could have been if this was their current design thrust puck. But again, I don't know if that's confirmed, and that's speculation on my part, if that is even what the failure was. It sure looks like that's what it was, though.
It definitely started, whatever the anomaly was, it started from the base of the vehicle.
Yeah.
And I'm sure.
Oh wow! And you can see a circular object hit that black tank where that leak occurred. Like you can actually see it take the impact. What an amazing shot! Thank you, Mary, for braving this test.
Yeah, Mary is documenting the successes, the setbacks, and like I was talking about earlier, in 20 years from now, we'll have an entire archive of how this vehicle got developed. Thanks to Mary's hard work.
And before I forget, Ron Smith came in a while ago with a $100 super chat. That is utter insanity. Thank you, Ron Smith.
Oh yeah, and
he said thanks to Mary for the coverage. Stay safe, and we really appreciate that. We really appreciate that, Ron. That's a huge contribution to the team, and it lets us do things like bring you these tests. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it and everybody's support.
yeah, I'm just gonna speed run through everybody right now.
That was
Brimmer,
insane.
Ferenc, Timo, Roadhouse, glad Mary's okay. Pedro, iPhone 9. Wow, that's cool. Fernon. So sad. SN4 was supposed to go to a museum. Yep, I agree.
I
But
guess that
that's the
answers
way
the
it goes
question
sometimes.
everyone kept asking what's going to happen to SN4 when they're done. Well, I guess now we know.
Yeah, y'all, I'm here and I'm spooling the studio back up so I can do a replay. Michael, I'm going to take control of the RDP for a minute, okay?
Okay, you can do that. Do I have to touch anything?
Hold on, just hold on to it for now, and I'll confirm when I'm ready to take it, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I can't believe what we just saw. Wow. Holy freaking cow. I'm bummed.
Well, if there's any good news, it's that this happened now and not when they were trying to fly it, because that would have been just a lot more energy if this vehicle came falling back down from 150 meters or whatever.
That's correct. Yeah, that's very correct. Ever the optimist, Michael. And thank you again to Ferenc for the super chat. He says go Mary. And Dog Cruise says thanks. Rocket ship. $14 super chat. $15. Thank you so much. Everybody, it goes without saying that your support makes this possible. I'm so glad that we could have a camera on this live as it happened, because wow. Is that SN4 on its side facing, like, leading away from us from the launch stand? Is that what I'm seeing there?
That's a good point, Jack. I think you're right.
So it went upwards and away and fell over on its side.
Yeah,
Wow.
it looks like part of the launch stand is still there, and then there's like this big cylinder object that's very brown and charred, or black and
Wow.
charred to the left of it. You can actually see the top of a bulkhead.
It's
I don't know
still
if that's a
flame is
thrust
still coming out of the
section.
vehicle itself.
Oh, yeah, you're
I
right.
can
It's
see
coming
what
out.
looks like a vent. This guy's doing its flamethrower thing. In fact, the flames might be on the vehicle itself and not the launch stand. We might be looking at the underside of the vehicle and the Raptor burning.
I
Yeah,
think
you're
that's
right.
what we're seeing. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's the
that is
underside
right.
of the vehicle.
Yeah. So
What a shame.
the flame is coming from where the Raptor should be. Is that actually? I'm trying to tell if there is part of a Raptor still there or not. I can't really see.
I swear we're looking up at a nozzle, but I can't tell you for
Yeah,
sure.
I was about to say I think I see a nozzle-like structure on fire right now, but I don't want to like speculate too much. And it looks like the water is being sprayed right there. So I wonder if there is fuel leaking out of the Raptor area right now.
It could be. It actually did hop today. Somebody in chat says.
Yeah, that was the 5-meter test flight of Starship SN4.
The 5-meter hop.
It's so dark. It's so dark. It's black. It's like Phantom Black.
The liftoff was totally perfect, but the landing did not go as planned.
Yeah. Rapid unscheduled liftoff.
Make your computer narrator. Exiting narrator.
DOS is playing
you can
robot
probably hear
noises.
that. Yes,
we
sorry,
can.
you can probably hear.
DOS is a robot confirmed. What a shame. If you guys have any questions, throw them in chat. We'll try to get to them. And again, we will have a recording on from a different camera that was next to this one that will have audio. I will get that up and edited as quickly as possible. Oh, what a shame. Thank you, everybody, for watching along with us, and thanks for your support. It really means the world. All the members, channel members, all the super chats. Delta V2 TLI. Thank you for the super chat. Wow. I wonder if the mass simulator had anything to do with there being a leak and the RUD. It's interesting that we had multiple successful static fires with this vehicle, and even one with the mass simulator, but not today, obviously. What a shame.
Well, from where that big leak originated, that was the same area that caught fire previously. Remember?
Was it? Are you sure? I thought it was on
So-
the other side of the vehicle. Like
Well,
we're looking at the like. Previously, it was on the right side. I thought this was on the left side from our perspective. Let me go back and look.
No. So the fire after the first static fire, that was like, it looked like insulation around the GSE lines, and that was on the left-hand side of the vehicle versus the line that popped off on the right-hand side that still has the scorch mark, right? So we did see that area catch on fire in a previous static fire test, and they looked like they rewrapped it or something like that, but I don't know. It just looked like where that big unexpected plume of vapor was coming from was in the same area that we saw catch on fire previously. I'm just, again, don't know if there's any relation at all or just making observations.
Yeah, and just an update from Mary. She is not being asked to move, which is a good sign, because if there was a potential for more significant incidents, they would obviously, the police are right next to her where the roadblock is, so they would ask her to move. But it looks like from at least some 1.5 miles away, the situation remains safe. And if Mary is asked to move at some point, of course, we will do that because we care about Mary's safety and following the rules more than anything.
Yep, that's of the utmost importance. More than anything is Mary's safety and obeying the law.
But it does hopefully look like the situation is mostly under control. Obviously, the methane flare stack being off and the vehicle continuing to be on fire is not ideal. But this, at least from what we can tell, we're not seeing any visual signs of things getting worse.
Yeah, that's correct. Oh, wow. So if you're just joining us, we had a significant catastrophic failure of SN4 following the fifth static fire of it. It appeared that there was a leak of some sort in the lower part of the vehicle. About 2 minutes after the static fire, created a large cloud of what looked like liquid oxygen. And then there was a rapid unscheduled disassembly. It's very unfortunate, but this is why SpaceX moves fast and breaks things. And if there's one thing they absolutely are known for, it is moving fast and breaking things. And you don't get stuff done without doing that. And we all love. That's why we love SpaceX, is their rapid iteration and their rapid progress. So if you're not breaking things, you're not moving fast enough. Obviously, we would like if things weren't broken, but it's the way it goes.
Yeah, I've switched back over. Can y'all hear me on the studio computer now?
Yep, we got your DOS.
Yep.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was Jack. You were saying SpaceX likes to move fast and break things. They definitely broke something today. I mean,
I was watching that replay back, and that was quite a shockwave. I am relieved that Mary is okay.
Me too. That was my immediate reaction was just,
yep.
Is Mary okay?
That's why we muted the mics, y'all, so that we could ask Mary if she was okay.
Yeah, I did that because I didn't want her to like get comms, and then we didn't know if she was going to be okay or not. But she was okay, so we're good.
Yep. That's why we muted the mics right after that happened.
Thank
Michael,
you, everybody,
what was the local time when that occurred?
It was 1:49.
Gotcha.
And it was like a bit in. Looks like maybe 30 seconds in that minute. You can definitely see that anomalous venting came out very quickly and in a high quantity.
Wow.
So something definitely was not right for about 30 seconds before it went.
So I'm probably about a minute away from taking the RDP. Is that okay?
You got it.
All right. Just 1 second. I'll confirm when I'm ready.
Yeah, we are. If you're watching us, we are working on getting a replay of the anomaly on screen. It does look like the situation is under control, relatively stable, at least at the pad. So we will play a replay once DOS is ready.
Yeah, normally we'd be faster, but I had no power, so my whole studio was spooled down, and the power's come back on here. So I just bringing all the studio computers back online so I can push this. I'm ready for the RDP, Michael.
Okay, so I should exit it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess we didn't keep talking.
Oh, we
Mic
do have
check?
audio. We have audio. We're good.
Yeah, we should have audio. All right, good deal. We'll work on those handovers as well. So it's going to take me just a second to get this set up here. There may be a couple frame hiccups while I do this. All right.
Copy.
But I'm going to leave the video on the screen the entire time.
Yeah.
We're not going to cut away from the live shot.
Copy.
All right, good deal.
It does look like there's a circular hole where that fire is coming from. I don't know if that's like where the Raptor was and now it's not, or if that is part of an engine nozzle, but it's really hard to see.
I wonder if Raptor was pushed, like it's like impacted into the ground right there as an opposite reaction to Starship going up. There's just a flattened, like as if a train ran over a quarter Raptor right there.
I'm going to do this real fast, y'all. I apologize. What is that on? It's on the weather. I'm actually going to use the weather feed to push this real quick. All right, y'all still got me?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm actually going to put this picture in the upper right-hand corner here.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell if there's additional smoke coming from behind the vehicle, or if that brown smoke we're seeing. I think there is additional smoke coming from behind the vehicle right now. There might be a fire behind the vehicle.
Yeah, grass fire or something.
Yep.
Yeah, if we're looking at the underside of SN4 right now, I was wondering what's going to be happening with the Tesla battery that would be on top and would be behind the vehicle from our perspective. So that could be the Tesla battery.
And during the previous Starship SN3 cryogenic test failure, we saw that Tesla battery hit the ground and light on fire. So that's a good point, Jack. But
No,
I'm
so bummed.
Yeah.
What a shame.
And this is going to be pretty quick and dirty here, y'all. It's not to scale, and I didn't have time to paint it, but all right, let me see. This should be, there we go. Now I have a picture-in-picture of it. And y'all good for me to go ahead and roll the replay of what we saw earlier?
Let's do it.
All right, cool. And I don't want to make it any bigger, just in case something else goes on. I don't want to make any changes to it, right? Let me get this out of my way here. All right, so that looks good in chat. We may drop some frames here, so I need to go just transition out of studio mode, disable the preview. There we go. So now we should be back to good frames. So y'all can see what I'm pushing?
Yep, we're good.
All right, and I'm gonna bring up the YouTube chat here as well, just so I can read what people are saying in chat.
People are asking for it to be a little bit bigger, but I think it's fine.
Okay, just one second here. I can do lots of things.
We do have a lot more vertical space than we had before, unfortunately, but
yeah, right. So there is what we saw, and I'm gonna do it in slow-mo. We'll replay it as many times as we want here, okay?
Yeah, the slow-mo really shows that shockwave. It's quite intense.
Yeah, so just 1 second. I'm bringing up YouTube chat so I can see what y'all are saying here on the studio computer. Because it's weird for me not to see what people are saying. All right. Live now, that's us. And I'm going to say ping. And so you can see me in chat. There we go. All right. Live chat. Looks good. So I'm just going to roll this back a little bit here, just a couple seconds. Let's just do one little tick. That's still in the explosion. You can even see the camera shake. So this is right before the explosion right here. We're seeing that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So we are seeing that, and I'll make it a little bit bigger for y'all so we can see it a little bit better. So we'll just go like this because we got some screen real estate. All right, I'll go to the upper right hand corner, left hand, right hand, whatever, and we'll do it right like that. All right. There's that preview, and that should be a little bit more screen real estate. So let's see. It'll scoot in a second here. So I'm going to run the replay one more time, and let me do it in half speed here, right? So this will be playback speed 50%. Yeah, there we go. It just changed. Sorry about the borders and stuff. But this is in half speed. God, even half speed, it happens almost instantaneously.
Yeah, it's so quick.
There are pieces that flew everywhere. Wow.
Would you call that a detonation?
There was outward force on that. I don't think that was a fast fire. I think there was a lot of outward force on that.
Yeah, I'd classify that as an explosion, but I'm not an expert.
I'm not an expert either, but that was there was outward velocity on various pieces. Let's play it in quarter speed here.
You can see the piece hits the water tank, bounces off, which causes that circular, which is also interesting. Richard Engel, photographer, said that might be an accident. So it's a accident.
Is Jack breaking up for anybody else?
Yes, Jack's breaking out.
Jack, you're breaking up there. We weren't really copying what you were saying. He actually just disconnected.
Yeah.
But I'm going to roll it back. And there's the camera shaking. God. I can't imagine what it was like to be Mary there.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right, so one more time. Let's pull it back again. And I guess I'm not set up to telestrate here. I'll switch it over so we can telestrate in just a second. There's Jack coming back. Look at that. You can see a shockwave go through the atmosphere.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Jack. We got your back.
Do I sound okay?
Yep.
Yeah, you sound good.
Some people in chat were asking about the frames per second. This camera was running at 30 frames per second. That's what we stream at. But Mary was running a second camera, which she was recording locally on with audio. And that I believe was at 60 frames per second.
Yeah.
So, is that right, Jack? Aren't the other cameras? I could be wrong.
No, I think it's at 30. I think there is 30.
Okay, whatever. But yeah, we have a raw video which will have sound and whatnot that we can play back later.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna do a quick voice check for people listening. Do I sound okay? Do I sound normal?
Yeah, you sound good. Yep, you sound good now.
I don't know what it was. Yesterday I was listening to myself and I sounded like I was on a phone or something, but I really haven't changed my setup at all, except for I was on my Mac just before, and now I'm on my iPad again. So I guess the iPad is better at voice than
this
my
microphone
Mac for some reason.
light years better. Yeah, this microphone.
No, it's the same mic. It's this. I'm using it in AirPods. Yeah.
Really?
Same mic, but the audio processing on my old Mac Pro clearly is not as good as on a new iPad Pro. So I will continue to connect on my iPad. Sorry if I had weird audio before.
Oh, no kidding. No worries. So I'm gonna switch something up real quick so we can do some telestration here too. Okay.
Yeah. Do your thing.
Yeah.
Do your thing, chicken wing.
I'm pulling some of our tricks out of the bag here. Nothing else on that screen. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Oh, we have a lot of super chats we haven't gotten to.
Yeah. Roll with it while I do this.
Thank you, ZGC Boa, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Ference, for the yet again. You're killing it today, man. Thank you. Holla Jolly J. Thank you, SN4 and all the memories. You were my favorite. Thank you, Das. Neon Visual. Thank you for the super chat. There's a flamethrower coming off the skirt. Yeah, we're really behind. Sorry, guys. That was, you saw it.
Yeah, we got really busy.
Thank you, Moldy Space Industries. A shame, but I can't wait for the NSF streams covering the progress of SN5. Hashtag cryo-proof hype, which is true. The next thing I guess we could look for is SN5 rolling to the pad and then SN5 going through the cryo-proof process, which will be fun. More streams, hooray!
More streams, hooray!
I joke, but I really do love doing these, so I'm not complaining.
So now we should have the ability to telestrate here as well.
Cool.
Working on. I just got to find my mouse. Where'd my mouse go? Too many monitors. There it is. All right, cool. All right, so so if I play this through real quick, I'm just going to step through it in slow motion. We could do frame by frame in just a second as well, but this should be right before the event in quarter speed. And there, look at this. Look at the top up here. There's something up there.
That's the mass simulator, right?
You think that's the mass simulator? I don't know.
Yeah. So based on look at the live view. Based on how
Yeah.
the vehicle landed, that looks like it is going up and away from us as it tilts and lands on its side. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
But it does look like the mass, that's the underside of the mass simulator, which would normally be blocked by the vehicle from that angle. So it looks like the mass simulator detached.
Yeah. All right. Hey, chat can just help me this. What is the keyboard shortcut on YouTube for frame by frame to step one frame?
I think it's caret left and right, but I'm not sure.
Caret left and right. Let me see here.
That was insanity. Wow. I'm going to do a couple more. Howard T, thank you.
Yeah,
for
there
the
we go.
membership.
All right. Periods and commas. Thank you. Go ahead, Jack.
Henning, why haven't they shut the big flare for 1-2 seconds so the flame went out? Would have saved SN4, at least SN20. I don't think the flare ignited that cloud. I think the ignition source, you can see right there.
Yeah.
It looks like the
right there.
ignition originates at the vehicle itself. So it's probably some hot part of Raptor.
And
Igniting.
I don't know, like, I don't know if it's just that we have some plume in the way, but that actually looks like it's originating from the left-hand side of SN4,
I would
right?
agree, yeah.
I don't know if it's just the plume effect, but is that GSE equipment on that side? It looks pretty low. So I don't know if it's up under the skirt or if it's down low on the GSE or what, but that's the moment of ignition right there that I'm going back and forth. But I think we can say it did not start from the flare stack because the ignition point is bottom left on SN4 proper right there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Wow. Analyst
look at that.
Joe Schmo says, learning has occurred. Thanks for
Yeah.
the super chat, Joe.
In
Oh
one
my-
frame.
Yeah. Wow.
Now look at the structure, right? Look at the rest of the structure of SN4. I'm looking at the sides of this as we
Yep.
step through that. And look
Yep.
at this, y'all. You step through once. I just drew two eyes on the screen. Let me back it up.
Does it collapse inwards?
No, it doesn't move at first. Watch. So there's the explosion, but SN4 hasn't moved yet. See?
Also, wait, stop right there. Look at the shockwave above the flare stack. Look at that.
Oh my gosh! Wow, Jack, look at this, y'all, right here.
That's exactly what I was describing before the static fire when we were talking about all the condensation, about how the shockwave from these events can manipulate
Wow.
the condensation so you actually can see the distinct line of the shockwave.
You can
Super cool.
see the shockwave going through it like decompressed the vapor or something like that.
Yeah, that's madness. Wow. All right, continue. I'm loving this.
Oh, God, look at that, though. That's insane right there. Let me get back to YouTube. Y'all see the shockwave, right? If you don't see the shockwave, tell me, and I'll show you. I'll show you. But that one frame of shockwave coming from the explosion point.
Holy cow.
And I'm trying to see if we see anything in the grass on the left-hand side either, right?
Yeah.
Wow. So everybody look, I want you to look right here, okay? See how you have all this venting that's in this area, right? And watch right here on the next frame of the shot. Watch this. We just step forward. Oh, well, every time I click, it unpauses it. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Right here. Do you see right there? That's the shockwave.
That's crazy.
Oh, wow.
That's absolutely, that just shows you the power of the event that we just witnessed.
God.
So Mary's reporting right now that they're sending the drone in for some analysis.
Okay, good deal.
Makes sense.
And so there's
Merrick,
that. Go ahead. Yeah, Jack. Go.
Merrick, thank you for the new membership. And Grumpy House, thank you for the new membership. Damon, thank you for the instructions on how to use the YouTube controls.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all. So the first frame here, we have the shockwave that's hitting the flare stack, but SN4 hasn't moved yet. And I'm doing like an A-B comparison here, right? Just flipping it back and forth. And then the next frame, look at the top of SN4 right here, y'all. Look at this. Right here. Look in that area right there, okay? You can't actually get control of that after I go to... There we go. SN4 moves up a hair. You see that?
Oh, wow. And the mass simulator doesn't.
The mass simulator doesn't move.
Oh,
And the
wow.
body of SN4 moves
Wow.
up. Actually,
That's-
for a couple frames, look at that.
Wow.
Oh, wow. God. That's you can see that it's massive. There you go. And so then the next frame here, the fireball is getting bigger. The next, I'm trying to see if there's any effects on, that may just be video compression or the atmosphere or something. There's actually a little bit of changes that happen in Starhopper here as well. And I know we're not in a full screen window, right? But that may be like a compression artifact. Or did Starhopper actually move a little bit?
I
That looks like
think that's just the
reflection.
lighting. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The left side of Starhopper looks like it might have moved a bit, but I think it may just be like the video or compression or something like that, right? So continuing on, let's keep stepping through this frame by frame. You can really see the body of SN4, the stainless steel moves right there. I don't know if that's an optical illusion. I think that may be a compression artifact, that it looks like the COPVs aren't moving. You see how it looks like the COPV stays stable, but I think that may be the video compression for a single frame, just saying, oh, that hasn't moved yet. You know,
A lot of people are saying it might be rolling shutter, but I don't think this is a situation in which we're encountering rolling shutter.
This isn't a rolling shutter. Yeah, this shouldn't be a rolling shutter thing.
Any sort of waviness that you're seeing is atmospheric distortion, and that wouldn't be causing it to look like Starship is moving up like that.
Yeah,
It'd be more of a wiggle. It's a uniform movement up, so yeah, it's not rolling shutter. And I'm seeing a lot of people saying it looks like we're looking at the top of SN4 in the live view, that it tilted towards camera and not away from camera.
Right. Right.
I'm not sure. I would have to look around at some of the different streams, but I'm not gonna stop looking at our replay right now. This is crazy.
Yeah, gotcha.
Keep going through it. I'm loving this.
We could. Do y'all want me to put the replay full screen and keep the small the live feed picture in picture?
Yeah, I think that would work. It doesn't look
that
like
sounds like a great idea, y'all.
it's been a while now, and there hasn't been any significant changes at the pad.
Yeah, I'll make it so we can switch back really quickly, but let me just make a present only 2.
Technica El Fool says, thanks for the super chat. Says, anybody want to math out the explosion velocity?
Oh, geez.
Not me. Not it. 1, 2, 3, not it.
Well, we know Starship's approximate height, so I guess you could do that math.
And I apologize. I'm just gonna crop that out, I guess. I'm trying not to double up the overlay, you know.
No worries.
Yeah, there we go. But I want as much screen real estate as I can get, and then we'll get NSFR01 video. We'll put that puppy on top.
I'm gonna step away for 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right, copy.
Joe Duffy in chat says, they did the math. That is a great subreddit. I love that subreddit because
They did the math.
I am not about to do the math, but I love it when other people do because that stuff is fascinating.
Yeah. So there's going to be an
Go for it.
intentional tiny black bar at the top of this just because of the way the crops are. But I'd rather show it to you more quickly than make it like pixel perfect out of the gate, you know? So there we can switch the cameras, and we actually zoomed a little bit as well. So what you see now, that's going to be our telestrated replay on the main screen, and then the live replay is in the picture-in-picture. So let's go studio mode and fix the frames, and then make sure that we're good. You please behave. There we go, little picture-in-picture. Good job. Well, you got to be nice to it. So now, chat, is that good? Like, does that look good for y'all on that? You can still see what's happening live, but we also have the replay ability here. So let's proceed with our replay, shall we, Jack?
Yep.
All right, good deal. Yeah, and what's up, local news? Can the local news do this? Like, read the real-time feedback from the people that are watching and then make changes based on their feedback? You wonder why the local news says Tim's, oh, he's just a YouTuber. They're scared. I love you, local news, but come on, you know? Did y'all see that tweet from Tim?
No, what?
Oh, geez. No, Tim put out a tweet earlier that a news crew or somebody, he overheard somebody say, oh, he's just a YouTuber. And I'm like, really? You know why? Because we can do almost the same stuff that they can do, but we don't need a huge staff of people doing it. I love the news crews. I want to hang out with you, have a beer anytime, but we can get 80% of the way with 5% of the effort.
Yeah, I would argue even further than 80. And
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you see that a lot in the media industry. The old curmudgeons um, are not into the new wave, and that's okay. I get
It's
it.
all
Everyone
good. I
everyone
mean, I'm
likes
gonna
their
make
thing.
I'm gonna make the note real quick. I didn't see any news teams out here covering this today. Did you? I
No,
mean,
I don't see a news team ever out there covering
anybody
these
see
things unless it's like the major events, like a hop or
yeah,
something.
yeah.
And
So
even
yeah.
then, good luck
Anyway,
getting any kind of in-depth coverage over like a 2-minute soundbite and clickbaity like Elon Musk Starship failed. So
yeah, right.
we
So
try to avoid all that stuff, and
let's
the
get back to
nature of
our yep,
what we can
yep.
do is just different. So
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get back to the replays here, y'all. I know you're super keen to watch this now that we've got it full screen. So this is the moment right before ignition, right? And then you can see the ignition there, and it looks like the point of ignition was the left-hand bottom of SN4. So this seems like confirmation. It did not originate from the flare stack. It originated from the vehicle or from the GSE, the ground support equipment underneath the vehicle there. And then with the next frame, that's where you can see that shockwave. That's where you can see that shockwave going through the flare stack. And that's right over here. Look at that. That is actually the shockwave. That's the shockwave going through the vapors at the flare stack. And I don't know, we need to talk with Scott or somebody and see, would the increased pressure of the shockwave take the vapors out of condensation or something like that? I don't know, but I bet you Scott would know.
yes, no, absolutely. I
It
think
would, because
that's a thing, because
yeah,
it's the same thing when you see a plane pulling a high angle maneuver, and you see that that creates vapor on the wings. It's because that region of lower or higher pressure
yep.
can affect the condensation in the air like that.
Yep, that's exactly right. When you go through those turns where the pressure changes behind the wing, you see the vapors. You're exactly right, because you photograph that all the time, right?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, nice. So let's continue stepping forwards here. This is the next frame, and in this frame, this is where you can actually see the top of SN4 move. So let's flip back and forth between these two frames. There is SN4 in its normal position, and that's where the top of SN4 actually moves up slightly. You can see the mass simulator does not move, so that would actually be crushing the dome on top,
Yep,
right, Jack?
exactly. Yeah, that's like a soda can.
So that crushes that dome a little bit there. And then in the next one, we can really see things start to move. In fact, the mass simulator starts to move in that next frame.
Yep.
Jeez. That's also the point where the flare stack blew out.
That's also where it looks like the vehicle is starting to get a little bit of an angle on it. It's no longer going straight up. It looks
Yeah,
like it's starting to go, the top of it is starting to move away from us slightly, but I'm not sure.
yeah. So let's keep, I mean, you can see the flame goes even higher. The flare is completely out in this frame, and the top of the vehicle moves a little bit more. The mass simulator, what did we guess that was? Like 20 or 30 tons or something?
44,000 pounds, whatever
Oh,
that is in
jeez.
tons.
Yeah.
22 short tons, I remember somebody saying.
God. So 20 something tons starting to move there because of the force of the explosion. And then you can really see in the next frame, you can see that that mass simulator moves up even higher. In this frame, look at the flare stack as well. Look at the flare stack over here, right? This is the flare stack. Watch what happens to the flare stack. I'm trying to make sure I don't hit it playing.
No
That's
worries.
where the flare stack bent.
Oh
You
yeah.
see that?
Yep.
The flare stack actually starts to lean over.
Wow.
Shows you the power of that shockwave.
No kidding.
Trevor Hermans in chat is saying 7 seconds of hang time for the nose cube.
Oh, geez. The stack didn't survive. It moves outward, then it's sucked back in, and it's bent.
Wow.
Jeez.
This is a huge, huge setback.
Wow.
Oh,
The smoke bow above the flare stack as well right there. Yeah, you can sort of see some smoke in there. I don't know if that's like a secondary shockwave or something. I don't know. Yes, absolutely, Mary. If you can hear me right now, Mary's asking me a question, so I'm going to answer her. Absolutely. Yes. Where did Mary ask me that? I just saw Mary ask me somewhere, but yes, you are absolutely okay. I'll just tag her.
social media.
Oh, on social media? Okay.
Yeah, and as soon as that video is up, I'll start editing it. I can talk and edit at the same time, or I'll just bail on this and edit it really quickly so we have it.
Yeah. And we can, I don't know if we'll have, would you think we'll have the resources to put it in there early for members too? Like before we even do the edit, just slap up a raw version for members or something?
Yeah, we can do that.
No, we do have to watermark it though.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
I can just throw up a watermark version immediately though,
Yeah,
no
we can
problem.
do
Like
that.
that'll take me 5 minutes tops.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah.
good to me.
All right, cool,
Cool.
y'all.
Plan.
So again, this
All right,
is the entire newsroom, the entire press team here for us. We're all on the call, like talking, and Mary's going to upload a video, and Jack's going to edit it, and then I'm going to keep drawing on the screen because I like drawings. So continuing to step forward here, you see the mass simulator continue to move up, and then you see the flare stack start to bend in. There were also some little ancillary bits that were flying here, right? Something that has a little bit of a trail flying out the top here. So we'll watch those as we step through the frames here as well.
I gotta say, for all rocket explosions, those
Wait.
are my favorite bits. Like when you see the Antares explosion that happened, or any
Sorry.
of these, the little spirally bits flying off are my favorite. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if it's just the lighting, but go back one frame and watch the water tank on the far right. Or the other way, yep.
Yeah, you can see something hit it.
Something
You
hit
can
it.
see a circular object hit the water tank.
Look
Yeah,
at
I've been
this.
saying that.
Right here, y'all. That is an excellent catch. Watch that tank, the three tanks in the foreground, the right-hand tank that I've got circled there. Watch this.
And
Wow, I didn't see that.
We saw it leaking after it happened too.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
did
it takes
see
an
the leak.
impact and then it starts spewing water.
Right there.
And the entire tank flexes.
Yep.
It got nailed by a piece of debris. And you can see that piece of debris ricochet off the tank. And it even wub-wubs a little bit. You know how when the engine's light, the thin vacuum engines, sometimes they go whoa, 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 they wub a little bit.
Yeah.
You can see that water tank wub-wubbing after it gets nailed by that debris. Wow.
Yeah, like a Looney Tune effect kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Look at that. That is a great catch right there.
Wow.
Jeez. And oh yeah, all three tanks moved a little. It just looks like that foreground tank got smacked by that little piece of flying debris. Jeez. And then you see all sorts of, whoa, is that the mass simulator?
Yeah. Yeah, it's still going.
The mass simulator's up there.
Yeah.
And I don't know
I
what
must
this
go.
reflection
My people
is.
need me.
Yeah. I mean, there's pieces of debris flying everywhere. And the mass simulator is completely disconnected. Look at the top. Jack, did you see that?
Yep, it did. So it did disconnect. That's hilarious.
I mean, okay, folks, I giggled a little bit, right? I'm a little bit giddy because this is an explosion. I would not be giddy if anyone had been injured or anything like that, right? So we
Correct.
know that everybody's safe. Mary's safe. The ground crews are safe. There was nobody in the vicinity. I want to make it really clear. It's not a laughing matter when we have human lives involved, but that's a 20-something ton mass simulator that's just free flying now. So I caught myself giggling a little bit because that is a lot of energy coming out of that.
That's very Kerbal.
Yeah, it's very Kerbal. Wow.
Yeah, they didn't have their staging right.
Yeah. So let's that actually, does it leave the frame?
Yeah, it leaves the frame.
It does. It leaves the frame off the top of the screen there.
Wow.
And then we get a lot of other ancillary bits of metal and
Look at that
debris.
COPV.
Is that a COPV?
No, I think so, yeah. It sure looks like it.
This thing, are you tracking this thing right here, Jack? It
No,
originates
up-
like right here and goes like this.
No, up by the pip, up by the top right.
Oh, up in that. Okay, I see. Let me see. Let's
Frame
roll it
forward
back
a
and
couple
see.
frames.
So something flew off that way.
There, see it?
Yeah, I see the thing coming out of the flames up here. Here's what we were looking at. And then I was also watching this piece here, another
yeah.
seemingly dark piece. I mean, is it a piece of steel? Is it a COPV? We don't know. We're just looking, right? But that piece up by the picture-in-picture sort of continues to fly up. And the piece on the left-hand side, it's almost going straight out.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
And it just exits stage left. God.
Wow. So much energy in that explosion. I mean, wow.
It really is. Jeez. Let me and I'm making sure I can read chat here as well. I'm so into looking at these. I know that I'm not reading as many chats here. So we're gonna keep on going. We're gonna keep on going.
Yeah,
And-
keep going through.
Yeah. God. So here, look at this, Jack. Look at this huge piece over here. What is this? Right in this area. Watch this area, left-hand side, bottom of your screen.
Okay.
Look at this.
Watching.
That is a big piece.
Whoa. Whoa.
I don't know what that is, but that's a big
I hadn't
piece.
seen that yet. That's a good catch. And there's another one up above it. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah. That
Might
piece
have-
on the top looks like a sheet of steel because it's rotating. Look at it get the glint of the
Yeah.
explosion in this frame.
Wow.
We're looking at this one right here, y'all. Look at it gleaming from the fire. Jeez.
Lisa Sargent in chat says it's like the Zapruder film. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Back and to the left.
There's another thing right here. Is this something that falls over? Is this another sheet of steel? Look in this area here, Jack. Something seemingly falls over from behind that one tank. You see that?
This is so fun.
I like this.
Yes, I do see. Oh my goodness. Wow.
What is that?
It just looks like another sheet, right? Oh, and look at the pipe. Do you see that
What,
pipe
is
on
that
the
a
top?
pipe? It like appears all of a sudden. Okay, look in this area, y'all. Look in this area. Again, everybody's safe. Let's keep reiterating, everybody's safe. But look, like suddenly, is that a pipe? A
It looks like-
flagpole?
Yeah, that
It
looks
looks
like
like
part
one
of
of those
the...
pipes they have on the outside of the vehicle.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. And it catches the reflection, I think, is why we see it. It's sort of blending into the background. Right here, it's blending into the background, but as it catches the reflection of the fire, it lights up all of a sudden. And then it rotates out of the reflection again and it disappears again. It's the SN4 pole vault. Jeez. All
Yeah,
right.
I know we're laughing and we're a little bit giddy, but
Exactly.
we're also clearly significantly bummed about the setback. But you gotta roll with the punches, and this is we're gonna analyze the heck out of this now that we have this footage. So
Yeah.
don't take
absolutely.
our levity as any sort of not taking the situation seriously, because we do take this seriously.
Yep,
And
yep.
it's definitely a bummer, but we know that everybody is safe, everybody's okay, there's no imminent danger to anybody, so it's just a matter of getting the pad safe enough that crews can approach and start to fix things and move on with the testing. So we don't mean to come across as flippant, but you know, this is quite a thing to see, and human reactions involving laughter don't exclusively involve humor. This is just quite a sight. So
Yeah, and lots of new memberships and super chats coming in. It looks like people were pointing out some of the things we're noticing before we did. So
Yeah.
you all are very observant. Yeah, people are pointing out that the water tank got hit, and the mass stimulator went very high, and the flare stack got bent. But I think we caught all of that eventually.
Yeah. Michael, hang on a second. I'm going to cut the mics for just a second. I have to ask you a question, okay?
Copy.
All right, we're back. Had a little bit of an administrative discussion there about the potential to get a special guest on is what we were talking about. So not trying to be sneaky or anything. So I'm going to keep on stepping through the frames here, right? God,
what a day.
there's just so many pieces of flying debris, and a lot of it looks like stainless because they rotate and they catch the reflection, and you get that shiny Starship reflection on them all of a sudden.
Oh man, I can't wait until we have this footage from Mary, the raw upload, because this is
Yeah.
gonna look so crazy. And I can't wait
Yep.
to hear what it sounded like. I mean, I know it's just gonna be like bang, but it's
Oh,
gonna
I
sound
know.
awesome.
I mean, Jack, look at that. On the left-hand side of the screen, there's just another piece of flying stainless steel.
Yeah.
like over here, you can
Yep.
see it, and you really notice them when they catch the reflection, right? They start to catch the reflection, and all of a sudden there's a sheet of steel that teleports in.
Yeah. Teleports out of the compression, out of the land of compression and shadows.
Yeah. No, that's a COPV, Jack.
Oh wow, look at
Am I
that.
crazy?
No, you're
Chat,
right.
look right
at
in
that.
here.
It's
Look at this area.
self-propelled.
Look at this. You can see it venting.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yep, that's definitely COPV.
That looks like a flying COPV.
Classic COPV propelled by its own gas.
Oh no. So
We've seen
again,
that in Texas before.
this is why we don't have anybody within 100 feet of the pad, right? Mary
Yep.
is at the minimum safe distance. So that is the hard checkpoint. Nobody is allowed. Human beings are not allowed closer than this. That's why we see that atmospheric distortion sometimes. To get a clearer picture, you would have to get closer to the pad. You'd have to be in the danger zone. And they do not want human beings in the danger zone, because if something happens, the Starship may be contained to sort of the area, but look at all these pieces that are flying. I'd be super curious how far away this COPV lands. But, I mean, that thing just goes off the top of the screen. Goodbye. There it went.
See?
And it looks like, I don't know, that piece in the background, it seems to be arcing away. It looks like a little miniature rocket launch. I don't know if that is something either. It's like a
I
streak.
love all the little corkscrew, like spirally smoke bits. They always look so cool to me.
Yeah.
It's obviously unfortunate that we lost this vehicle. Everybody's
Yep.
safe.
Yeah.
Not fun, but I do like how that looks. That's crazy to see.
I just want to say we really appreciate all the support we're getting through super chats right now. I know we're not reading all of them because we have some very interesting stuff that we're trying to commentate on for all of you watching. But we see some kind words being sent about SpaceX,
Yeah.
and we appreciate that people are understanding that this was a test anomaly and not anything too serious, and they're wishing SpaceX a swift return to testing.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all, do you think the things that have the trails behind them are COPVs or some sort of pressurized vessel? I don't
think
know.
in some cases, yes. I think in other cases, it's a super hot piece of metal or something else that's either still burning or, smoke is coming off of an individual piece.
Yeah.
I don't think they're all COPVs because there's just not that many COPVs on it.
I'm thinking these big ones that persist for a long time, not the little short ones that dissipate really
Okay.
quickly, but the arc on this top one here, that thing has persisted for a second or two.
That makes
You
me
know?
wonder if that thing's out in the water.
It may be. Look at that. God. And again, y'all, we're watching this. We're observing on it. We're commenting. We don't have official information on exactly what happened, but we're just looking at the information that we have available and making comments on it, you know? So we appreciate you. We want to make sure everybody knows we are not explosion experts or anything like that. We are just observing this video that we were able to capture live and stepping through it frame by frame. And this
The guy who would not share his name in chat said, I did some maths. The mass simulator left the cloud of smoke at 550 kilometers per hour.
Wow. Look at this. This is where I want to say the shockwave, right? But this could be two things, okay? The camera shaking here could be two things. It could be the shockwave hitting the van, or it could be Mary reacting. You know, like
I think it's the
reaction
reaction.
time.
I don't think it's long enough for the shockwave yet. But I don't know. Let me go back and watch it on
We
on
can
YouTube.
see exactly
Hang on
how
a
many
second.
seconds that is.
But Mary's usually not like touching the
That's true.
camera, so she might have freaked out and I wouldn't be surprised. Like I would have jumped and
I would have jumped. And it's
Yeah,
the van
so that could have
suspension.
been it. Yeah,
It's the van suspension, because remember, she's in the
Yeah.
vehicle, and the tripod is in the vehicle, and if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
jump up and down on the vehicle, the suspension of the vehicle makes the camera rock.
Yeah, even just
Okay.
like moving yourself a little bit
Yeah.
can cause the vehicle to move. I mean, I
Yeah.
imagine Mary a lot of the time is just sitting there very still. Which thank you for that, Mary. I know it's not nothing.
I would have jumped. I mean,
Yeah, it's an involuntary reaction. It's like your reptile brain, right?
Jeez, look at that. And then it looks like the explosive force is sort of dissipated here, and this is a methane fireball. Wow. Just
Aided
for a
by-
second, I'm going to remove the picture-in-picture, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know that it's behind the picture-in-picture here. But this is this is just a straight up methane fireball.
Mixed
know?
with liquid oxygen. Yep. Or
Yep.
now turning into gaseous oxygen, I guess.
Yeah.
Are we able to see that crazy, like, it almost looks like some of the atomic bomb tests where there's like a cloud of vapor formed by the shockwave? Did we already pass that point?
I think so.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I can see it in the, like, watching the replay full speed, but I don't know if it's longer than a single frame.
Yeah.
It's like, hang on, I'm going back and watching it again.
It was a bird.
It's like,
The birds got spooked.
yeah.
Yeah, I bet they did.
Wow.
Jala
we
J in
already-
chat says it's strangely beautiful, which, yeah, it's sad, but also strangely beautiful. I mean, I think part of that is it's awesome in the true sense of the word awesome, like not great awesome, but strictly like it inspires awe.
Yeah. And we already see in here, you can see the water leaking out of the side of the tank right there. If y'all can see that, when I remove the drawing on it, there's a waterfall coming out the side of that tank that took the hit early on.
Yep.
The flare stack is bent over. Look at the flare stack bent. Wow.
So if you're just joining us, we were live for a static fire test of Starship SN4. As you can see, there was an anomaly. The anomaly happened about a minute to 2 minutes after the static fire test. So the static fire, we believe, caused some damage to the vehicle that resulted in what you're looking at right now.
Right.
You see what I'm talking about? That, like, there's the fireball, but there's a cloud of condensation that gets formed above the fireball and vehicle.
Yeah, yeah.
And it just looks so crazy. That must have been some shockwave.
Jeez.
This
is at quarter speed as well. Look at this. If we haven't seen it, let's play it in real speed again, since we've been stepping through motion or step by step here. Let's go all the way to full speed. There's normal, right? So this is in regular speed right here. What do you mean 720p? Don't do that in 720p, YouTube, really? All right, so this is full speed that we're going to play. This is a replay from earlier.
Wow.
Jeez. That's hardcore.
Yeah. So maybe that shaking is from the shockwave and from the boom.
Yeah, I'll see if we can time it. I wish we had like a stopwatch on the screen or something like that, right? But let's time it. This is normal speed from the time of the explosion. So what does YouTube say the time is here? Oh, it doesn't tell me because it's a live stream that I've rewound. So we don't have like 2 the second timing on that. We can always overlay that in other videos or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's about 6 seconds in between is what I just counted. Anybody agree with that? About 6 seconds?
Seems
Yeah, I
about
agree.
right.
Oh, we could also count the frames back. Yeah. We could count the frames back. That's right. It's 30 FPS and we could count backwards from the frames. Yeah, good call, Chad. Let's do that.
A lot of frames, though.
Yeah, it is a lot of frames. It may be like 150 frames or something, but I'm down. Do we want to keep the picture-in-picture up maybe for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just
Good,
make
yeah.
sure we keep that picture-in-picture on. So again, the live view is in the upper right-hand side of the screen, and that is what's going on at the pad right now. We don't want to get rid of that, but let's see if we can. I'm going to try to go back to like the first camera shake. It does look like almost there's 2 impacts there. So that's the camera shaking. Okay, that's the first camera shake right there. So you see the little camera shake? Right
Yeah.
here, the camera shakes a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And then everything holds still, and then the camera shakes a lot. Can I guess?
Guess, yeah, please.
If I was sitting in the vehicle, the first shake, the little shake, might have been the shockwave hitting the vehicle, right?
Okay.
The actual sound energy hitting. And then the big shake is me jumping, saying, "Whoa!" all of a sudden. Like my reaction time from the time that hit me to the time I jumped and shook the van suspension. If that was me, that's what I would guess that would be, you know?
I got to step away for a second, guys. Take it away.
All right, gotcha. So this right here is the first frame of the shake right here. This is the first frame of the shake. Right there. So counting backwards, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. That's 1 second. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. That's 2 seconds. 1, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90. That's 3 seconds. Now 1, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120. That's 4 seconds. Jeez. That's 4 seconds. What are we at? 120, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Carry the 1. That's 5 seconds. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 75, 175 frames in between the point of ignition and the first little shockwave hitting the vehicle. So what does that work out to be? Let's see here. 175, I said, right? Oh, I guess I can put a calculator on the screen. Oops, I'm in just streamer mode at this point.
Just a quick update. Andy, the other NASA spaceflight local who lives at Boca Chica Village, has confirmed that he is okay.
Good. Thank you for relaying that. So y'all, 5.8 seconds. Counting frame by frame, it was 5.8 seconds from the time we saw ignition to the time the shockwave hit the camera. I'm gonna think that that's the shockwave hitting the camera, right? Geez.
With 1.5 miles.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna bring up Google Maps and see if I can see maps.google.com and just get a more accurate distance reading, okay?
Yeah.
So give me just 1 second here. And I have the picture-in-picture up, right? Yeah. So I am going to measure the exact distance from the launch pad or from the test stand to, where's that road? There we go. To the hard checkpoint is what we'll measure. I can put this up as well. Here, look. There you go. Google Maps. I'm just doing this fast and loose, okay? And it's centered. Perfect. So do we know exactly where in this shot the test stand would be?
I think
Is it in the middle?
I think it's on the very far right of that mound.
The very far right. So about right here. Like that. In chat, y'all let me know if that's a thing too. I think that's about where it is. I think if you drive straight in that entrance, it's about right there. I think this is the secondary one, but I think that's about where it is, right? And if we go over to the hard checkpoint, the hard checkpoint is at the Y right here, right?
Yeah.
So that exact distance is 1.45 miles or 2.33 kilometers. So can y'all see that on the screen?
Yes. Kind of.
It's just it's just off the bottom here. I can move it up a bit so you can
How many
see
seconds do you say it was, Doss?
5.83. 5.83 seconds.
By my calculations, if it was about 1.5 miles, it should have taken 7 seconds. So
About 7 seconds?
But yeah, so I don't know. Because the speed of sound is about 0.21 miles per second, I believe.
Yeah, I like you. Don't you need to know the local temperature and humidity and stuff like that, which changes? I don't know if it matters over this distance.
Yeah,
we're giving chat the raw data, right? So our camera position would have been somewhere up this road, I believe. It's somewhere in this area. I don't know exactly where on the road it is, but it's somewhere on this road. So does that add like it's almost exactly 1.5 miles.
Yeah.
It's somewhere between 1.55 and 1.45 miles, or 2.49 and 2.33 kilometers. Somewhere in there is where the camera was. So 1.5 is a good estimation from where we measured it here to where that camera was, right? So anyways, y'all, I'm going to play this one more time because this is the anomaly that occurred just a little while ago out at Boca Chica.
Again, if you're watching in chat, we were streaming at 30 frames per second.
Yeah, that's 30 frames per second. We were counting frames. We counted 175 frames on our feed. God. And it's over so quickly as well, you know? Like, we step through it, we can talk about it forever. I just noticed this. What? Oh no, that's the back of SN4. I thought that was like black smoke or something, but I believe. Let's see if I can get back. Yep, there's the static fire. So here is a nominal static fire. This is a replay from earlier. Look, did you see that, Michael? There's a little piece of debris that went flying during the static fire. Watch in this area where I've circled.
Yeah, I saw that. Wow.
Yeah,
I
did you
don't know,
see
I'm not
this?
Michael, but
Yeah, Jack. Okay, welcome back. There's a piece of debris that came up off the ground during the static fire.
I pointed that out right after it happened, but I thought that was something on the ground that got blown away.
Yeah, that may very well have been on the ground.
And now that we know what happened, perhaps it came from the vehicle. We don't know.
Yep. So no crazy venting now. This all looks sort of nominal. The venting coming off the backhand side there, we think that that's just the wind direction blowing a vent that we normally see going to the left around the backside. But look right in here. Let's frame by frame this a little bit.
Yeah, I'm guessing there must have been like a really small leak or failure that we can't really tell, and then it got worse over time.
I'm wondering if that's when they started to drain the vehicle. I don't know the exact order of operations.
Yeah.
It sure looks like it. It looks like they started doing a big double vent for standard.
Oh, wait, stop right there. You can see something.
Coming off the bottom, right?
But it looks, I don't know if that's like the normal condensation or if that was something else. Go back.
Let me see. Let's go back right here. So we're watching down here, right?
Yep.
And it's all normal. There's a little bit of haze in there. There's a little bit of something coming from there. It looks like there's stuff coming down off the bottom.
Yeah.
And right there on the side skirt.
And then it's slowly more and more.
Yeah, you do. You get a little bit more, a little bit more.
I wonder if they had a slow leak that slowly got worse.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's keep watching and see if we can see where the big, what we thought was sort of an anomalous vent occurred. And I'm not exactly sure how long that was.
About a minute, I think.
About a minute? Okay. I'll fast forward just a bit so we can find it.
Maybe that is just normal condensation. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. There. That's what we thought wasn't nominal. That did not look like a controlled vent.
No, that is the thrust puck having an issue of some sort. Or perhaps another line near it.
Obviously bad. Unfortunately, we could pretty much tell at that point.
Yeah.
Something bad happened.
Well, remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but the thrust puck is way up here, right?
Yeah.
And you have a Raptor underneath here like this.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is all just skirt, right?
Yeah.
And either something up underneath the skirt started venting back around the outside of it there, or all right here. This is all, oops, I just hit play. My bad. Back this up just a bit. All of that in that area is the ground support header.
Yeah, that's also true.
So let's just go back to the very beginning. That has such a vertical component to it. You know, right in here, all this structure right here, this is where the ground support lines come off the tank farm.
Yeah.
And they go up to sort of a header and they go up the side and they go into the inside of the skirt. And there's all sorts of things that happen here in this area. But that bar, this area at the top of this test stand, that's all the ground support header, I'm going to call it, right? So let's play this in slow motion. Actually, let's step through this frame by frame. and see if it looks like it's a downward component of motion that then comes up around the side of the skirt, or does it start going up right away? If it starts going up right away, I'm thinking it's ground connections.
It definitely looks like it's going upwards, and it looks like it's not coming out from on the underside of the vehicle.
Right.
But
Right
yeah,
here.
let's step through it and see what we think. It doesn't look like it's coming towards us. It doesn't look like it's going away from us. It looks like it's going up.
Yeah, it looks like up and down because you see a big bunch of motion from
you're
the
right.
bottom of the vehicle as well. But
You're
it
right.
doesn't look like it's turning the corner of the skirt, right? It looks like it's originating from the side or the structure next to the skirt, not turning the corner, like coming down out of the skirt, then turning a corner and going up. I don't get that impression from it, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a little bit easier to see if we play it in regular motion here. That looks like a pipe that burst or something all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But then
And it
why would that
vents.
cause the vehicle to run?
I don't
Do
know.
you think it could be methane in that case? If it's a burst pipe and it's just a giant methane cloud that then ignited?
I mean, the flare is still clearly visible, so it doesn't look like the flare is getting engulfed by these vapors, right?
It could
I don't
also
think
be
there's
the fact that the telephoto lens is flattening the distance enough between the flare and the cloud that
Yep.
there's some distance, and then at a certain point the cloud gets close enough to the flare that it. But again, the ignition point looks like it starts at the bottom of
It
SN4,
does.
not from the flare. So to me, that's liquid oxygen. But I
But
don't.
but
I mean,
if you look at the flare though, all the gas we're seeing coming away from the vehicle is passing behind a flare. Maybe maybe part of it is in front at the bottom.
Well, that's I'm thinking that plume of vapor is behind the flare, and we're just getting
Yeah.
some compression, you know?
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah.
Because I would expect the structure of the flare stack to not be visible if there was vapor
Yeah.
engulfing it, because we can't see through this cloud at all. We can't see anything behind it, you know?
So then that would mean that it could be either methane or liquid oxygen, presumably.
Yeah, and we're getting some weather reports. Mary over here is saying she just saw lightning and heard thunder. There's some rain moving into the area. So we will definitely let's text her real quick, and
Well, we have a radar, don't we?
we do.
Matthew Shea in chat is saying need a proper fuel air mixture to combust. Probably took a second to mix correctly. That's not a bad
Maybe,
supposition.
yeah, maybe so. That ignition point is right there, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very clearly coming from the vehicle, the ignition point.
Yeah.
And then in the next frame, it's all gone. So that looks
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot like a fuel air detonation.
Yep. Wow, y'all.
And Mary's video is uploading right now, by the way. The raw
Good
footage.
deal.
It's
All right,
at 35%.
are
So
we
Jack,
going to
be
get-
on standby.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are we gonna get Scott Manley on or anything? I can just hop off right now and go work that. Excuse me.
Scott Manley. Who's
No,
that?
I've asked, but I don't believe he's available. Yeah. So,
Okay.
gosh.
I can edit and work at this. I can edit and talk at the same time.
Gotcha. So let me read through some things here right quick, okay? Electrical spark, the hot Raptor engine ignited, the vapor ignited all the way. Look at the shockwave effect on the cloud. Oh yeah, no, the shockwave effect on the cloud is crazy. I mean, the fact that you can see over by the flare stack, we caught that single frame of shockwave. That is just crazy right there. I'm sort of circling with the mouse. That is the shockwave. It looks like that's insane. Let me check this just really quickly. And we should have this. I'm just going to look at the weather radar real quick. And you can see coming from the Gulf of Mexico there, it looks like it may go down south of Boca Chica.
Yeah.
The red dot on the map is Boca Chica, so there's a lot of rain going down there to the southeast right now. But at Boca Chica proper, I'm not seeing anything on this radar moving into that area right now. So that may be a storm that'll miss you, Mary. I don't know if you can hear us, but I'll type to Mary as well.
Yeah, she said that on Discord too.
Okay, good. Yeah,
Hey,
all right.
Could we maybe make the live video full screen for a second to see if anything
Absolutely.
has changed?
There you go. So this is back to the full screen live video. I'm still seeing some fire coming on the bottom of SN4 there, right?
Yeah. It looks like the flare stack isn't venting quite as much anymore.
Yeah, it's still bent and it's just sort of leaking methane, it looks like. The water tanks aren't leaking either. I would imagine that the water has leaked out above the point where that right-hand tank ruptured.
Yeah, it looked like it got hit pretty high up, so it probably
Yeah.
did not take long.
Yep.
But I'm not seeing any signs of smoke from anything other than the vehicle, so that's good.
Yep.
There have been some grass fires during previous testing with Starhopper before, but I don't see that here.
Yeah, and the tank farm, there's still some venting happening from the tank farm. Is that white mark on the side of the dark mark on the side of the tank near Starhopper? Is that new?
No, that was there before.
That mark was there before?
Yeah, and some
Okay.
dirt or something.
Just like a dirty tank or something.
Yeah.
I was looking right in that area. Okay. Wow. That's crazy, y'all.
We're at 48% on the raw video upload. So as soon
Gotcha.
as that's up, as soon as it's up, I'll throw a watermark on it and I'll put it up on the YouTube channel for our members for a quick preview.
Sure.
And then in about 20 minutes after that, we'll have the live video. It won't take me long. I'll just do a quick slow-mo and a quick sound sync version and just upload that to our channel so you guys can see it with sound and all that from Mary's raw footage.
Yeah, cool. And this is going to be Mary's local raw footage, so no stream encoding, right? Mary records at something like 30 megabits a second, and we stream at 6 megabits a second. It's the difference between live streaming something over a cellular network and being able to record directly to a memory card on a camera, right? So this will be this is sort of the raw source footage from a different camera that Mary was running, and it has sound on it as well. So that is what Jack is going to get here shortly. Mary is uploading it. And Jack will get it, and we'll do a members only edit really quickly, and then we'll put the rest of it in there. And Jack, I don't know what the raw recording rate is. I guessed because I know that my G30 records at something like 30 or 45 megabits per second, but I don't know what you normally get. Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm not an icon guy, so I'm not sure what the 5700 does.
Yeah, copy. All right, hey, I'm going to run through a couple super chats here real quick. Darren Ritchie, thank you there for the support. I know we've been missing so many of these super chats. Dob, thank you very much for hanging out there. You said thank you guys and Mary and Boca Chica for all the coverage. Enjoy the live analysis. Thank you, Dob. We appreciate it. Again, we're not expert. I don't want anybody to think that I'm some sort of explosives expert or anything like that. But we can certainly look at the exact same video that you can see and try to make some informed guesses. Not trying to sow hype or craze or anything like that around it. Just literally looking at the video and saying what we think, you know?
I have a list. I'll just keep going. Kaz Master, thank you, Zach. Molly Space Industries, Dave, Dougal, Kelsey and John, Dan, Brandon, Simon, thank you for the membership. Fernan, I think SN4 flipped and we were looking at the top part where the battery is supposed to be, possibly.
Really?
Monty says, imagine what the cameras on Hopper captured if they survived.
Oh, jeez.
Well, SpaceX is getting this telemetry over a fiber optic connection. So I assume the Starhopper cameras would have had, even if they didn't survive, they still would have had everything up right until just like a few frames after it exploded. So I'm sure they got all the data they needed. Yeah,
you got to figure that they have some relatively high frame rate cameras on Starhopper. I would hope anyways. And you know, it's one frame long of an event in our feed, but if they have more frames a second, then they'll be able to tick through and probably get a better analysis of what went on.
Yeah.
Jimmy Sheridan, thank you for the new membership, and Gogwim, thank you for the super chat.
Hey, could y'all check the link that I just put in Control Center and see if that picture is something that we would be cleared to use? I mean, clearly one of them is a screen cap from our stream, so yes, we could use that. But just y'all confirm for me that picture would be clear to show.
That second one of the GSE?
Yeah, copy.
It's probably from Mary, I'm guessing. They're an NSF4 member.
It says in the
Nomad. Oh yeah, it's from Nomad, so we're probably good to go.
Okay, y'all think that it's okay for me to show that?
Yeah, they're an NSF regular.
All right, good deal. So give me just 1 second, and I'll bring that up because we actually have a high definition picture that was posted on the NASA Spaceflight forums of the area that it looks like the ignition or the leak came from. The leak came from, at least. So let me get that up there in just a second. I just need 1 second to move some windows around.
Fuba, thank you for the membership. You've been a big supporter today, so we appreciate it. And Astro6, I believe you're also a regular. This footage will be shown in history classes. Yeah, like I've been saying earlier, and I'll say it again, all this amazing content that Mary is producing, the good for the testing and the bad from the testing, will all be put together into a very nice sequence of events of how SpaceX develops Starship.
Yep.
Yeah, we're at 60% right now on the raw video. It's uploading as fast as we can with the connection out there in Boca Chica. So it'll be up very, very soon as it is. So I'm sitting here watching the slider crawl across the screen.
Yeah.
60% and holding.
Gotcha.
62.
If you're hoping to see the member preview of it, it takes a while for Discord to connect. So right when we say it's in Discord, if you create a membership, that may not actually get it to you very quickly. So it takes it a little while for Discord to sync with the YouTube membership stuff. So if you're hoping to get that video, now might be the time to turn that on. Mandy Wait, thanks for the Padrad, and then Fuba, welcome to the red team. Go ahead, Mike.
I would recommend becoming a member sooner rather than later, but the membership videos are also accessible on YouTube without Discord. Mandy, thank you. Fuba, thank you. And Greg, thank you for the $10. We appreciate it. And Fuba upgraded to red team already. Wow.
And I'm just about ready to run this here. Just give me a second.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
it goes without saying, and I know we say it a lot, but it's because we really mean it, and we really depend on your guys' support. So thank you, everybody, for the super chats and for the memberships. It means the world to us, and it means that we can continue to improve our setup. We can continue to bring you live breaking events like this. I mean, I don't think any of us expected that today. I think we were all expecting a completely nominal, chill, static fire. They've already done so many with this vehicle. Seemed like, nothing special, and then bam. So that's why we go live for these tests, and that's why we're a little bit obsessive keeping track of these events, is because you never know what's going to happen. And the memberships and the super chats are what make it possible. So thank you again. Jim Williams, thank you for the super chat. Enables, you are enabling us by becoming a member. Thank you, Enables. And Kizify, thank you for becoming a member. I've seen your name before, so thanks for the super chat. I think you gave us at one point, and also thank you for becoming a member.
Yeah, gotcha.
Seriously means a lot to us, guys. Thank you so much. 70% on the 70% on the raw video, so it'll be up as soon as possible. Thanks for hanging in there. Adam Story, new member, and Nuck60. Thank you for the membership, both of you. And EY. Wow, guys. Wow, you're all killing it today. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Some people are pointing out that we don't know. Again, we are based on what we've seen. There are some indications that it could be a ground support equipment failure. If that is the case, people are pointing out that it means that Starship SN6 and Starship SN5, 6, and 7, again, the 3 starships currently under construction that we've seen, might not need any significant or any design changes before they're ready to test. So that could be good news. And SpaceX already has that second launch stand, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, under construction. So hopefully they'll be able to turn around from this anomaly quickly and make some improvements. But I don't know about everybody else, but I'm just surprised that we haven't seen a flame diverter added. I don't know if that was something that would have helped today, but with the previous test where we've seen Raptor cause some havoc with all that thrust going all over the place, it seems like it would make sense to have a way to redirect that thrust away from the vehicle and the surrounding ground support equipment.
Yeah. All right, so I am ready to put up this image now. I know it took me a second there, but I got distracted.
Go for it.
Do we want to hop over to that real quick?
Yep.
All right, so this is actually going to be Twitter, and this is from Raphael, who makes all those awesome Starship diagrams. The first one, this is actually a capture from our live stream. So this shows the area where the leak started. This is, I think, the frame where the leak is starting, right in this area. And then the next picture is a high-def photo posted on the NASA Spaceflight forums by forum member Nomad. Forum member Nomad, I don't know what the right way to say that is, but we'll link this tweet up as well. But this is what Raphael, who, if anybody knows the anatomy of Starship, Raphael knows the anatomy of Starship. This is the area that we're seeing where that leak potentially occurred. So right in here, live stream sort of low res from a safe distance, is this area right here. High def close up picture of where the ground support equipment, the lines for the locks, the lines for the methane, electrics controlled, all that sort of stuff connect to the test stand and then are fed up into the rest of Starhopper SN4, I guess, not Starhopper, but SN4, whichever SN4 is SN is going to be on the test stand. But that is, yeah, that's actually a really cool high def picture there. All right.
Now we have a bunch of new members.
Roll with it.
Kizifi, welcome to Capcom. Nicole SD, welcome to the red team. Rupert, welcome to the red team. A super chat from Aaron, $25. That's very generous of you. Aaron says, keep it up. We appreciate it. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but Austin, thank you. Welcome to the Pad Rat. And Dodd Petler, welcome to the Pad Rat as well. Thank you all for the support.
Yeah. And again, we're on the live stream, the live feed. This is Mary's camera. She's still out there at Boca Chica, and you can see the remains of SN4 still burning on the ground there. The test stand mostly obliterated, damage all around the tank farm. The flare is offline. It's actually leaning a little bit. We saw that shockwave hit the flare and almost sort of suck the flare back, but there are still active fires at the pad. We did see some of the water tanks take some damage. We saw for a while those 3 tanks in the foreground leaking water. We don't see any of the automated fire equipment operating right now. So we don't know if that's because it ran out of water. Did it take damage? Are they just letting this thing burn out? And the last thing to note, remember, this is a telephoto lens. Mary's camera is about 1.5 miles away. And the telephoto compression sort of makes things look closer than they really are. So the tank farm isn't all basically touching each other. There is some space vertically or horizontally between the camera lens and where the Starship, the remains of SN4 are, the tanks are, the white tanks are, Starhopper is. It sort of looks a little bit weird because we've got this long lens pointed at it. So, but you do still see those active fires there on what we believe is the bottom of SN4. It may be the top of SN4. I've seen some people going both ways. I'm almost more apt to say that's probably the bottom. Simply because there's still active flame there. In Starship SN4 being all stainless steel, there's not a lot of flammable components on there. So I would expect if there's something still on fire, it would be the methane end. And so maybe this is the remains of where the Raptor was mounted. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I do know that there are still active fires at the pad. It may be the shared bulkhead that we might see. Yeah, chat. I'm reading some chat here. There's ground support equipment that could be still on fire. That's true. Yeah, interesting. So it may, do y'all think that Starship, the bottom of Starship actually is gone? And this is the upper top half of Starship? Yeah, the methane tank is on, the methane tank's normally on top. Normally it's LOX on bottom, methane on top, right? Yeah. So I'm wondering, like, is the bottom tank, the LOX tank, completely missing, and we're seeing the bottom of the methane tank? So no Raptor.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. Mary's reporting that vehicles are returning to the pad. We'll see if we see some pass in front of the camera in a second.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So if that's the bottom of the vehicle, the skirt is totally gone. Jeez.
we're at 87% on the raw video.
87%. Nice. Thanks, Jack. Wow. So it may be the bottom of the top of Starship. It may be the bottom of the top of the Starship, or maybe be the top of the Starship. It looks like most people don't think that it's the bottom of Starship. So EJ, my buddy EJ over here, sent me a message and said that the fuel lines, the ground support equipment operating in place of the flare now. So the flare is offline. There's methane coming out of it, but there's still methane being burnt off because the ground support equipment is the newly installed flare. What's up, EJ? How's it going, dude? Wow. Jeez. Yeah, SN20 is no more, that's for sure. And then that's the super chat that came through over there. Lutz says, as long as no one was hurt, this was a successful test. Hope to see a successful hop with SN5. Lutz Gross, from all the information we have, there is no one with hurt. Of course, immediately when we saw the anomaly, we muted our mics and made sure to check in with Mary to make sure she was okay. Mary, about 1.5 miles away from the pad, she was okay. Number one thing, we want to make sure Mary is out there and is safe. We checked in with some other people, locals that we know that were in the area, and we have not heard any reports of any injuries. Of course, that's why they shut down the road. That's why they clear the pad. That's why we're always commenting on, okay, the pad is clear. We don't see any vehicles. We don't see any people. There's no lifts. It seems from all the information that we have that pad was clear and there were no human casualties due to the anomaly that occurred. Any reports of broken windows? Michael, go ahead.
Mary, I think she went home to get her laptop, and she didn't say there was a problem, so I'm guessing no, but we can check on that. Mike, thank you for the super chat. Donald, thank you for the membership. Tree TG, hi, thanks to everything y'all do. We appreciate it. Jared, we appreciate the support as well. Harry, it's just like fishing. Sometimes when you cast your line, something big or surprise bites. Thank you, Mary. And
or explodes. Sometimes the fish explodes.
And Arno Dragoman, thank you for the membership.
Yeah. So Mary's reporting via text over here that the vehicle stopped about halfway to the pad. So somebody they passed the hard checkpoint, it sounded like, and they got a little bit closer to the pad. We also heard earlier, Mary told us that the SpaceX drone went up. And so they were doing a little bit of aerial drone reconnaissance to see what the situation at the pad was after the anomaly here. So we are continuing to check in with everybody and make sure that we know what's going on.
All right, video's up. I'm going to get on this right now.
Gotcha. Thank you. And again, that was Jack. Jack just got the raw video from Mary. She was also recording locally, and we have a video that also has sound from one of the other cameras there, and Jack is going to edit that. He's going to put a watermark on it really quickly, and we'll get it over here on the channel so that members can see it. And then after that, we'll have a new slow motion edit, yada, 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 the big whole produce thing that we'll release to the regular public. But we're going to try to get a member preview just as fast as we can. Just slap a watermark on it, call it a day, and put it so y'all can see it if you're a member of the channel. And then we'll get that public version up after we do a little bit more work on it. So it looks like Michael is asking Mary if there were any reports of windows broken in the village. So remember the warnings that the notices that the residents get, they tell them they'll sound that siren 10 minutes in advance of the test. And they say on those notices that there is a potential for an overpressure anomaly that may cause damage and blow out windows. Specifically, usually the notices say blow out windows. And so when you get a pressure shockwave coming from an explosion like this, because remember, it takes a lot of energy to get things into orbit. It's not just like, I don't know, build a sail and let it sail into orbit. No, it takes a lot of stored chemical energy that's in methane. Go ahead.
We have lost video.
We've lost video. Is it, I'm not seeing video lost here. Let me check.
Video is frozen, and the ticker is working, so it's...
I'm seeing live video. I'm not seeing a loss of video. Maybe it froze for just a second. Hang on.
I think it's the camera in the field.
Yep, let me log into it and look. Thank you for letting me know.
What might have happened is that battery might have run out.
I'll look. Let me just see.
Yep, we're aware of it. Worst case, you can show more replays of the incident.
Yeah. Yeah, I see the solo online right now. I'm gonna try to reconnect the solo. Can you ask Mary if she's actually at the camera? Okay, good, because she was uploading that video. So stand by. I'm just gonna leave that static frame here just for a second. And let me push a command to the solo. We're trying to confirm if Mary is there or not,
Yeah.
but we shall see. I see the solo online. That means the solo has an internet connection right now.
Mary's typing. We'll see what she says.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have that video handy though?
That video.
The replay of the.
Oh yeah, I can play the replay. Yeah.
Let's just watch the replay while we wait, maybe.
All right, cool. So I'm going to go all the way back to previous to the status fire. So we'll go ahead and roll the, this is the replay from earlier. We almost need like a replay thing on the screen, like a little graphic or something, right?
You can do that.
But this is a replay right now. And I'm going to go ahead and take the remote one video offline for this. But this is the replay from earlier. Let's set it to HG normal speed. All right. There we go. And we're going to work on the camera here. I'm going to see if the solo will come back for us.
I don't know if this is going to look correct. It does not look right. 1 second.
Oh, nice. Replay of anomaly. That's okay. Looks fine to me.
That's a little too big. I'm going to fix it.
Nice. Now it says static fire complete.
That was from earlier. That's the replay.
That was the replay from earlier. Nice.
Yeah, and then I realized something was out of order, so I pulled that timeline because I was trying to fix something on the fly, and good thing I did because something happens after that.
Right. So it's telling me it's getting a video feed here. That is the replay again, but let's check to see if we get a video from Mary. We got a green video from Mary right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll get that resolved.
Oh my goodness. This footage is insane.
Jack.
I am Can you hear that?
Yeah, I just heard it through your microphone.
Oh my, she zooms out and there's COP. Oh, okay, I gotta go.
Okay, do your work. Mute yourself. I can kick you out of the call if I need to.
Josh, I'm trying to watch the video too, and that stupid private video bug is making it so I cannot watch it on my own channel.
Oh, jeez. Really? Well, I'm gonna work on the live video issue here with Mary. So that's the only way I can do that. I'll bring it up on another player. Yeah. And again, this is a replay from earlier, y'all. We've lost the live feed from Boca Chica, and we're working to reestablish that. We are playing the replay of the anomaly.
Also, Mary is one cool customer because all she does is she just says, "I'm okay." There's
Good.
no hint of, there's no change in her voice at all. It's mere seconds after this thing just obliterates itself, and she just says, "I'm okay."
Wow.
Classic Mary.
Wow.
Cool customer.
All right, and I'm talking with Mary over here to get the live feed back online.
Oh wow, I just was watching the replay. That is quite a.
Y'all are rude. Y'all are
Sorry.
so rude talking about a video that nobody else can see except you.
It's gonna be live on the YouTube channel, so subscribe if you want to be reminded when it goes live in 20 minutes or however long it takes Jack to edit. But I'm gonna try to time how long it was because we were looking at that earlier. Now that I can hear it. Yeah, you're right, Doss. The first wiggling of the camera was, I think, Mary moving, and then
Really?
the explosion came after, or the noise of the explosion came after, I should say.
All right, YouTube members, this is uploading now. You should be able to see this thing shortly. And everybody else, it'll be like 5 or 10 minutes after. What I'm uploading right now is just going to be just the explosion. And then what I'm going to upload for the full channel about 5 or 10 minutes later is going to be the full explosion, a slowed down version, and the full explosion with, oh, I'm so hyped up. This footage is crazy. With the sound sung. All right, hang on. Be right back. Uploading.
Wow.
All right, it's up. It's
That's
up.
a
I
lot
think
of
that's up.
memberships all of a sudden.
It's up.
Jeez.
Oh my
It's
God,
up.
what happened?
Yeah, Exor, Dob, Chris Lynch,
Whoever-
X33 Archive, Hogler Richter,
Whoever
Chris
knows
Lynch.
how to
Oh wow.
work
Go ahead.
with the YouTube channel, make that member preview live because it's up.
Michael,
it's
can you
processed,
handle
it's
that?
there.
Oh, you uploaded it, Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's done. I'm gonna get the full video done. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All
Wait,
right, cool.
Mary, for listening, do you have a separate video with the static fire on it? I'll message her.
Yeah. Can you get that video set to members?
I'm working on it.
All right, cool. And Mary is working on the solo for me right now, so maybe one thing at a time.
Yeah. Oh, good point. Okay.
Yeah. Let's work one issue at a time here. But she's bouncing the solo right now.
Copy. Yeah, I was just wondering if I was thinking it might be good to get the static fire included in the final video that we upload. But the one for members, I'm putting live right now.
Copy. Thank you. All right, and then hey, Maximilian. Who else is in here? Matt McKechnie. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Eric Beerhorst, M. OB Pink Slip. Who else? Gissis. We got Mark Frederick. We got Joaquim Voldseth. OV. Mark Gautier. Phantom. Eli Bergenut. Donald Hansen. Leo Gutierrez. Yeah, there we go. Just so many. There's M. There's Electric with 177. Yeah, here we go, y'all. Whew. NSF membership up to Brazilian %. We may have a couple Brazilian members. I don't know. But I think we're getting... I got a signal back from the solo, and the live feed is back online, y'all. So there we are. Michael, if you can remove that overlay.
Sorry. Yep, too many things. The replay?
Yeah, the replay thing. Thank you.
Got it.
We are back to the live video. I've swept off the replay, and we are back to live. Mary, thank you so much for doing that there. She is a regular pro.
Okay, so if you're a red team or higher, you should now have a post.
Excellent. And I'm looking at all the diagnostic information on the broadcast gear.
Yeah.
But we're back online to full bit rate. You know what we should try? I mean, we could try to see if we could support 1080-60.
Yeah.
That's an option. The camera supports it.
Yeah.
The broadcast gear supports it. We just don't normally do it, you know?
Yes.
Yes,
10,000
try it.
times yes. Please,
Yes,
yes,
1,000
please,
times
God,
yes.
Yes.
It's just it's even more bandwidth, right? So we nominally operate at like 8 to 9, and if we told it to push 60, it would be almost double the bandwidth because double the frames.
Yep. So
not exactly, but you know.
Again, if you're just joining, if you are a red team or higher member, you now should have access. If you go into your YouTube feed to Mary's raw video, we will publish that onto the YouTube channel as soon as Jack finishes editing the higher production version with some slow-mo and whatnot. But again, Red Team, if you're a Red Team member, check your YouTube feed for that. And we have like 30 new members. Wow.
Wow.
Joe, thank you for $20. Joss may have already mentioned that, but there's so many names, it's getting hard to keep track. So I'm just gonna play them all in the ticker. So
Yeah, that's all good.
if you joined, you'll see your name in the ticker as a thank you. Okay. So how's the broadcast situation, Doss? Can I ask Mary the other question?
Yeah, we're good to go. Proceed with everything else. Yeah. Y'all want to know what's messed up?
What?
My YouTube account is not a channel member, so I can't see the video on my own YouTube account. Dad, blame it. Can I do like a budget requisition?
Some people are asking, they cannot see the video, so they might be having problems finding it. So I'm going to test one thing quickly.
All right. I'm going to check it out as well.
Well, I'm going to post a link in chat, but I'm just double checking that this link has proper protection. So I'm not going to leak the entire video.
Sure.
And it does. Okay. If you are a member, I'll post a link in chat. And remember, if you are a PadRap member, you may not have access. Just keep that in mind. It's Red Team and higher.
Ah, that may be the confusion.
Yeah. But it does say that when you join, so.
Okay. I apologize that I didn't make that more clear. That would be my fault.
But again, everybody will get access in a couple of minutes, so don't worry about it.
Wow. Those COPVs coming down.
Dude, I'm so glad she zoomed out. Mary, if you
Yeah.
can hear me right now, way
Yeah.
to go with the zoom out, because that was exactly what we needed to be able to see all that debris coming down. That was crazy.
All
I'm
the
fired
members
up.
of
I'm sitting here looking at this over and over again, and I'm fired up. I don't know if you can tell.
all the members in chat who can see it are reacting the same way right now.
The
All right.
hang time on those COPVs is insane.
I called y'all out for being that guy and looking at somebody commenting on something that nobody else could see, but hopefully people are able to get this. I'm able to get to it now, and I just listened to the audio. Jeez. All right. Wow. Yeah, Mary is totally cool under pressure. So people that are channel members, just confirm for me, like you got the green check next to your name. Confirm for me that you were able to get to that video correctly. We've never done this before. It's just sort of a thing, but we definitely want to say thank you. We're gonna get the video up for everybody publicly. We're not gonna say, oh, you can only see this if you pay us, right? That's lame. That's not the way we are. So we are working on a bigger edit that will actually release publicly, and that's just going to take some time to get out. Jack is working on that right now.
Yeah, I'm almost
that
done.
is going to get posted.
I'm just waiting to see if do we want to wait for any additional footage, or should we just get it up right now? Because I'm basically done.
with a static fire.
I say publish it because
Yeah.
we already have the static fire. We already showed it on this stream. So
Yeah, you could always pull it out of the stream. No, that's not particularly easy for you to do though.
and we can also just include all the footage in our final daily update video.
Yeah, yeah. And Jack, did we confirm that the raw video that we got from Mary's camera was 1080/30?
No.
We 720?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. 720/30?
Yeah.
Okay. There may be a setting or something that we'll need to grab for the future, right? We'll look into that.
Yeah, we can fix that. What I'm doing here, I'll be uploading 1080, so it'll be 1080 because I can do some pretty flawless upscaling. It's not you'll
Yeah.
never know the difference, but
All right, gotcha.
yeah, in the future we'll change that.
Yeah, that's all fine. That's just settings that we can look at.
Whoa, I don't know if it's smoke or whatnot, but there's a flock of birds that just flew behind the burning vehicle, and the heat waves kind of made them disappear. There's a lot. It looks like there's a lot of heat rising from that burning vehicle.
Oh wow.
You know what? Methane burns so clean sometimes. There could be a lot more flame than what we're seeing. It could be
Whoa.
honest, or
look.
it could be like a giant smoker. You know what I mean? Like the entire inside of it is burning.
Yeah, you can see. Well, yeah, okay. I don't know. I can see some. I don't know if it's heat or smoke or vapor coming off the right hand side. I can see the encoding changing, and it draws my eye because the encoder is noticing something in the video it needs to encode differently. So I can sort of see what y'all are talking about.
Yeah, that's 345. If you rewind the stream for a couple minutes, I think if you hit the J key on your keyboard, it will rewind it in 5-second intervals. Just keep doing that until you see the flock of birds go by, and you can tell just how much heat is rising from that vehicle right now.
That thing. No kidding.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Fritz. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Deville Zartek. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, TMC. Thank you, Eli, Ellie, Austin, Joe. I know we're missing some. We really appreciate the support from everybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jack, if you're hearing this, I would just upload the video.
Okay, stand by. It'll be up in a few minutes. Luckily, my internet's been working well lately. I think I yelled at Spectrum enough times.
Nice.
I'm serious. Every time I would call them and be like, "Hey, I'm paying for 20 up and I'm getting 2. You're killing me."
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Stephen.
And we're all, I think everybody's working on their own tasks. Jack is editing videos.
Yeah, I'm like frantically just trying to get this up. It'll be up really, really soon. Thank you everybody for your patience. I'm just trying to make sure it looks good. You know, I'm going as fast as I can, but I'm not going to go so fast that I do something bad or do a bad job. So just give me a moment to make sure. And then once I'm done rendering out of the software, you know, I do a watch down. I have physically watch it with my eyes, even just sped up a little bit, just so that I can make sure I'm not giving the world something that's wrong. Because the last thing I want to do is upload a glitchy video, which if you have keen eyes, you might have noticed that I have done in the past, which I don't like. So, you know, you gotta not only finish it, then you have to watch it to make sure that what everyone is going to see is actually what I made and not some weird compression glitch that Premiere or Media Encoder decided to throw in there for fun. Whee!
Yeah, gotcha.
All right, color is done. Sound is done. Render is started.
Copy. Cool. All right, y'all. So I saw most of the people in chat. If you were red team or above, you had access to that, the early access to that video. Thank y'all so much for confirming that you were able to get that. Again, we got the raw video from the field. I mean, everybody gets to see the live stream, right? Then we got the raw video off Mary's other camera, and we uploaded that with a watermark on it just as fast as we could. But then Jack was working on this other bigger edit that has like, Jack, it's got like slow motion and stuff like that in it or something.
Yeah, what I typically do for these is I'll sync the sound up, I'll color it, I'll stabilize it if it needs it, which this is thankfully a nice stable stream. Thanks, Mary. I do a lot. I make the sound so it doesn't make your ears bleed. I'll so there's a lot that goes into these, but thankfully I'm almost done. So don't fret, everybody.
Yeah, I gotcha. And we are, again, like I said, I mean, I'm not even in charge here, but we're not going to say, oh, the only way to get this video is to be a member. That was just the first video we got out. We put up for the members, and then everybody, we're going to have the full sort of edited video available for the public. So I want to make that super clear, because I am on the internet as well. And when people are like, oh, the only way you can see this is like, come on, really? No, that's not how it is. So we want to make sure everybody's clear of that. It's just that first video as fast as we could, and then the other videos, the other edited video with more production quality, I guess you could say. Curdy said, Jack, we'll get up there just as fast as we can, and he's rendering that right now. I think you just said, right?
Yeah. And thank you again to our members. Your financial contributions help allow us to make this content that we then are able to produce for the whole world to enjoy. So because of your support, everybody does get access to this. So that's why we wanted to put it up to this red team members a little bit early, just to thank them. But again, everybody is going to see it.
Yep. Yeah, it's you're not even just supporting us either. It's funny, this footage gets used so far and wide by pretty much everybody, because it's some of the only footage out there, especially of this quality, that you're supporting the entire space community by supporting us, which is crazy to think about, but it's true.
Dude, I'm gonna make a note real quick. I don't think that anybody on the team that's making this production happen right now has any actual broadcast training. I mean, I don't.
Do.
You do?
I do.
Oh, you're supposed to say no. Well, you're just talking.
Well, shut up.
And editing things, I guess. Oh, well, shucks. I was going to say, for the live feed from the field, it's not like we have a broadcast team out there. Like, we was trained in how to do broadcast. We've been able to roll all of this stuff together just from gear that we can get. We're not.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your point. You're absolutely correct.
Man, shucks. No, but it's just a massive thanks to Mary for being out there and being a sport and learning to operate the cameras and learning to operate the solos. I'm also going to say massive thanks to LiveView. LiveView is the company that created the broadcast unit that is bringing the live feed out right now. And Mary doesn't have to go through like a year's worth of training on how to use it. I configured it together here, and I put it in a box, and I shipped it to her. And there's definitely some care and feeding for it, but getting that thing working, the LiveView Solo makes it so easy to do, so that we, not a big news organization with broadcast trucks and stuff like that, we have a unit in a van with a couple 4G modems and a nice camera on it, and that's how we get the video of this stuff. So I am super impressed with the Solo hanging in there and being able to bring this feed and making it easy enough so that we can get people who are able to operate it. Mary, an absolute sport out there, dealing with all of my care and feeding of the Solo. Like, could you plug this in? Could you unplug it? Can you log it in? Plug this into your laptop. What does it do? What does this screen say? Can you tap this button? Like, we spend so much time on Zoom calls or Discord or whatever doing troubleshooting, and I just really appreciate that she's been putting up with all of my my setup, my remote support, I guess you could say. Anyways, soapbox off.
All right, we are 3 minutes away from the render being completed.
And Jack,
you can thank my ancient trash can Mac Pro for going so slow.
And Jack, can you please set that video as unlisted first? Basically, when it's done uploading, make it unlisted, and then I can start working on it.
Y'all, I'm gonna pop off a commentary just quick. I need to talk with Chris G about another DM2 related thing. I'll be right back.
Go for it. Yeah, I can do that, Michael. No problem. We're 2.5 minutes away from upload. Oh man, that's editing these things gives me a similar kind of rush as watching them or photographing them. So I'm like now sitting back in my seat as I watch the little render bar crawl across the screen. Like, whew, that was quite an event. I'm so glad that everybody is okay. I'm so glad that the damage to the pad area doesn't appear to be worse than it is. Hopefully, we find out more soon about what happened, what went wrong, and how soon we can expect a progression from here. No doubt it'll be fast. No doubt this isn't the end of the world, but surely this is not what we wanted to see today. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. You pick up the pieces and you move on. Oh, goodness. All right, when this is done rendering, I'll be able to open up YouTube chat again and start looking at what everyone is saying. I just close everything out when I do stuff like this just to give my computer a chance to spend all of its resources doing one thing. I don't know if it actually helps, but hey, voodoo. Tech voodoo. What a day. Rest in peace, Starship SN4.
I'm so glad we went live. We were waiting around for several hours, and there was moments where it seemed like there might not be testing today, but luckily Mary is super patient, so we all waited with her, and it wasn't what we hoped to see happen today, but we're certainly glad we were able to document it, because even though it's not good, it's still part of Starship's journey.
All right, we're about 30 seconds away from me uploading. We should be able to hear my computer go doo-doo-doo, which is the Adobe I'm done rendering sound.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, it will take us a bit to process, so please be patient.
Yeah, the upload and processing will take about 5 to 10 minutes total, with any luck. Well, nothing more than that. Thank you everybody for your patience. Like Das was saying, we're not trying to be exclusive or, oh, you have to be a member to see it. That's just a courtesy and a perk for our members. So we are getting this up as quickly as we can. It's the exact same process as usual. Oh, there's the sound that we were hoping for. Uploading.
I'm messaging you something on Discord.
I see you. I see you. So yeah, once it's up, it's got to go through the whole processing thing, and then we're kind of at YouTube's mercy. So thank you, like I'm saying, thank you everybody for being patient with us.
Yep. Yeah, the reason I was mentioning that is that YouTube's algorithm sometimes automatically flags videos with explosive content to make sure people aren't uploading stuff where that could be like violence or graphical or something. Of course, in this situation, nobody got hurt, but we have to upload, based on our past experience, we have to upload this video as unlisted first and make sure that YouTube's algorithm clears it for publication. So that is a slight delay that I'm concerned about right now, but we'll get it public as fast as we are able to do, basically. Yep, and if you're just joining us and missed what happened earlier, Starship SN4 had what appeared to be a good static fire test, but then about a minute later, we saw some large amounts of vapor either coming away from the ground support equipment connecting to the vehicle or the vehicle itself. We're not quite sure. And then that was followed shortly thereafter by a large explosion. So that's what happened. And hopefully SpaceX will be able to recover from this quickly, but their design philosophy and their test philosophy takes into account incidents like this. They prefer to test and fail rapidly as opposed to trying to wait several years to finalize the design before they test it. So that's what happens. But it's just part of the development progress. This is what happens sometimes.
All right, it's unlisted and it's uploading.
Okay.
Should be up in 2 minutes. And then we got to wait for YouTube to do its thing. So again, thank you everybody for being patient. It could be a little while before YouTube goes through its whole processing thing. Okay, so now I can jump back into YouTube chat and see what everyone has been saying. Yeah, if you want to go back and look at the anomaly, I think it was what, 1:49, something like that, local time. I'm gonna open up YouTube and take a
In the
look.
ticker. So static fire at 1:47 p.m. Central Time and anomaly at 1:49 p.m. Central Time. Some people are wondering for what's the estimated time to resume testing and after they've repaired the damage, of course. Starship SN4 is basically nearly completed. Just some work on the nose cone currently happening. It may depend on what the exact anomaly was. If it was a issue with the vehicle, there could be some design changes that have to be made before they can resume testing with the upcoming prototypes. If it was just ground support equipment issues, then presumably when they repair the launch pad, they can just implement those fixes. So it's really too early to give an estimate. It could be anywhere from a couple of weeks to months. It just depends on specifically what happened and how bad the damage to the pad is once teams are able to re-enter the pad and analyze what happened.
Okay, y'all. DOS is back. I'm here.
Yay, Dad's
right.
back.
I was trying to get Chris off that gas station microphone for the DM2 attempt tomorrow. That microphone he had was pretty bad. So
Gas station microphone sounds
it's
like
bad,
quite a terrible thing.
So he is actually out spending his day driving around looking for the proper adapter to put a better microphone on his phone so that when he talks on the DM2 stream, which is tomorrow, right? Today's Friday. Yeah. We can hear him better, because I think that was a major failing of the DM2 thing, was just his microphone was pretty whack. So, hi everyone.
I was talking while muted. Welcome
I was
back.
not listening at all. Did I miss anything that I need to know about, or?
Like this weird little penguin thing came out of Starship and was like whack whack whack, and then we were like, what? No, you didn't miss anything.
All right. So
Yeah,
how's that
that
video?
was.
Is that other video?
It's uploading. We're
It's
waiting
gonna
on
be a
YouTube to
while.
do its thing.
Because you have to, I was telling everyone, YouTube often flags videos with explosive content. The algorithm does, and wants a human to review it to make sure it wasn't violence and somebody getting hurt or something. So we have to upload the video as unlisted first and wait for the algorithm to potentially flag it and then have a human review it and blah, blah, blah. So apologies for the delay, but this is as fast as we can possibly do it. It's just a YouTube thing.
Gotcha.
But like even our static fires at Starhopper at night got flagged, so that was even an explosion.
Yeah. Jeez. I'm just getting caught up on all the messages and stuff that I didn't see.
Is that just lightning? Oh yes, if you're just joining, nobody was hurt. The pad was clear with a large safety radius.
Yeah. One of the first, literally the first things that we confirmed when we saw what was happening was making sure that Mary was okay out there. Well, that's weird.
What's weird?
No, I'm just getting caught up on messages. Somebody can't find the video.
What a day.
Yeah, right.
Starship go boom.
It looks like the fire is calming down.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it does. It's like running out of fuel is the only way to deal with that, you know?
Jack,
We
did you
haven't-
upload a second video? I'm confused.
No, looks like Mary's uploading more footage.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it.
I'm hearing an echo.
Oh, who's echoing?
I'm hearing an echo.
Did anybody see who that is?
This is an audio check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Sounds good to me now.
Yeah, all right, cool.
Yeah,
How about
so
now? Check, 1, 2.
I think
Check.
we're good now.
So just to recap, we're about, as soon as we can, we will upload the raw video of just a clip of the anomaly. And then once Mary is done uploading all the footage she gathered today, we'll do another update in our daily Boca Chica update video like normal with all the additional footage.
I guess while the stream's still live, you can't link to a
timestamp
point, a timestamp in the video. Yeah. That's the problem.
That's kind of lame.
Gotcha. Yeah, because YouTube has to go through and process it, yada, 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 before it. All right. Cool.
Man, it's just crazy the image that we're looking at right now. It's really sharp, and it's just a scene of just chaos and destruction and sadness, but it's wild to look at because it is not, I mean, when a space company's thing explodes, a lot of the times they're pretty secretive about it, and we're just looking at the raw aftermath of a huge anomaly. And it's really something to see. Wow.
Yeah. That's just, I mean, we'll get some aftermath pictures when they safe the area, probably tomorrow, the next day, and they allow people to go up the road again. Y'all know Mary's going to be up there getting all sorts of different angles and photos and stuff. But that is that's some devastation around there. I mean, no bones about it. You know, that is some serious business.
Wow. I know I keep saying that, but I'm just stunned. I don't think any of us expected that to happen.
Yeah. That, I mean, when we saw the venting, we definitely knew that it was almost like an explosive sort of venting instead of a controlled sort of venting, right? And I was like, wow, that doesn't look good, but I didn't expect the whole thing to go up like that. I mean, you know, have there been any official tweets or commentary on this? Has Elon said anything?
I've been checking. I haven't seen anything yet.
All right. I'm going to go look as well, just to check it out.
Hey, what do you want me to do? The static fire video looks like it's up. What should I do with that?
Let's save it for the
daily recap.
Yeah, let's do one good recap with all of Mary's content from today.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
And take your time with that because this video will go up first.
Yeah.
Cool
So
deal.
normally, what would our plan here be? I mean, we can imagine that the roadblock is going to stay up there for quite some time, right? What is our plan here so people can expect what we're going to be doing?
Good question.
That's why I asked. We don't even have to discuss it out loud if we don't want to, but I
mean, the only thing I have to do today, other than this, is take a package to FedEx. So I'm fine for another, I don't know, 2 hours.
Gotcha.
I don't know how you guys
leave it up
feel.
to Mary. If Mary wants, whenever Mary wants to go home.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down with that.
Michael, it looks like you titled the static fire video instead of the other video, the one I uploaded.
See live.
Just double check. Just double check you have the right video.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's what I was confused about.
Ah.
Yes, you're correct, Jack.
That's Mary who caught that. Way to go, Mary. Thanks.
Yeah, that's why I was confused about the red too. Okay. Static fire raw.
Yeah, hopefully YouTube gets that processed and we can get it up. Get it
Okay,
live as soon as possible, you guys.
I'm changing the title to Static Fire Raw, and that one is already unlisted, so just be aware of that.
Copy.
Yeah.
I'll download it right now. Just avoid any confusion.
Cool. Whew. All right, I'm gonna
Thanks for upgrading the red team, David England.
Yeah, I'm gonna read through some chat real quickly here. Everybody's making some guesstimations on the pad. I mean, the structure of the pad looks like it's pretty wrecked. Luckily, they were working on that second test stand over to the right-hand side. It looks like it's close to the flare, but it's not actually close to the flare there. It's sort of way behind the flare, but that is another test stand they were working on. No ground support equipment or hoses or anything like that we can see going to it yet, but definitely something they were working on there. Dougal said, NASA said, I'm so grateful all of your reactions were first, Mary. Are you okay? Then show you. Hey, Dougal, that just is what it is. I mean, we appreciate you, but that's the number one thing. The most important thing to us is keeping Mary safe out there. So we're never going to ask Mary to go to some location that's unsafe. Oh, get a little bit better video, get in a better angle, go across the line. Like that's
absolutely not.
No way. That's not how it is. We always want Mary's safety to be of our utmost concern. I don't care if it's lightning out or whatever. We love bringing the content. We love the live streams, and we know that y'all enjoy the live streams. But if we can't do it in a safe manner, we're not going to do it. So that is sort of my opinion on the matter. The other thing is just reading through chat here. Mary was an absolute professional. For the people who saw the video, the first thing Mary said was, I'm okay. Just
I would have probably said a few swear words first.
Yeah,
I would have been screaming. I would have been hooping and screaming, which is a perfectly fine reaction too. That's how I am.
Yeah.
But I really love what a cool customer Mary is. She just says, I'm fine.
She's a
No hint of. She could have been sitting there in the AC watching some TV show.
like,
Hey Mary, how you doing today? Oh, I'm fine. Literally no difference in her voice. I love it. I really love it.
she's a steely-eyed roadside rocket scientist.
Absolutely. I love that.
God, yeah, Mary deserves a steak dinner. Drib said Mary deserves a steak dinner. Thanks for the untainted coverage. Nice. Some people asking when the other video get uploaded. They have to go to sleep. I know all over the world people are watching.
Working on it.
Yeah, we're working on that right now. We're trying to make sure that that'll be available correctly before we push that up. But the edit's done, and we're working on getting that released. Let's see here. Patrick says, I wish people would stop with the flame stack caused it. Please make your general release video if you can where the flashpoint is on SN4. Jack, in the slow motion version, it's pretty obvious when you watch it in slow motion that the point of ignition is not the flare stack, right?
Hang on, watching. Let me just make 100% sure before I say yes or no to you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Patrick. In fact, that's one of the first things I said, because if you watch it in full speed, it's like, did that come from the flare stack? But when we stepped it back in slow motion, it is clear that the point of ignition is the bottom of SN4. That's where we get the first flash from. So
No, I don't think. Unfortunately, in the full video that's we're waiting on YouTube to process right now. The slow mo that I did, I didn't tick through it frame by frame. I just slowed it down by 50%.
Oh. Okay, gotcha.
So I imagine if you're on YouTube and you tick through it frame by frame, it'll show. But I can't verify that right now. I'm just looking at it in preview on my computer, and it just looks the same.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, it goes so fast, even at half speed. It's still really fast at half speed.
Yeah, exactly.
Explosion, you know.
So the video.
I mean, maybe even a detonation.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
I think the video is good to go.
Okay, ship it.
Jack, do you want to double check it that I did everything right?
Hang on, let me refresh.
Yeah. And I'll put the link in chat as soon as y'all say that it's ready to go.
Looks good to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 5 minutes, 36 seconds, Jack. That's the video?
Yep.
Okay. I'll get a link and put it into chat. Michael, just tell me when it's public. All right. It's public. Good deal.
Thanks for your patience, everybody. We really appreciate it as we work through the YouTube processing stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Shareable link. Come over to here. That should be the shareable link to that video right there. And I'm going to click it myself and make sure it goes. Yeah, there we go. Chris B put it up as well. That is the raw video.
I should maybe be signing my messages.
Oh, is that you?
Yes.
You need more computers. Wow. All right, y'all. Let me know if that link worked for y'all. If you're watching, just let me know that clicking that link that I put in there worked correctly. That should be the publicly available. Everybody can see it. It's got some edits in it. It has some slow-mo and stuff, but just let me know that it works fine. It works. It works. It works. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much for helping us out.
I just watched the stream. Your account tank. That's what happened.
Yeah. Oh, Don, that was very fast editing. That was all Jack. Mary actually walked away from the camera position back to her house with the memory card and then uploaded it with one of the wireless modem, one of the 4G modems that we use out there. And then Jack got a hold of it and did the members edit really quickly with the watermark, and then got the full edit up, and that's fantastic. Dude, Jack, thank you so much for all the editing you do for the channel.
Hey man, thank you, Mary, for giving me cool stuff to edit, because you know we're all cooped up inside for these days, and I've been able to find a lot of satisfaction editing this footage. And my day job is editing a lot of videography for various stuff, and a lot of times it's not very interesting stuff. You know, it's market research or corporate videos or conference videos, and I like doing that stuff. It's fulfilling and it pays the bills. But this is so much more fun to edit. It's like
Oh,
something editing something I actually care about. So
yep.
I'm just thankful that I get to do something I really enjoy these days while we wait for normal to kind of settle back in.
Yeah. God. So y'all, if you're watching in chat and you clicked on that video, what do you think of the sound? The
Yeah,
sound
the
of that
sound
is
of that
so
thing.
crazy.
It really is. The hang time on those COPVs, I'm so glad you did. That was just the perfect thing to do in that situation. You know, a lot of times when you're shooting video, at least for me, I know I kind of don't want to touch it, even if it could be a better framing slightly or this or that. Because I just find a still frame looks way better, uh, like aesthetically. But with situations like this, you can't really apply the rules of cinema to it's news gathering, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of have to roll with the punches, and the zoom out was the exact right call there. Just I keep watching the replay over and over again, and just seeing him lazily float back to Earth. Sorry, guys, you will not be the COPVs that go to space, but ones just like you, hopefully, will soon.
And Jack,
They
that
tried.
was a hang on, I'm gonna listen.
They tried their best. We want to go to space. We want to go to space. Sorry, guys.
Wow. So Jack, is there a sound sync version in there, or when you said you synchronized the
Yeah.
sound, what did you mean?
Yeah, so there's three versions of the explosion.
Gotcha.
The raw clip exploding, and then there's a sound sync exploding, and then there's a slowed mo sound sync exploding.
Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna go and find the sound sync version because I want to see. I have a
can tell you
theory.
exactly how many frames if you want. I'm in Premiere right now.
Oh yeah,
I have a theory
Yeah,
too,
stand by.
Doss.
it's what?
I think you said 132.
That's a slow motion. I'm going back. Here's the second one. Let me see. Wow. Yeah, I see it now.
And it sounds like there's two explosions. It's a boom boom.
I'm watching this whole thing because I have a theory.
Uh-oh. I like when Das has theories.
I'm okay. Yep. I love Mary.
Yep. Me too.
I'm okay. Yep. That needs to be like a notifier. So that secondary explosion sound is not the COPV tanks hitting. I thought that it may synchronize that way, but I'm trying to see if I can see what that second explosion sound is.
I think it might just be tank 1 going and then tank 2 going. But I don't know for sure.
Wow. That is just crazy video. That is so good. Yeah, Buck Savage, it definitely does not start at the methane tower and work its way back. If you step through it frame by frame, you can see the ignition point underneath SN4. Like we like ad infinitum, we stepped through that. I mean, I can do that again really quickly if y'all want me to. I could actually put the public video up. We could telestrate the public video if we wanted to.
Yeah.
You know, let me set that up real quick. That should be good, actually. All right, so if I go here and I go to telestrate mode, we probably don't need to worry about the live feed right now if we telestrate this.
Yeah, I don't think anything's happening at the pad anymore.
Yeah, gotcha.
And just to follow up, I offset the audio by 195 frames.
195 frames. Gotcha.
195.
Good deal. All right, so this should be if I flip this scene over, this will be a replay. So this is the public video, and we can look at the public video, right? So there we go. That is the public video, and we'll do a little bit of telestration commentary. Sorry about the black bar on the top. I was cropping some things out, and I didn't crop it exactly right. But you know, it's also not painted, like I said. So this right here, can y'all see what I'm doing? Yeah, y'all should be able to see. This is the actual video from Mary, and this is 50%. And if I play your 50% at 25%, that would be like 12.25%, 12.5%, right? Did I do the math correct on that?
Yes. I am,
So
I am a confident answer, yes.
the third thing, slow-mo replay with no sound delay. Y'all can see that. Yeah, it's cropped a little bit weird, but that's okay. Slow-mo replay with no sound delay. Now, I guess you won't be able to hear the sound on this, but I'm going to step through it frame by frame. So let's go back frame by frame and see what we see.
Yeah, I'm curious what'll be there. It's a shame that. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, this one definitely shows a fireball originating at the bottom of SN4, right? It doesn't show the ignition point like the other video does, and I'll bring that one up as well. But this, I mean, you can see the fireball in the shockwave right in here. I think that this is the shockwave.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're absolutely correct there.
Because there's a hole in the plumes, and it's like it's condensing those plumes out. So the exact FPS of this camera caught the shockwave there. In the other, and maybe it's drawn a little bit more like that. I didn't draw it exactly right. The other camera, the live stream camera, caught the shockwave like this, right? So I think that this is a pretty good indication that this wasn't flame traveling back this way. This was flame happening at the bottom of SN4. And I'll bring up the other video as well. But this is just one frame at a time, right? Showing what we see. We go from nothing, and we actually get a hole in the vapor, which I'm going to guess is the shockwave right there. So I don't know, but that's what I think that's a pretty good guess in terms of what we see. But let me go to the other video. I'll find it real quick. Sweep back to the regular feed.
I'm looking at the raw video right now, and I'm going through frame by frame in Premiere with my source, and it's just instant. It doesn't show what the live stream camera shows. So that's really nifty that we were able to catch that with the live stream camera. It just goes to show you that it really is beneficial having multiple cameras rolling.
Oh yeah, because 30 FPS, one of them, they're not taking their frame at the exact same millisecond. So between the two of them, you capture more points in time. Now we do want to see if we can get this up to 60 for the future. Oh, look at that! I paused it on exactly the right spot. Here, let's switch back. So that should be telestrated, and this is the live stream camera, and it's really obvious on the live stream camera that the point of ignition is right there at the base of SN4. So I'm going to say no bones about it. Step this back a frame at a time, right? Well, that's a lot of frames. And you can see the point of ignition right there at the base of SN4. There's nothing, the flame over here is still going off in this direction like this, and there's not like some crow or anything like that traveling through the plume. We still think
wait, what was is that a technical term? The crow?
There's nothing like that. Like the initial flash is definitely at the base of SN4 in the live stream video that we got. So I think that this sort of corroborates with Mary's local video, which shows a larger fireball right in this area with an actual hole in it right there, like where it seems like the shockwave comes from. I've drawn like an egg on the screen or something. But if you go forward from here, even right, step this forward. In this, we can see what we think may be a shockwave. I don't know if that's a shockwave or not, but something's going on around that flare. There is a very hard line right there in the flare stack, and the vapors seem to have disappeared or something. That may be the result of a pressure wave moving through the atmosphere. But I'm not the expert, but the video definitely shows something. It's an unidentified Starship anomaly. USA. Oh.
Yeah, there you go. USA.
An unidentified Starship anomaly is a USA. So
somehow fitting.
Yeah. But I think if anybody else wants to argue about that coming from the flame stack, I don't think I don't think that came from that flare stack. I mean, I
No.
think this video right here makes it blatantly obvious that the point of ignition is right there at the base of SN4.
Yep.
Right there. Now, was it SN4? Was it a line on SN4? Was it under the skirt? Was it the ground support equipment? Which one of those? We don't know exactly. We know from the other videos or the other pictures, right? This one right here, I believe it was. This is the ground support equipment right here. And we think that this picture shows the point of ignition where that, or the point of not ignition, the point where that big leak started. So this is the frame grab that Rafael did that is from that ground support equipment from our video. And then this is a high-res picture from Nomad on the NSF forums of that same area. This is where all the liquid oxidizer and methane is pumped into the base of the test structure for SN4 to tank up. It's where they fill and detank it from, right? So, I mean, I think that this... And you know, the ignition point looks like it's down below that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there
It
is,
almost looks like it's on the side of Raptor,
yeah.
right?
Because
Like it looks like it's under the skirt and below the skirt, like the edge of the skirt. But we could also be not seeing something up, maybe perhaps near the thrust dome or another part of the Raptor, maybe near the turbo pumps or something, and it's trailing down to that. But yeah, that sure looks like it's like that off to the side and off Raptor.
Remember the tank structure, right? So the tank structure is actually hollow, and Rafael would get on my nerves, or not get on my nerves, would get on my case if I don't draw this correctly. But I believe that there's a tank like that, and then up here there's a tank like this, and then there's another tank like that.
The other
right?
way, the middle bulkhead points down.
Points down, thank you. Okay, so the middle bulkhead points like that, and then over here there's a tank that goes like that, and then there's an upper tank that goes like that. And then you have Raptor right under here, right? That's where Raptor would be.
Yes.
And so this, remember, this is all hollow space up in here. This is the skirt. And Raptor actually sticks down into a hollow space. So this part here is not fuel tank. That's empty air that has a Raptor in the bottom of the dome, the thrust buck, yada, yada, yada in it. And so this, from what we can see here, this seems like it's below and outside the skirt, but what Jack was saying, there could be something up under here that we're not able to see because there's stainless steel in the way. I don't have that picture handy that Elon posted up underneath the thrust skirt, right? I'll see if I can find that real quick.
I have it handy.
Do you have it handy?
Yep.
If you can put that up real quick, I won't be able to telestrate on that, but it's definitely a shot of looking up under the thrust skirt. So there, that is the skirt, and that is the big empty area underneath the fuel tanks. Right, that's actually an oxidizer tank on the bottom, right, y'all?
Yes.
Yeah. So did the ignition point happen up underneath that skirt? Did it happen down below in the GSE equipment? I don't know. It's a little bit hard to tell.
Somebody saying in chat, a hose let go and filled this skirt with locks. I mean, yeah, I could see that, but why would that cause it to run? I mean, would the locks be ignited by the hot bit on an engine somewhere?
Well, no, LOX
But
is an
then that's not
oxidizer. LOX isn't a fuel, right?
Yeah, famously it's inflammable, right? Wait, isn't that mean the same as flammable? Oh God, what have I done?
Yeah, no, I think they're both the same.
Yeah, they're the same.
Well, for fire, right? For fire, you need fuel, you need oxygen, and you need ignition or heat, right?
Yes, yes.
And so we're thinking, clearly there was fuel here because there was a big old fire. Clearly there was oxygen because the atmosphere usually has oxygen in it, and there's a massive LOX tank involved. But at some point we got some sort of ignition, and where did that ignition come from? Was it the hot Raptor? Was it an electrical spark? We can only guess at that, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so Samuel Gomola in chat, sorry if I'm messing up your last name, said if GSE failed, or if a failed GSE connection, there was both LOX and CH4. So if what we saw was hoses letting go, we could have seen essentially a big cloud of methane and oxygen mixing, and the delay between ignition and the cloud forming was caused by basically the time that it took for the perfect stoichiometric, is that the word, mixture
Pretty close.
of oxygen and methane to create that perfect fuel air detonation, which it sure looked like a detonation, right?
Yeah.
So I'm on the limits of my chemistry here. Like it could have been GSE let go, there was a cloud of methane and a cloud of liquid oxygen, and they mixed to the exact right proportion. And at the same time, that cloud was in contact with a hot part of Raptor, and that caused the RUD. I think that's a fairly likely chain of events there. Thanks for the insight, Daniel.
My only thoughts on that are the oxidizer and the methane go in on separate connections. So if it was an accidental disconnect of one of these, it wouldn't be likely that the oxidizer from the GSE and the methane from the GSE would mix together unless both hoses disconnected at the same time. And when are both hoses supposed to disconnect at the same time? When it hops.
Yeah.
Right? So how exactly do those connections disconnect for the hop? I don't know the answer to that. But if it was truly an oxidizer and methane mixing coming from either Starship or from the GSE, the only situation I could come up with where intentionally two connections should disconnect at the same time would be the equipment that disconnects it for a hop. But I have no clue how that actually works, like from a physical standpoint. So I don't know. I don't know if it was mixing like that. Go ahead, Michael.
There could have been both, but the cloud of vapor and condensation pouring away is definitely from at least fuel being part of the leak, because I'm watching Nomad, one of the NSF4 members, also got a video, and he has a perfect frame where you can see that entire cloud just basically spontaneously ignites. So
it just like the flame front travels through the cloud.
Yes, and only the cloud. I'm getting a screenshot right now that we can show.
Gotcha. I mean, I'm stepping through this frame by frame.
I didn't see it as much on our specific frames, but his video just got a perfect frame of it.
Gah.
Hi there. Thanks for the €2 super chat or pound. What?
See it, Doss? If you look in our control center, I just
all right. I'll get it.
That screenshot.
Yeah,
and you can see how that where the vapor was just all ignited.
Yeah. Can I show this?
Yeah, you can show that.
That's what would have blown out the flare stack too. Like just a massive shock wave. It's similar to like when they have a fire at an oil well and they have to use an explosion to put out the fire.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this and I'm wondering if this is actual ignition in the cloud or if this is light from the primary explosion lighting up the vapors.
Maybe that's also possible.
I don't know which one it is.
Yeah.
You know?
That could very well be it.
But again, y'all, none of us are explosive experts or anything like that. We're looking at the video that we have, and we're just trying to make educated guesses. We want to make it very clear that this isn't an official statement from SpaceX. This is sort of community roadside rocket science trying to figure out what happened during the anomaly today. But I can totally see what you're saying, Michael, here in this part where it looks like this is actually on fire, and it looks like it goes all the way over to the ground, right? All this area seems to not be the primary explosion, but seems to be some sort of ignited vapors or something, right? But I see the same sort of thing in our video, and I just wonder if that is that's just the fact that it's a little bit different angle. But is that just being lit up, or is that actual flames? I just don't know the answer.
I don't either.
Because right in here, right, the difference between these flames, you know.
Yeah.
Look at this right here. I think it may just be the lighting, because watch this. Outside the shockwave, right? This shape doesn't change. You see that? It completely changes color, but the shape doesn't change at all.
Ah, good point.
So that it looks like flames, but we know from the previous frame that that's just vapor. And since the shockwave hasn't hit it yet, that vapor hasn't been condensed out or whatever the right terminology is there. But again, I don't know. I think all different sorts of opinions are valid at this point because we don't know exactly what what went on, but this goes from looking like vapor to looking like fire all of a sudden, you know?
Yeah, and I do have. It looks like we can post that link, so I will throw that link in chat.
Gotcha.
This is
Hey, Twitch
this
chat.
is a video from a
Very sorry.
NASASpaceflight forum member.
Yeah. Is this
And my computer is freezing up again. Come on. Or you can post it, Josh. It's that link in Control Center.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
So it's the SN4 final?
Yes.
Okay, copy. So this is the link. This is the video we're discussing that was from a forum member right here, y'all. That's it right there. And I'm K-Space Academy talking right now. That's the link right there. So, hi there. 10 pounds says fuel lines will have NRVs, non-return valves fitted, thereby limiting the amount of fuel released. Is there a possibility there was a breach, a tank, an atmospheric spark? Yeah, we don't know. I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities high there, but we don't know exactly what happened with that. So, yeah, geez. If anything, SpaceX makes testing truly exciting. Oh. Again, y'all, I can't say enough. We do enjoy looking through this stuff with you and sort of guessing, but we want to make sure it is not official news. It is us as a community sort of thinking about what could have happened based on what our eyes observed, right? It's the swamp gas reflecting off Venus or something like.
Hey, I get that reference.
Thank you. Somebody got that reference.
Well, is it maybe time to free up Mary to go home?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good bet.
Yeah, have we talked with her lately? Checked in with her?
That's what we're gonna do.
All right, let's check in with Mary and see how she's doing. And
Can we get a video or something rolling again? Do we have a live feed anymore?
I'm switching.
Okay,
Yeah,
good,
I'm
good.
switching back over to live feed.
Cool.
Yeah, so that is once again, you can see the sun has started to lose a little bit of light here. Looks sort of overcast out there, but the remains of SN4 are laying next to the pad. Still a couple little fires burning there, but SN4 is gone.
Rest in peace, SN4.
Yeah, do any more tests. Y'all put some F's in chat for SN4 if you could. And for
SN4 is
who
dead.
doesn't-
Long live SN.
Yeah, long live SN4. There you go. For anybody who doesn't understand the F's in chat reference, there was a video game that asked you to pay your respects by pressing the F key. So there's a super somber moment in the game, and somebody's passed away. And in this today, nobody passed away. Everybody's safe. But in the video game, you're at a funeral and you're paying respects, and the game tells you press F to pay your respects. And so
That's a little absurd.
Gamer meme. Yeah.
It's a little absurd, so it caught on.
There you
It's
go.
like, what else can you do but press F in situations like this?
Yeah, look at all the F's in chat. So that's the background for it. It's a Viking funeral for SN4. A Viking funeral for SN4. What a way to go. SN4 gave us so many good times. We need an SN4 remembrance video with all the good times that SN4 brought us. Static fires, pressure tests, spool tests, spin primes, all the times of waiting where nothing would happen, road closures.
Somebody said F for Mary. Nobody, no, not F.
No.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's not how
that's not how this works.
Yeah, Carl,
Yeah,
thanks for the 100 there. We appreciate you. So y'all, a bunch of people asking what'll happen to SN4, what'll happen to the tank farm, how much damage in there. I guarantee you SpaceX already has more information than we do. They have cameras out there. They did some recon with the drone. Last we heard from Mary, a vehicle approached about halfway to the pad. I didn't hear an update on that, but it may have been when I was off the line. Was there anything beyond the vehicle getting up to about halfway?
No, I haven't heard anything more. We can ask Mary.
Yeah. See if you can put that over there real quick. But
she's typing, so she can hear us, I think.
Okay, good. So again, most important thing is everyone was at a safe distance. We are unaware of any injuries out there today. Mary is okay. As you heard from the video, she told everybody, I'm okay.
So the vehicle was returned to the checkpoint.
Returned to the checkpoint. Okay, got a little bit closer and had a look-see maybe. So,
yeah, there have been some previous spacecraft testing anomalies where the vehicle explodes, but the COPVs go flying and then do not lose all their pressure somehow. So that could be one thing that could be a concern. I'm not sure if that's the specific thing, but it's going to take a while for them to make sure there's no like excess methane hanging around the pad and whatnot. And
Oh wow,
it's quite
Chazzy
a
Mac,
large
you're
debris
right.
field. So what was that?
Chazzy Mac, thanks for the $2 super chat. They say you can see through SN4. The event
Oh
ripped
yeah,
it apart.
Oh yeah.
you got
That's a
like
really good
daylight
point.
shining through SN4 there.
And is there part of the launch mount like impaled in it?
I don't know. There's something
It
sticking
sort
off
of looks like it's been impaled by a piece of metal that's like
Yeah.
sticking out of it horizontally. And then Dave Valmus, thanks so much for the the $5 super chat.
Wow. I'm still looking at the flare stack as well. Is that flare stack actually still offline? I don't see anything coming out of the flare stack.
It seems like they just shut it off. Oh, and there's a boat back there again too. Look at that.
Is that a boat in the background?
I think so. Yeah. I wonder what they saw.
Wow. Anyways.
Don't
The
read that.
remote
Don't
explosion of
read
SN4.
Fernand's.
Yeah. Take it,
Sorry,
Jack.
Fernand.
Oh, if Fernand said the real explosion of SN4 is the explosion of friends we make along the way.
John Kraus would be proud.
John Kraus would be proud. I'm curious. Let's do this real quick because I'm always curious of this. There's like 4,000 something people watching. Last time I updated the thing, I don't know if that's accurate anymore, but
Yeah, 4,100.
4,100. There was an anomaly at the SpaceX facility in South Texas, which is out in the middle of nowhere, and there are people all over the world watching it right now. Where did you see that happen from? Where are you watching from? Tell us in chat where you're watching from, because I am super curious.
Florida.
How that got shared all over the world. Wales, Belgium, Buy Mary a drone. Thanks for the super chat there. Wow.
Drones are illegal there.
Look at that. I can't even read that. I saw Valdosta, Georgia in there somewhere. Arizona,
Netherlands, Iowa, Denmark, Los Angeles, baby. Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Netherlands and Lincolnshire, UK, Jacksonville, Florida, Chile, College Station. Got an Aggie in there, it looks like.
Amsterdam, Arizona, Wisconsin, Norway, Toronto, Canada, Netherlands,
Jeez.
Canada, Istanbul, Catalonia, Kent, England, Lithuania, London, Germany, Jacksonville, Florida.
That really
Thanks
is.
for watching, everybody.
That really is all over the world. So we are very happy that you were able to join us today. We're excited to be able to bring you coverage like this. Of course, we're not excited when there's an anomaly like this. I mean, it is a very exciting event, but we wish that we could get through all this without anomalies, because the anomaly is definitely going to be a little bit of a setback. We'd like to get to the hops and stuff like that, right? But whatever happens, we love the fact that we were able to share with this to you live. Go ahead.
Mary's reporting a security pickup is heading towards the pad.
Okay. Let's see if we see that on the stream here. Yes, security pickup heading towards the pad. Let's see if it actually appears. There it is. You can see a
Chazzy Mac, thanks for the super chat. $2. Aloha from Hawaii. Worth the super chat. Lol.
Let's see how far out that vehicle goes. There's still, I believe there's still an active fire at the pad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they're going to use the fire truck.
Perhaps seeing through the vehicle as we are view from Starhopper and just tell that, you know, it's not it's not a pressurized state where they really need to worry about it. But like Michael said, those COPVs could be pressurized and on the ground somewhere still. So undoubtedly they're going to approach with extreme caution and very carefully.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to go grab some food quickly. I will be right back.
Do we want to keep streaming or do we want to call it a day?
Wait 1 second here, y'all. Technical Fool, I probably know you because you got curly L's. Already synced the YouTube video AV by -6.33 seconds. Can hear the screech of the metal plate tearing through the tank farm. Now wait a second. What? You heard the screech of the metal plate tearing through the tank farm. Did anybody else hear anything like that?
Hang on. I'm going to mute my mic while I listen. Hang on.
Yeah, roll it back. I'm going to listen as well. But I'm going to go to the full speed video and listen to that. We're going to be quiet for a second as we listen. Huh.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that sound is, but there's a boom, and then it sounds like if you took a large piece of metal and sort of did that, like, not the saw like thunder effect, but like more of a, like when you crunch a soda can. There's like a very distinct sound of metal crunching. I think
Yeah.
that's what that is.
I hear a screeching noise right at the beginning, and I hear birds screeching that sort of sounds like metal tearing, but I'm pretty positive that's just birds. And then I hear a crashing noise right around the explosion, you know, but I hear birds. I don't know if that's metal screeching.
Hey, guys,
It's so crazy. It's something else to see it with the sound. So
we've got a mic check for Chris. If you can
Hey,
hear me,
what's
all
up,
right.
Crispy?
hey, what's up,
Hey,
Chris?
How are you
wow,
doing?
what a day!
Did you see they named a test site after you? The
Did
SpaceX
they?
Boca Chica pad is now Chris B.
Oh my god.
I
Yeah,
get it.
it's been crazy. I tell you, I'm glad I wasn't talking on it because one, I'd have panicked on it. I'd probably sworn on it. The second thing is my notifications went crazy. I'll give you an insight into mainstream media.
Yeah.
Within 5 minutes of this blowing up, I had about 15 requests from AP, Reuters, saying, "Can you sign this form handing over rights to your footage?"
Oh yeah, okay.
They do it every time, but it's so fast. I've got like people literally scrolling around for anything dramatic,
Yeah,
and
how
then they
much
try and grab it and put it on their players and make some mad money off it.
how much did they license it for?
Nothing. No, wanted it for free.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they just want it
Yeah.
for free. So
Oh
we
yeah,
had
because they said they might mention us. Oh, that's nice.
exposure.
Yeah.
Wow, they
Exposure
wanna have more
dollars.
rights
Hey, we
to
can
it,
all
so
live off exposure dollars.
Yeah, they don't want to send out a crew to cover this stuff, and they don't want
Oh
to
my
pay the people that
god,
are
yeah.
covering the stuff. It's just like, come on, guys. People in chat
We
are saying TMZ has it on Twitter now, so that's great.
Wow.
Great. That's what we want to be associated with. That's sarcasm, obviously, people.
The worst thing is I don't mind. I mean, that's understandable. That happens every time. But there's a few, like Wall Street Journal guy. He did it on Twitter. I don't know if he's done any publication, but he said, "I bet the astronauts didn't like seeing that."
No.
I thought, "Oh, come
Totally different
on!"
animals.
It's just
Yeah,
it's
this has
sad.
nothing to do with DM2, and of course that's what a lot of the mainstream media is going to rush to report this in
Yeah.
context of. And it's interesting, yes, that they chose to do these tests at the same time as DM2, but it's completely and wholly unrelated. Different set of people working on it, different launch site, different everything. So really
Yeah.
no need to conflate the two outside of clickbaity purposes, in my
I
opinion.
know.
Okay. I'm just gonna say this on the stream. I don't really care. We need to send TMZ a bill.
Really?
They are
video?
they are playing the video embedded in their own player, so they need to be
wow.
sent. They need to be sent a bill.
Every
That's
time.
not acceptable.
God.
That's so not cool.
There is to be clear, everyone. There is no reason why they cannot just embed our own YouTube video. Instead, they're putting it in their own player, probably so they can get ad revenue off of it and stuff. So that is not right. So we will be sending them a bill.
That's ridiculous.
Thank you, chat, for pointing that out. I
Yeah, we
appreciate you
appreciate
pointing
it.
that out, guys. We really, really appreciate you guys.
It happens quite a
That's
lot.
just-
People don't appreciate how much this kind of thing happens. It's just the way they work. It's it's sad, really, but that's why
And
you've got a problem with some part of the media.
Yeah,
And
my
they're not
wife
the-
just said the same thing, that there's videos all over that is just ripped with the NASASpaceflight logo still, even just using the video left and right. So
Yeah. So if you find a video not embedded on YouTube and embedded in a website's own player,
oh my gosh!
tag us
no,
on
no,
Twitter
I'm
and
gonna
send us a
interrupt you
link.
right now. I'm sorry. I went to TMZ's Twitter and I looked at the freaking article that they posted. Guess what the headline is? Just guess.
Dent.
It says SpaceX rocket explosive failure to launch! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! But wait for it. Here's the worst part. But unmanned in parentheses woo. So not only did they get wrong what was happening. It wasn't going to launch. Not only is it an extremely clickbaity exclamation mark riddled headline, but they committed the sin of saying unmanned. Which is
Unmanned.
just like,
Really?
Can I just say one thing quickly? If you're watching this video and you hear us talking about that, please do not go to TMZ and see the article for yourself, because that's exactly what they want. Do not click on the link. Do not give them any more page views. That's just gonna make the problem worse. So please just don't go to their website.
yeah, don't Streisand affect them. Don't give them the views. Don't even poke them on Twitter. We'll handle this on our end. We appreciate you guys caring and wanting
Oh,
to yell at them, but don't give them the time of day.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at. I'm not going to look at it myself.
Vehicles are returning. Look.
Oh, there we go.
So y'all, chemist, my wife is also saying that if you just go to YouTube now, there's like stacks of people who have ripped our footage and played it as their own on YouTube videos without permission. And to be fair, there are some people that were cool with using stuff because they do a good job of crediting. They're friends of the stream. Like we know them, right? But just random.
And they have asked permission.
Videos.
That's the most important part. They have asked permission, and we have agreed.
Yeah. God.
We can copyright strike those who've copied, though, can't we? On YouTube.
Well,
But like TMZ and these other outlets need to just be sent bills.
Yeah.
Yep.
But apart from that, the good part of this was hearing Mary's voice, because I tried to send a DM, but because the notification was going crazy, I couldn't get my browser to go properly, so I couldn't send her a message. And luckily, on the video, you could hear it. She's talking in the back room on the control room, saying, "I'm fine," within seconds. And I'm like, "Oh, that was nice." Because the shockwave, you can't play with shockwaves; they can be bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so, John. Sorry, go ahead.
Dude, go ahead. You're going to say the same thing that I was going to say. Go ahead.
Oh, John is pointing out that Ars Technica also used a video, but they didn't use it in their own player. They linked to Crispy's tweet and our stream, which gives us the views and impressions. It's different if you play it in your own player, because then you make ad revenue and we don't get any benefit unless you license it. If you contact us first and then you pay us money to use it, that's different. But they didn't do that.
Jeez.
Anyway, I think that's plenty of inside baseball on that respect.
I agree.
Now that that's out of the way, let's just go back to the subject at hand. Nobody today was hurt. That's the good thing. I'm sure SpaceX learned a lot. That's also a good thing. It's obviously not great that Starship SN4 no longer exists, but you know what? It is what it is, and we'll just pick up they will just pick up the pieces and move on, hopefully.
Yeah.
The irony, SN5 is pretty much ready to go, but they've got to repair this launch site. So.
Yeah,
somebody go out there and
that
sweep
at this
up.
point, I think is going to be the long pull. I mean, SN5, they can seemingly throw a Raptor on there pretty quickly. I mean, in like a day's time, whenever it's ready to accept it, it'll take them to put a Raptor on SN5 based on what we've seen in the past. But yeah, that launch site's going to need some rehab, clearly. I wonder if they build up the same thing again, or given the opportunity now to sort of clean sheet it, they will do something different with their design of the facility.
Yep. And I have some people asking if we can go back to where the leak started. So I'm going to roll the replay of the leak real quick here. So this is the point where we saw the leaking from what appears to be ground service equipment at the bottom. And this is now back to replay mode. That's not replay mode. This is replay mode. Behave. Hang on. Oh, because I stopped the replay mode. There we go. This is replay mode right here. So there is a replay. And this is the moment. I'm going to actually play it in slow motion at quarter speed here. This is the moment people were asking about where it started to leak. And I want you to watch right in this area here. That's where you're going to see the unexpected leak occur. So let's hit play on this and hope that I have backed it up to the right time in the video. So continue on with the discussion. I just saw some people asking about that. Can we look at the leak? There it is right there, though.
So the question I've got is that ground support equipment, or is it the Starship itself?
Yeah.
That's going to be the big question going forward.
Yep. So hard for us to tell, but it's definitely sort of originating right there from around where the ground support equipment connects to Starship, right? But was it like something on the Starship side, something on the GSE side, the connection between the two? Was it coming down out of the skirt? Because I had drawn earlier the tanks and stuff like that. exactly where that came from. If I had to guess, it looked like the GSE rail, but I don't know.
Because I was watching this when you were commentating it live, and you were saying at this point that didn't look good.
Yeah.
It didn't. But yeah, obviously we've had some large venting events, and we've seen them being very, like the tank farm. It gets crazy at times, but this was obviously something seriously wrong. And they're trying to depress. You can see both of them on full. Valves are on full, trying to get it depressed, but
Yep.
not in time. Just like the previous times, actually, when they've gone pop, they've gone with both valves and just tried to open the valves and see what happens if they can get it depressed enough. But each time it's just so much pressure in there.
Yep. That's just so SpaceX will know what happened there. They have engineering cameras, they have all sorts of data, pressures in tanks and lines and sensors and all that sort of stuff that we're not privy to here. So this is definitely something that they will learn from, which is sort of the point, right?
Yeah. And I wouldn't blame Elon for not saying anything, because he might just want to keep quiet until they get DM2 out of the way, just so no one makes any stupid comparisons.
Yeah. And I'm gonna let this roll all, well, there you go. I'm gonna let this roll all the way till that happened.
Ooh.
Gah.
That mass simulator certainly got a launch.
Yeah, it did.
Oh man, it's wild to see. It really is, especially to see that top dome just getting crushed up against it. I mean, what a sight. That was just insane. And thanks again to Mary for capturing that, because I've never seen anything like that.
Oh yeah. Chris, were you listening to all the analysis we were doing earlier with the frame by frame stuff?
I've had it on all the time.
Oh geez. I mean, even that panel hitting that water tank in the foreground.
I know, yeah, it took it right, didn't it? It took a direct hit.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised how Starhopper survives everything.
Starhopper's immortal. There can be only one. That's the problem.
It's like, did something happen?
A Highlander thing going on.
Yeah, apparently it took the that radar to put on the top, took that off, but
that's
everything else
right.
was fine. Yeah. Those TV cameras she's got there. Imagine the footage from that.
Look, wait, can you see the radar flying?
Yeah.
Right there
wow.
is
Good
the top of
catch.
Starhopper. And they had that sort of like ship-looking radar boom attached to it. But look, I think we can see that radar actually getting knocked off the top between those two frames. Don't think I'm just making that up, or does that look like...
I'm not too sure it does come off. Let's have a look. Let's go forward past the explosion and see if we can still see it on top of the Starhopper.
Yeah. Let me just yeah, I don't...
Oh, it's still there, I think. Oh,
is it still there, or is that just the
I think parts of it is still there.
Yeah, I don't know.
But no, she's got about 6 TV cameras all around her facing the Starship. So those cameras would have been recording. It'd be an internal feed for SpaceX, obviously, and I don't think they'll ever release it. But can you imagine what that feed would have shown? Yeah. Dramatic.
This frame right here makes me believe that maybe that boom is still there. See how there's something that's still there in this frame?
Yeah.
But I mean, earlier it looks like that shockwave hits it and a little white pixel goes flying, but I don't know on that one. We'll get some pictures of it and see what happened.
Yeah, that'll be next thing for Mary when they clear the pad and they allow the roads to be open again. She's done it enough times now from post-failure events where she's assessed the debris. I think remember the flying bulkhead that went across the road.
Oh,
about 200 meters. That was crazy.
Yeah. And so Rita Woodcock in chat, super chat, said the liquid starts by gushing upwards. It must be from the connection point with the GSC. That's a good observation. Liquid could also be reflecting off of a beam or something, like a high pressure spew coming out and then reflecting, like splashing off of it. But who knows what happened? I'm just going to go back there because you are correct. There is some sort of upward component to the leak there. But appreciate the super chat there. Thank you for that. Let's see if I can find the point where it started gushing. Right in here is where it happened. And Chris, if you want me to go fast forward or freeze frame or anything, feel free to just verbally tell me what you want me to fast forward to.
Will do.
But right there, these are the frames where you can see something start to leak. And it does look like it goes both down and up.
So that could be coming from it. Yeah, you see the skirt there is literally that first ring you see down there. So that is not tankage; it's just empty space where the Raptor's hiding. But if it's leaking from internally, it'd have come down and then flapped over the actual skirt itself. So that could be coming from inside, rather than outside. Well, it looks like outside because of the GSE, but it's not. It could be from inside.
Yeah, it does look like it's originating.
Yeah,
from that rail there. And the interesting thing is, look right in here. Okay, look between here. I'm looking right here, y'all. Right in this area. Okay. Watch the leak sort of spread to the left as we step through the frames. Do you see how that leak seems to spread to the left?
Yeah, is that blowing the window?
That could be reflecting or bouncing, but it does sure seem like it's unzipping.
Yeah.
It looks like like it's. But would there be anything there to unzip? Because it's the skirt.
I don't know. But look, it definitely moves to the left. I'm gonna see if I can just play it. But you start right here, right? And then as you watch it, it almost looks like a line is unzipping or something. You see that? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's down and to the left. Down and to the left.
Yeah. And then it gets really bad. It gets over there and it starts to spew straight downwards. You see that? Huh.
Mary makes a good point in our Discord that they used SN3's skirt for SN4, didn't they?
Yep, that's correct.
Oh, yeah.
So this skirt has already seen. It might
We'll
be.
have to reuse it again.
Like, you know, the demon core, the demon core thing. This could be like the demon skirt. No, nobody knows about the demon core. All right, I'll link it.
No, I don't actually.
Hang on. Demon core is a spherical 6.2 kilogram subcritical mass of plutonium manufactured during World War II. The core was intended for use in a nuclear weapon, but it became unnecessary after Japan surrendered. The device went supercritical accidentally 2 separate times and killed 2 different people, 2 different scientists. So it became known as the demon core.
It starts to toss out a ton of radiation, right?
Yeah, basically that's what like a nuclear reactor is. It's a critical mass of fissile material, and basically if you have plutonium and you bring enough of it in a close enough space, it'll start a chain reaction and release a whole bunch of radiation. So you don't want to bring it together. So this guy was doing it. Scientist Lewis Slotin was doing a demonstration where he brought 2 halves of a sphere of plutonium close together to demonstrate it going critical in front, and the screwdriver he was using to separate them slipped out. The 2 pieces of the sphere snapped together and blasted everybody with radiation.
Oh, jeez.
Right? But yeah, so we could be seeing a case of the demon skirt. Hopefully SN5 has a much stronger skirt, and that SN3, SN4 skirt. I mean, I'm really curious as to what the failure was, because it sure looks like an unzipping, but I don't think there would be anything there to unzip. So maybe people are right, it's GSE. I have so many questions.
God.
I'm trying to think when Elon might do his next Starship presentation. Might be a while.
I wonder if one this year. They seem to be a yearly thing. So
I wonder if they were going to plan to do the webcast of the hop like they did with Starhopper.
Oh,
I don't know if the pandemic restrictions would have restricted the amount of people that could have taken down there to do the actual webcast itself, but they could have tied in the internal feeds and done something on SpaceX, TV on channel on the video on the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
like they did with Starhopper. I don't know if they would have done though. I mean, we'll never know now for a while.
Fangwan0 says, thanks for the super chat, Fangwan. Says the unzipping could be locks flowing to the left and cascading off the platform. That's plausible. Yeah. Like I said, I have so many questions.
Yep. Jeez, I'm looking through some background stuff here, y'all, while we
Yeah, do
while
your
y'all
thing.
chat. So I'm gonna be quiet for a minute.
What a day.
You want to know what's crazy? All 4 of the modems are behaving just fine right now. They're fine. Whatever. Jeez.
If you hear me tapping on my keyboard, it's because I'm still getting not hundreds, getting tens of these. Can you give us permission to use this video on ABC News? Yeah.
Okay, this is actually a big problem. TMZ just tweeted another article, and we're referred to as, or maybe it's the same article, I don't know, but we're referred to as SpaceX engineers discussing stuff on
Wow.
the feed. So
Oh,
we want to make clear
jeez.
that we are not
SpaceX
official
engineers.
SpaceX engineers. We are not affiliated with SpaceX in any way. We are media, and they are using that footage in an unauthorized manner, and that's unfortunate. So we're gonna have
Heck,
to take care of
I'm
that.
not even
But
a regular engineer.
I don't want to delve back into that.
Yeah.
Rage
We're gonna have
cage
to do a
right
reply.
now,
we're
but
gonna have to work a reply to that tweet then.
yeah, that's not cool. Yeah. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah.
Like
I
I
mean,
said,
anyone of any relevance to being annoyed by that would know we're not, and would know that TMZ are just basically gutter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael, what were you gonna say?
I was saying we need to get a bill sent as soon as possible. Somebody needs to write that up. I don't know if we have somebody in the background who can work on that.
We need to ping Chris Gebhardt. He's the man with the mighty pen.
Well, I mean, we don't
Indeed.
even need. That's like one that gets signed off on, though. We can send him an initial, "Hey, you owe us X amount of money." We just need somebody with an email address of a TMZ high up person.
Hey Das, are you able to play the replay again? Just start from the leak again?
Sure. You want me to go back to the leak?
Yeah.
Or
why
I can go
not?
to live camera, whatever y'all want me to do. I'm just working on stuff here.
First one, then the other.
Yeah. I may have went back way too far just then. Scrub all day long. Scrub while I sing that song. Anybody?
I don't
What?
know that one.
Don't know that one? Jeez. I'm old. Yeah, I think I went back way too far. Yeah,
Samuel
Harry,
Gamola
right before the
in
leak.
chat says, I think could be a water hammer caused a pipe weld fail on GSE. Plausible.
So there, I'm just playing it back in slow motion.
So there's the leak, and we're all like, oh. And then it continues for about, what, 2 minutes? It was a long time, surprisingly. And all the while, we're just thinking, not good, not good. Hoping that it's maybe just some sort of large vent that we haven't seen yet. But alas.
Yeah.
I guess it sort of was a large vent that we haven't seen yet, but not a built-in vent. I see people, some people on Twitter and some people in the chat talking about certain people arriving in Boca Chica. We're not TMZ. That's all I'm gonna say about that. We do not track people's locations. Rest in peace, SN4.
To be fair, though,
Robert,
it's got further than any other Starship by a long way. I mean, 5 static
absolutely.
fires. You know, we've had cryo-proof testing. Cryo-proof testing was the first thing to get passed, really, to prove the actual design could hold the pressure. And then it's conducted all these static fires since. It's got further than any other Starship. They've made a progression. It's the old, the key thing. They're not going backwards; they're going forwards. So it's certainly there's some positives to be taken from it. And they've got so many other Starships lining up. You kind of think they may have assumed this could really could easily happen, and that they'd be ready to go again as soon as they'd lost one. So it's kind of SpaceX style that they don't take failures, especially test failures, that badly to the point they put out fun videos about their booster landings which don't go right. So they're not really likely to be too distraught about this. They won't be happy about it, but they won't be distraught thinking this is serious. This is a serious setback. They'll find out what went wrong, fix it, and then go again.
Yeah, exactly. I think more than anything, the worst thing about today is the damage to the pad. I mean, they have multiple Starship prototype vehicles ready to go. I mean, seemingly throw on a Raptor, put them on the stand, and they're ready to go. It's obviously unfortunate they lost SN4, but this really just prevents, in the end, excuse me, SN4 from sitting out in the yard as another pile of junk like SN2, the little test tank. And I mean, I refuse to call Starhopper junk, but it's sort of a really weird way to recycle it, an unintentional recycling,
Yeah.
very rapid recycling. But
Well, if
yeah,
Tim needs his Cybertruck made from Starship parts, they've got enough parts for it now, haven't they?
yeah, they've got enough parts for a whole fleet of Cybertrucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully the main thing is the pad isn't too damaged, and they're able to put a new stand up there, get the GSE fixed, and throw another Starship prototype, get SN5 on there as soon as possible. I think you're right, Chris. It's not the end of the world. It's unfortunate for sure, but it's not the end of the world, and they'll keep moving forward quickly.
The interesting thing is that the main constraint from getting the pad back to action one of the previous times was they had to cut the popped Starship. I can't remember which one it was now. They had to cut her down in parts. It took about 3 or 4 days to cut down the remains. At least this one's off the pad completely, so they won't take too long to clear it out.
Josh, if you don't mind, can we see what's happening on the live view? I'm just curious if anything has
Absolutely,
changed.
no worries. And Michael, you're welcome to change it with the remote control as well.
Oh yeah, true. I forgot about that.
You want to try that real quick? Just make sure it works.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Cool. So it looks like there's a tiny bit of fire left. But some people are pointing out in our back channels that we do have to finish planning for our stream tomorrow. So we may want to start spooling things down here shortly so we can focus on that.
Yeah, I need to run to the store.
It doesn't look like anything's going to change from what we're seeing right now for a while. So
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours.
Yeah, on behalf of someone who's basically been listening to it like everyone else has, you've done a great job, guys. Really have.
Thanks. It's we're just watching along with everybody else and trying to give the most accurate possible description of what's happening based on everything that we know, which isn't everything, and that's where helpful people from chat come in. So thank you guys in chat as well for all your support, for your eyeballs. For your commentary, helping us
fantastic
out.
support as well. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. The amount of support we had coming in, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was nuts. That was really, really nuts, and I can't tell you guys how much we appreciate it. Seriously, thank you. And let's not be grumpy about certain people, media outlets.
That's a good point.
Let's be happy that nobody is hurt and everything is okay. Nothing is seriously wrong at the pad right now. It's hopefully, anyways. It's not like Starhopper's toast and the tank farm is toast. It's today didn't go great, but it could have gone worse. Nobody's hurt, so let's be thankful for that and happy that today data was gathered and nobody was hurt. That's a good day.
Well, is everybody fine with us winding this down now?
Yeah, let's call it.
That's up to y'all. I'm just hanging out. I mean,
I agree.
stuff to do.
Let's
Yeah.
call it.
Let's call it.
Okay, Doss, do you want to do that outro?
Yeah, sure. Anyways, y'all. So, really quick recap. I know a lot of you are well aware of what's been going on here. We started off the day expecting a static fire from Boca Chica. So we had Starship SN4, SpaceX's Starship prototype that's undergone numerous successful tests so far. And we were expecting a normal day of seeing some venting from the tank farm, some flares, successful static fire, detanking. They open the road, people go to the beach, right? What we actually saw was a pretty serious anomaly. Pretty serious doesn't even really do it justice. It looks like a complete loss of vehicle, damage to the pad. Some sort of anomaly occurred where there was a leak and ignition of the tank or a fuel source of methane, something like that. But it did result in a massive explosion and a complete loss of SN4. We can see SN4 is now laying in ruin on the ground. It looks like massive damage to the test stand and everything. We saw other tank farm pieces get damaged. We saw debris go flying for hundreds of feet through the air. So unfortunately, that will mark the end of SN4's test regime here. However, we know that SpaceX had this thing instrumented all the way till Sunday, and they've got lots of good data from the tests. Unfortunately, they did lose the vehicle, but the purpose of doing these tests is to learn and to get data. And we know that SpaceX is going to turn that around and turn that into even better performance, even better stability, even just better actions on SN5. I don't know what the right word to use is there, but we know that SN5 is already over there in the vertical building, and we imagine that SN5 is probably raring to get out there on the test stand. I think the biggest thing here is that SpaceX is going to need to do some serious work to that test area to get it ready before they can put SN5 out there and do any testing. So we don't know the exact extent of the damage to the test stand, to the pad. We know that SpaceX is going to go out there. They're going to make sure everything is safe. They're going to make sure that they can get out there without anybody getting in a dangerous situation, and they will determine what repairs need to be done and what things need to be replaced before they can proceed with testing SN5. But at the very most important thing, even though we saw a massive fireball, a massive explosion today, they have the pad clear for a reason. The road is closed down. There are no people allowed near the pad when they're doing these fueling operations. You may say, wow, they're just pumping fuel around. What's the big deal? We can pump fuel around. Who cares? And you see the danger. It takes a lot of energy to push these vehicles into orbit. It's a lot of mass, and we need to get a lot of fuel in there that stores a lot of energy to eventually take these massive payloads of Starship up into orbit. And when that energy gets out of control, it can definitely cause some damage. And while it's sad that it's damaged the launch pad, it's very good that it didn't damage any people because of the safety measures in place, the hard checkpoints, everything you hear us talking about, the pads being clear, the vehicles going away, all that sort of stuff. So we know that it is definitely a downer to see SN4 literally go up in a massive explosion, but everybody's safe. If you were watching our live footage, the first thing we did was mute our mic and check on Mary. Of course, Boca Chica gal out there operating the camera. That's the live stream you see right here. And Mary, cool as a cucumber. If you watch the video we've uploaded, the first comment that Mary makes is, "I'm okay." Just says, "I'm okay." And there is a massive fireball and a ball of methane flames going off, and Mary says, "I'm okay." So we are definitely thankful for Mary being out there. We are thankful that Mary is safe. We definitely want to always make sure that we put her safety and the safety of everybody else involved at the utmost top of our priority list. We do not want to get a great shot if it means that somebody could possibly get hurt. So Mary, if you can hear me right now, just thank you so much for being out there, covering this for us, bringing us this live footage. I really, really do appreciate it. I know everybody else on the call appreciates it, and I know that everybody watching appreciates you as well. So chat, y'all know what to do. Put some hearts over there thanking Mary for being out there and bringing this stuff to us. Do we want to go around the horn and just do a brief say goodbye real quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So here at the end of the call, we added Chris Bergen. Chris Bergen is the creator, the guy in charge of NASA Spaceflight Actual. So Chris B, thank you so much for joining us here at the end of your day.
You're welcome, and great work throughout the stream. Absolutely fantastic work on what was an interesting day, to say the least. And of course, thanks, as you were saying, most of all to Mary for being out there, as she always is. This isn't a one-off event. She's out there every day getting this amazing footage, amazing content. And without her, this wouldn't be happening at all. So we have her to thank first and foremost. But thanks to you, Daz. Thanks to you, Michael. Michael been producing this all day. Thanks to Jack for great commentary as well. And it's just been one of those interesting days. But we move on, we press on, and be SN5 before you know it.
Yep. Absolutely. So again, y'all, Chris B, on the screen there briefly, he's at NASASpaceflight on Twitter. Somebody toss a link into chat if you could, at NASASpaceflight there to the Twitter link. Also on the call today, we had Jack. Jack, thank you so much for spending time sharing this event with us.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we were able to do it. I'm super sad that we lost SN4 today, but I'm glad everybody is safe. Thanks everybody for watching, and thank you so much for your support. It really means the world to us, and more importantly, it means we can continue to do this. And I threw some links in chat there. My Twitter, my Instagram, the Jack Buyer on Twitter, Neon Heat Disease on Instagram. Give me a follow if you like. And we'll throw some links in there for NASA Spaceflight. Follow Chris B. And Mary, of course. Here's a link to Mary. If you don't follow Mary, but you're watching this, I honestly don't know what you're doing. So go follow Mary on Twitter if you're not already.
Yeah. All right, so that's Jack Buyer. Jack, thank you again so much for the time today. Also, running things behind the scenes, Michael Baylor, commentating, providing some commentary and stuff and feedback. Anytime you hear, "Oh, I got to interrupt," that's usually Michael Baylor saying that because he's monitoring all sorts of other sources of information to let us know what's going on. Michael, thank you so much for everything you do to make this stuff possible.
No problem. A bit disappointing to see SN4 go out that way without the hop to 150 meters, but hopefully SN5 or another Starship in the near future will be able to perform that test flight, and that will certainly be something to look forward to.
Yeah, we'll have to settle with the 5-meter hop for today. I think that mass simulator on the top hopped a little bit more than 5 meters, didn't it?
Yeah.
And then everybody here always knows Mary Boca Chica Gal. Get the information up there on the screen, Michael. Boca Chica Gal is the reason we are able to bring these feeds in. She operates the camera. She operates the broadcast equipment. She is out there on the side of the road, standing by all hours of the day, all sorts of weather, so that we can get these live feeds. So, Mary, I know that we probably can't hear you right now. If you can talk, try to talk.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I just reconnected.
Perfect.
I keep getting booted off.
Yeah, but Mary, thank you so much for being out there today.
Yeah, it was definitely something to see.
Yep.
How
a
was it?
reminder of why we need to follow the rules and stay outside the exclusion zone.
Yep, absolutely.
You know?
Mary definitely has a stop work authority. If Mary doesn't feel safe, we shut everything down. So Mary, just thank you so much for everything you do for us to bring the coverage over here. Seeing if we had audio for a second, but we may have dropped the audio.
We got
She
the
might have
important
gotten
bit.
booted.
Yeah, that's another project that I'm working on, is trying to increase her signal from the van. I think we're just going to take a data uplink from a cop car and install it in her van.
Let's do it.
We'll see. And then lastly, I'm John Galloway. I'm a live stream producer here for NASA Spaceflight. I also stream over on Twitch. You can find me on Twitter as K-Space Academy. I try to keep the modems blinking happily in all the scenes and OBS and clouds and relays and stuff like that. But that is what I do. And I do hope that you all enjoyed the stream today. I always love bringing this stuff to you. And I love that we can share it. I don't love that there was an explosion. But you know something? That's not going to stop SpaceX. They're going to keep on pushing forward. So keep in mind, tomorrow, we're still on track for DM2. Other side of the country, over there in Florida at Cape Canaveral, SpaceX on a Falcon 9 rocket is preparing for another launch attempt for DM2. Of course, DM2 is a crewed mission to American astronauts on an American rocket from American soil, and they have a window tomorrow to attempt that launch. Chris Gebhardt, one of the editors, or the managing editor, assistant managing editor for NASA Spaceflight, is going to be there at Cape Canaveral bringing us more live feeds of a different space vehicle on a different launch pad. Of course, the crew for DM2, the crewed mission, is a lot further along its development cycle than Starship here. Two completely different programs. What we saw here today does not make me wonder or worry or even hiccup about DM2's readiness to fly. They are two completely different animals, and we will be back tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow covering that live from Cape Canaveral. We are still waiting for the weather report. Was the last weather report I saw 50%, or what was the last update on that? Anybody know? I don't
No,
know
I
that
think
one off the top of my head.
I know that they're evaluating it. It was down about 50-50, but I think they're still evaluating it, and that's why Jim Bernstein said that they're going to check back tomorrow morning before they confirm they're going to go for the launch.
Gotcha. So before they roll it, the astronauts walk out, they roll them out to the
Yeah.
pad, all the whole rigmarole that has to happen. They're going to do those weather reviews again. So we will also stay on top of that. And if they are going to make a run in it, if they are going to push astronauts out to the pad, you will find the live stream here with cameras live from Cape Canaveral. So I believe that is going to be the next thing we have here. We're going to do an update video as well, right? Like we have like a
That's it.
daily.
No, I think the video we've done for tonight is the one we've done with the explosions. So that's the video for Boca Chica tonight.
But there is more video we have that we haven't published.
Is there really?
There's a static fire and some more post test stuff. So once we get once Mary is able to return to the pad, maybe tomorrow morning or something, to get some close-up shots.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe then we can combine one entire video of the aftermath and the rest of the footage we have from today's testing.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
We have so many videos, we don't even know when we're going to get them all up. So the best thing for y'all to do is click on the little bell icon.
Yeah, indeed.
You know how to find a channel. If you want to know when NASA Spaceflight uploads a video, there's a bell. You can ring it, set it to all notifications. And anytime we put something up, whether it's a live stream or it's a video from Boca Chica or something from Cape Canaveral, there's an awesome history of SpaceX video we uploaded, yesterday, day before.
Yeah, Brady did a fantastic job on that. Way to go, Brady.
Yeah, that was great.
Oh yeah. So y'all know, if you want to know when a YouTube channel uploads a video, click on the little bell thingy and then make it notify you on your mobile device, whatever. But for now, we are going to go ahead and sign off for the day. Looks like things have stabilized out there at Boca Chica. Again, still that live feed you see on the screen there. One last time, Mary, Boca Chica gal, thank you so much for being out there, and we'll get all this clear. And we will see y'all tomorrow, hoping we get another shot at DM2 for SpaceX launch and crew. For now, I'm going to use my line. I'm just going to say, later, nerds.
Be excellent to each other.
I like it. I like it.